not to their liking. We saw a lot of shifts coming off of them when it came to the scrims, and they were trying to figure out the roles correctly for all of this, but they haven't quite put it together. Now, we've talked about all the big dogs. We have to talk about, you know, getting sent down to the lowers or securing your spot in the top, Vicky.
I would be sweating a little bit if I was Complexity. Falcons even out here with 91 points, although a lot more secure, but I'm talking about teams that have been really struggling below that even 90-point threshold mark. I hear the crowd going crazy every time we see Not Moist on the screen. Alliance. I love how the desk really highlighted that story. You know, they came out at the very beginning of day one, absolutely going crazy, and then, you know what, falling off a bit here, not really able to find that momentum. This could be the opportunity as we take a look at the overall standings. Again, this is what I mean with Na'Vi being up on top, playing all 3 series with 160 points. Then you look all the way down to Not Moist, playing within this series with 134 points.
Yeah, that's a 26-point differential. I mean, that's easily doable. If you average, you know, about 4.5 points per game, you're of course going to probably hit about 5. So I can see them getting that on kill points alone. Kill points alone, especially with the aggression and the team fights that they've been taking. But they're on the bubble. Surprisingly enough, they're in 17th place. You got Team Falcons with 91 and Complexity with 90. Now, they do have a fairly comfortable lead over everyone else below them, but you have to remember that we still have, I think, something around 14 teams in this specific match, in this specific set, that can still push themselves up. There are a few that are, of course, well out of reach, but you know, you got to get your reps in. You got to be able to spend today, this last match, as at least another practice set going into the lower bracket. So if your team like STRIDERZ or NORTHEPTION, you can still get valuable practice time in.
And then you look at teams who have made an absolute statement. I mean, not even here at this event, but even at EWC, when you look at E-Xolos, and with Kurav celebrating his 21st birthday, by the way. We heard it on the desk from Rain Day, giving him a shout out. He's got that birthday buff. And after a huge statement that they made closing out day number 1, I'm expecting this team to continuously rep South America all the way to the distance.
Yeah, 21st birthday, it's a specific milestone for us in the US, but not for everyone else around the world, right? But for Kurav, this can definitely be a huge milestone for him, something to definitely look back on for the rest of his life, especially with the performance that E-Xolos have been putting on. And, you know, Gino mentioned it on the desk, they don't have the most stellar draft, right? They come in from Geyser, but Geyser has kind of been their bread and butter. So we saw them succeed with it yesterday. We'll see if they can succeed once more.
Exactly. We've seen it already. We could possibly see it again, but we are starting off on Storm Point, and that's the first thing we have to pinpoint here, because E-Xolos being actually one of the teams to find a great balance of success on both World's Edge and Storm Point. So it's about building up that momentum as we get started with game number 1. And then you look on the flip side, right? You look at a team like FURIA, who I feel like I keep mentioning them, but they're a great example because just to put into perspective, their strength, the amount of points that they've been able to get on World's Edge right now within this tournament has been 72 total points, whereas their Storm Point games, the amount of points that they've been able to accumulate, 33 points. That really does highlight where these teams find their strength here, what they have to do differently, even talk to them in the back like, come on, I had you guys on my boat for that first series. We have to make sure that we lock it in. Although going into this series, Jamerson, I definitely had all my eyes on Not Moist.
Yeah, that's great because, you know, I mean, on the flip side, right, throughout the regular split too, for Falcons, it was almost the opposite, right? Yeah. Their Storm Point almost doubled their World Edge gainings. And so right now, I guess if you're FURIA, you're looking at maybe how do we improve our Storm Point game? Or do you think maybe it's because we have swapped the starting map? Starting off on World's Edge, you're a little bit fresher, you know, and then you, as the map goes on, or as the match goes on, we get into match 5, match number 6. We're on Storm Point at that point. Teams are bringing up the tempo. They're playing a little bit more aggressive at the end of the match, and so that could be a deciding factor, but it looks like we are ready to go, Vicky.
Got our legends picked out here in the lobby. We're getting set up to load into this game, and I know a team that was also mentioned earlier that a lot of people have their eyes on when it comes to the crazy talent that you could expect in a lobby like this is Liquid Alien. We're wondering how they could play to their strengths as we get started. Everybody, match number 1. Everybody has come down from the dropship. Everyone is getting the loot that they need, and we're going to see where this first circle is going to be taking us.
And we're starting it off here at Zeus Station with E-Xolos LAZERS once again, really opening our eyes on the global stage to the talent that is out there in South America. We're seeing APAC represent today as well. This has been such a wonderful weekend so far, and I'm so excited to get into this match.
Oh man, and I'm already seeing where this circle is going to be shifting completely away from E-Xolos, exiting out of Zeus Station. But, you know, a pathing that has not been a problem for them in the past. I'm not worried here, especially when you talk about their legend composition that we have also highlighted being one of the few teams to be able to find that success without the crypto. We are going to be moving perhaps over to a similar zone that we saw in our first series of the day, a northern pylon type pool from a zone like this.
Yeah, we've seen the pylon pulls, we've seen the Cedo pulls, a lot of central zones today. And so I'm not too worried. Again, when we're here on Storm Point, having that north to south rotation from a lot of the teams, right? Lightning Rod or Complexity at the wall, it's fairly easy to do on this map because of that of the height elevation, right? You're going from really high hills on the north to pretty flat ground there on the south. You can make up a lot of ground with evac towers, and especially if you utilize that command center rotate, right, where you get so much distance off an evac tower.
Absolutely, especially when you're right there up above on that platform here. But we're already seeing quicker rotates here as E-Xolos have already moved away from Zeus Station, using that very big balloon already to now navigate themselves through Stormcatcher, where there is a ring console waiting for them.
Yeah, I love that move coming out from them. They understand, you know, we're probably on the later side overall of some of these rotates, and so if we get over to Stormcatcher, we're not going to really have to worry about that. NORTHEPTION was there, and they moved out of the way, but over here at Pylon, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to take up spots. We got to see how a lot of the pyramids play here. We got that northern pull, I believe, on that one ring that ended up coming in, and surprise, surprise, it's Falcons making an early entry, but there is some friction here, and they have to try and push someone back.
As they have been doing very early on within these games. Let's not forget that this is Reject WINNITY's POI, and they have found themselves already in that northern building in case the circle does continuously pull up. They're in a better position versus the squads that would have to funnel their way outside from the buildings of Pylon.
Yeah, Launchpad, of course. Coming from Launchpad, FURIA have already made it here as well. Reject WINNITY. Guild is another team that we haven't really been able to talk about, but they have still an opportunity to try and make it into the top 20 here to secure themselves. But as we join on board with FURIA right now, we're seeing the 30-30 for Keon, trying to get some poke off, and they're going to need that damage. Oh, unfortunately, Vaxlon goes down to MT on that triple take, but he should be recoverable as they were playing around that pyramid.
It's about sending a message, though. You talked about Guild earlier, and this is a team that desperately needs that KP, that desperately needs to get this early series momentum because they're sitting in 30th overall with 54 points, where in the first series they got 28 total points, and in the third series when they were able to play for that second time, they got 26 points. So being able to find that KP early on so that way you could get as aggressive as possible would be very important for a team that needs to sponge up more of this KP. As we see the EMPs roar out, GG has already found themselves on the other side of the Pylon building, and they've lost out in light.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough rotate for them coming out from Devastated Coast. They wanted a lot more loot there, but it was relatively free most of the way, but it looks like, unfortunately, guys, we do have another issue, but yeah, thank you for staying with us. Speaking more about that, you know, you have, I believe, FURIA up to the north of them over at Launchpad, and we know how quickly FURIA can move. So I feel like that might have been a small mistake, possibly for GG, right? Trying to rush that rotate when they should know that you're going to lose out on a lot of priority, right? So maybe not trying to get hard center into zone unless they were using that, making that evac off of a man scan.
Yeah, I'm also getting word here that there is a player audio issue. I want to make sure all of our players are able to listen to what is happening around them, so we get that figured out. I do want to follow up on your point here, Jamerson, because when GG had made that rotate, we already know how many teams, basically like 18, 17 teams or so. I'm being dramatic. It's like 15 teams that are already in that next circle. That's huge here because you have squads that are already holding on to the high ground up on top of that building, even if it's not Reject WINNITY because they gave up some of that space early on when they moved up to the lot that's right to their north, but it's still a lot of teams that did go for that quick rotate that were able to find space on the height. So if it isn't FURIA also poking at them from the backside, it's also the teams that are waiting for them up on the high ground in the middle of pylon.
Yeah, this might come down to possibly delaying your initial man scan. A lot of teams want to just go ahead and pop that as quickly as possible, right? Get that survey beacon down, get that information, but you might want to delay that until you're ready for your rotate. But sometimes by rotes, by, you know, the hours and hours of scrims that you put in, it's like, oh, hit the first man scan, it doesn't really matter. But sometimes you do need to hold that in the back pocket because we do have the changes to the man scan, right? It's not the same as before. It's not map wide anymore. It pulses every 5 seconds, so you do get updates. You get 2 updates throughout all of that, or 3 updates throughout all of that. I can't math right now. I believe it's 15 seconds on, pulses
like
every 5 seconds. I forget. But yeah, so this could be something to consider moving forward, but right now, I'm not too worried. This is just match number 1.
Yeah, exactly. And we're still getting settled into some of these buildings, but we have seen some players already getting knocked in the process of that rotate. Now, while also highlighting the teams that do like to take their time over in coming right back into that zone, playing mostly by the edge. And we are unpaused, everyone. We are getting started and continuing on with game number 1 and utilizing that catwall to see if they can maybe recover the banner, or maybe Lufka is actually regretting his decision, but he's fully committing to this.
Oh, he's got that shield up along with that wall.
Oh,
Gets
no.
tagged from behind, but it looks like somehow he makes it to the door. But can he get in? Blast. Save your man!
Oh, no. He had to turn around. Oh my goodness. By a pixel, basically. He had to turn around. He had to turn around and set up his purple knockdown. Even the Crypto Drone playing peekaboo. I see you, Lufka. Now having to back away to fully reset, but at least they got the banner.
Yeah, that was a little bit terrifying there at the end when it's like a headhunter. The first time you're playing like Half-Life 2 and a headhunter pops up and you're like, oh, okay. They do recover, but the problem here is I don't see a mobile respawn beacon. I don't see a mobile respawn beacon for them. They do have crafters nearby, but you can see the kind of presence that's already here at Pylon. So if they have to wait until, I don't know, someone comes in and gifts someone, I don't think they're going to be able to actually recover.
Good luck with that. With the amount of teams here, that'd be scary. I mean, would have thought Apex Legends actually being a horror game in its own accord here, but right there, right outside, there is a Moby. They set it up with the Newcastle deployable barrier, and they get the res. GG as a full 3-man back in this lobby.
You're welcome. That's the reverse caster's curse, by the way. Oh, no!
Oh, wait.
Lufka gets melted down as he tries to make his way back into that pyramid, but it looks like should be safe. Should be safe. Yeah, there's the res. No one can really punish off of that, surprisingly enough. It was moist on the south side of Pylon there. But looks like we don't have as much action now. Things have slowed down. It was that mad scramble to try and get a priority position inside of Pylon. We do have a lot of teams still hovering around on the outside. Alliance making a slower rotate here now at Cascade Falls. They will go ahead and hit up that beacon and realize, yep, this ring will continue to pull into Pylon proper.
Pulling more down to the south than what we had actually seen in that first match series, where it actually pulled slightly over to the north side, closer to that tree that would exit out of Jurassic, but this time pulling a lot closer to where we see Not Moist completely controlling all 3 buildings of real estate, while E-Xolos over to the right side by the big tree that's over to the southeast part of Pylon. But even more so thinking about the squads that have been taking their time to rotate from the north side, like we just saw from Alliance, Olympic, Limpo, Complexity, Mkers even still coming out of Command Center, STRIDERZ that are just completely counter-rotating back towards the north side because they want to prioritize the ring console that's over there. But a lot of these teams, when they do start approaching from the north side, when you start looking at Jurassic, it's going to be tight there from that choke.
Alliance were able to hit that, I believe, survey beacon and spotted out Olimpo. Ooh. That first knock onto Artie. They're going to try and follow up. Remember, they were trying to use that evac tower, and that's a quick punish. It's going to be the first +1 for Alliance here. First point in our match.
What they need here to wake up now, being able to get that 1 KP before flying into Jurassic to get the Evil Harvester and to get information from the ring console. But they're not the only one here, Jamerson, because KCP are right in front of them to do the same thing. Here comes a Sky name from Tyler.
Oh, Lucky. On the right-hand side here, Onmu has been spotted out. EMP right on top of him. Hawk is now looking to get into the action.
And now we see Unlucky trying to get into an angle here. Finding with the bang ult that's already been called in, grappling in as well. Before finding a different split angle, they want to capitalize off of this knock, and it's isolated for now, but it may not be for long because Liquid Alienware could actually third party right behind Alliance.
Alliance have to be careful here, but they have taken no damage in this now as they got another knock onto Deeds. Slowed down just a little bit, but you can see Team Liquid. Jaguar is ever the predator on the outside, prowling forward with the help of Yanya.
Hungry as they lick their lips, but trying to time it right. And after Alliance had gotten that initial knock on Anu, they re-knock him again. This time with the Mozam, Tyler moves forward. They are chasing them down. Do they want to keep giving this space? Because Liquid are still on their tails.
It looks like Gent not able to bat up quite yet. He's limping away, but Alliance are funneling in on this. And this should be a relatively safe one. Yeah, as Unlucky goes ahead, tips on in, forces him back. Tyler does take a lot of damage, but luckily for them, he'll be able to go ahead and armor swap that off. And Team Liquid will not be able to come in for the third party. Alliance with a clean fight here.
Pushing all the way forward, getting ahead of Liquid, being able to clean up that last member, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for KCP, and all the better for Alliance to get even more KP. Well, now Liquid have to backtrack here, and while they were trying to overextend, it is now STRIDERZ from outside the zone that have made their way to get the same amount of information from that ring console in Jurassic.
I'll be honest, a lot of teams, when they play this position out on the north side of Jurassic, they tend to let their guard down for some reason. And we see a lot of teams end up falling here. For Team Liquid, they know what just transpired. They're going to be, of course, keeping eyes on every single angle. But this ring will continue to go ahead and pull down to Pylon. Will they want to try and possibly play gatekeeper here? How much longer will they hover around for Alliance, though? They note that Team Liquid was there, so they just decide to opt around. And it's STRIDERZ now looking to gatekeep as you got Rex pushing forward.
And they're not the only ones, because Mkers are also around the corner with the bins being reset here. They're looking at that red bin with hungry eyes. You see the poke from afar because Alliance have that slight high ground, but with Mkers trying to also get into position, STRIDERZ are also right behind them, which could put Mkers in the middle if they try to hold forward, and Alliance do not like their position. I do like the call to back away instead. Enough noise has been made and the commitment over on that north side to maybe get Liquid out of the bunker so that way they could try to rotate back around. There was a replicator that spawned on the other side of those bunker doors, maybe get some med kits, and now ending up rotating from the Jurassic side.
It's still a little bit of a risk. They knew that someone was in that tunnel, but as we go into Pylon on the northeast side right now, it looks like E-Xolos lasers that were playing off the tree line to the south were able to spot out SWQ coming in. That's the second knock, and now it's just Yu Ling. No utility other than the E's to throw down here, but this is looking bad. You got Complexity, Monsoon trying to find an angle onto them, but you can see that Monsoon can't overextend here. They don't want to give up this pyramid for free, and so he's going to keep his leash pretty tight.
But at least being able to actually pull off that shield bat, while on the other side here, Mkers have fully ended up rotating from the north side through the Evil Harvester, where Complexity has been sitting in this building. Now Mkers are going to be approaching from that choke.
For Complexity, though, they can hold this northeast side for quite some time now, and really there's no issue. Nice thing for them, though, is once Kimchi gets into his drone, he can scout out that side. Never mind, he's got confirmation. There's a team coming in. That's going to be Mkers. Actually contest them here. Monsoon out with Kimchi, and they connect to take out Dexter.
Everyone's got shotguns. Everyone has long distance here, but Lou loses out and gets knocked. It's Guild from the high ground, who have been menaces from the beginning on top of Pylon, and Complexity are still dealing with Mkers, not allowing them to reset well. Now they have everybody here alive with shields to work with, even ignoring Guild with the triple take from a distance.
They were quick too, and I believe they just dropped a mobile respawn beacon, but Mkers were able to get that red armors to play off of here in the 2v3. The tables have turned onto Complexity, but Mkers haven't done that much damage to them. I don't know if they want to chase after this as Dexter loses his ones to Kimchi. Luckily, though, Ziki is there to trade.
And only one left now from Complexity, as he's trying to get up back onto the high ground here, but Mkers with Asia holding a nice edge here of the building, but still in the line of sight of Guild, and that triple take. Having to watch out over to the left side though, because E-Xolos have shown face to get involved in this fight.
Perfect timing coming out from E-Xolos lasers. That ring started pulling away to the north, and they knew that they had to come in for the third party. This big fight between Complexity and Mkers creates an opportunity now for E-Xolos lasers to play on the northern slow side of this zone and really not be contested for it. As I say all of this, though, you know what? This is a warm-up game, Vicky. This is a warm-up game.
Where is he? Where is the invisible Crypto? Hide and seek Ziki in a corner safe, was able to pull off the res with the Crypto drone. Let's get a little hit of that replay here. As we see from the other side, the action had not stopped because Not Moist was also able to wipe GoNext from the south side of Pylon. They've cleared out the entire south side of this next zone, but they will have to start moving eventually since it's pulling up towards the north.
Yeah, and the big problem is how much time have they really had to really consider this rotation, right? They don't have the ring information that it is going to continue to pull up even further north. There's a huge pileup of teams there on the south. You got FaZe, you got Gaimin, you got Team Falcons. But for E-Xolos lasers, while they were not able to finish off Mkers, they at least get priority on this rotate. They force Mkers back. They'll be able to push forward and try and take the north side of this zone. They'll even have a replicator to play off of.
Here now with Not Moist though moving forward. Let's jump into a listening with Not Moist as they make that next rotate.
I'm batting. I think we need to look to walk forward. Like to heal.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Come.
Coming.
We can climb up, remember?
Yeah, I need to heal. I need to heal too.
Are we in here? Are we in here?
Yeah, so you're in.
Yes, we are. I'm gonna place you down on us. I'm placing you down on us.
Yeah, look right.
Look here.
We need to get this guy off our door too. And
He's right here. He's playing right here on my ping, okay?
Can you come and fence this?
In attack, yeah.
I'm gonna drone. So you have info. Yes, I do.
I popped full 6 health for knee drone already.
You're good.
I smoked up. Do you have EMP?
I do.
I think you look for this.
I'm EMPing.
Waiting for
I aim it now.
I'm hitting.
They're below armor.
Bang! One! Dead!
Nice,
Dead! Get in!
I'm in.
There's an arc star. There's also another team. I'm getting EMP'd. We need to chill.
Careful. Can't get
Come back.
behind.
No, I'm dead. Right here.
Chill.
Oh, bro.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I don't think we can like mark force.
No, we...
For the engagement inside the building, you saw that they knew that they had to disengage. The moment the EMP rung out, it was Mkers who were also trying to look for a flanking opportunity on top of Team Falcons. And by the way, expecting a perhaps maybe more southern zone, nope, it's exactly the same zone we had seen in that first match, pulling right towards that canal.
Yeah, unfortunately for Moist, they ended up playing Gatekeeper there on the south for way too long. They needed to make that move earlier. They needed to get more information. They needed to play off the Crypto drone to really figure out what was free. Throughout all of this, though, a lot of teams have gone down. We're down to 10 squads here. Alliance finally finished off Team Liquid on their rotate in from the north-hand side, clearing out a lot of that. GHS goes down, I believe, in that area. For Team Falcons, clearing out Moist allows them a lot more breathing room, but they are not safe in the zone quite yet.
Now, they're just playing slightly by the edge, but they're not the only ones, right? They're piled up alongside FURIA, Gaimin, Gladiators, Gilder are going to be coming in from right behind them, but it is focused on Alliance, who are trying to clear the north side of the zone before. They have won a game in this same exact spot in the past and are looking to continue on their momentum, but they have to get out of the line of sight of the teams that still have height, and even E-Xolos on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, again, E-Xolos lasers with that priority to the northern side of this zone are trying to properly apply pressure onto Alliance. That's going to be one of their biggest threats because now Alliance is there. They always have to worry about that climb up for them. They have to commit someone from their team to consistently keep an eye on the team on the low ground. Otherwise, Alliance push in.
And Alliance now unlucky, having to reposition. They saw the knock, but Guild is still being a problem. So is E-Xolos on the other side, but they're still feeling the pressure at a different angle. Alliance now playing alongside the fence line, playing alongside the purple knock, but E-Xolos have the benefit of having that Newcastle barrier for now.
Hackis is going to try and stick it here. Tyler on the front lines, smoking off one, the third party from NORTHEPTION, giving Alliance the breathing room now to be able to push forward and utilize that smoke to keep them contained. Tyler needs just a little bit more damage. That's the re-knock onto Azazel.
That's the nice body block and suppressed fire that Tyler had put on so that way the rest of Alliance can get fully reset, but they need to prevent the Newcastle res. He has the gold knockdown. He gets the res over to the other side, but now they're feeling the pressure from NORTHEPTION. They're still feeling the pressure from Guild, who have height over Pylon.
And take a look at how much ammo they have to work with too. 200, so they can continue to just spam and spam and spam. And that's E-Xolos lasers going down. Alliance now clearing out the north, but this zone will be pulling towards the center here, but they are the only team on the outside. They can start buying a lot of space for themselves and spread out. Falcons, though, not getting too much breathing room here as they're getting charged.
And Jen had walled out that door. You see the Newcastle wall open up the door. Here's Falcons, though, before they're forced to start moving, popping the shield bat, the circle closing right behind their backs, and Alliance are taking all these fights here for the teams that had height originally. Guild get eliminated here before Hockey's is forced to slide down and pop the shield bat.
They have so much utility. They can basically reset for days and days. Alliance, though, still on top of Gaimin Gladiators, trying to gatekeep FURIA from coming out. That's going to be Hawkins getting the knock onto Lufka, and he will instantly finish him off. Tyler commits his way on in, but Hawkins has fallen. Tyler will be the next to fall, and it looks like Alliance might just go down.
Maybe here, but a crazy stick off that arc. Vax is still alive here on the high ground. Alliance finally get eliminated. NORTHEPTION, they walk in. They want the high ground. They're looking at teams right below in the last two spots before NORTHEPTION are your first game winners.
And Vicky, with that game win, NORTHEPTION nearly double their entire score. And honestly, at the beginning of the top of the match, I threw him the bone, right? I said, hey, you know, this is a learning moment, right? You can utilize this last group stage match to just try and figure things out before you go into the lower bracket, but it looks like they have definitely figured things out.
I mean, started from the bottom, now we're here. I mean, like, that is a crazy statement to open up the series when you are so desperate to put on as many points as you can. I mean, everyone, they are sitting in 40th overall in the series. The first series they played, they only had 13 points. The second series was 6 points. And here we have them starting off strong on Storm Point, playing extremely patiently to also capitalize on all the fights that are happening in front of them so that they can poke from afar.
Yeah, and honestly, that is a tale of two different teams, right? NORTHEPTION took their time. They slow played that end game. On the other side, for Alliance, they are not safely secured into the top 20, into the winner's match tomorrow. And so they realized we need more points. We need to make sure we get these points here. There are plenty of fights ahead of us. There's possibly 2-3 teams inside of this building. So I commend them for going for that aggressive play because they know that we know how to slow play. We already know how to do this. We can do this all day. Here we need to learn how to really team fight together because we do have this sub. We need to get this down pat.
And they know they have the opportunity, which is why we see after the first game, they may have not taken first place, but they absolutely took 15 KP, setting them up as first place overall in the standings from that first game. 22 total points, with NORTHEPTION being right behind them, but a very tight top end, top 3 teams, with FURIA only a point away from them.
Yeah, FURIA continuing on that momentum, really highlighting how good they are here in the group stages so far. They are not slowing down one bit. And like you had mentioned, struggling a little bit on Storm Point, but it might be just the first few maps buff for them.
Hawkeyes is going absolutely wild here too. So aggressive as an IGL, putting his team in a good position to also help enable them to pop off. What a great first game here, because that was Alliance also getting like, what, 5.3k damage we could see right there off of that first game alone. You know that they're absolutely going to be able to carry that momentum as we go on for the next 2 games here on Storm Point. Game number 2 coming to you on the other side of this break.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Off of that replay with NORTHEPTION winning game number 1 and off of an amazing entry frag using the Arc Star stick onto Vax to isolate the Newcastle, to force FURIA off the high ground and to take that entire first game. And it was crazy being able to see teams like Not Moist completely dominate the south side of the zone, being able to see Alliance over to the north side, looking at E-Xolos engaging in that fight, and then here comes NORTHEPTION moving up not only from the outskirts of Pylon, but being able to not only clear that south side up, but finding that opportunity versus FURIA, who had that slight high ground with the Newcastle.
Yeah, and it was honestly great to finally see NORTHEPTION find a moment of success, right? 18 points overall, I believe, 18 points overall in that matchup, almost doubling their entire group stage at this moment. If they can carry that momentum, I want to see them possibly, it's a stretch, There's a world where they can make it into top 20, but they'll need repeat performances like that for our other squads, though. Alliance, 15 eliminations in that matchup. And honestly, if they didn't end up losing one on that last push, there was a world where they could have still survived, gotten second, and gotten a few more kill points.
That's not the first time we would see a situation like that if it presented itself, right? I believe, what is it, like back during Sweden, Elevate had done something very similar in a crazy run where they were in last place overall, and then they were able to just skyrocket themselves up on the leaderboards, getting first, and then putting themselves in that bracket. As we take a look at the overall standings from all of our groups, from all the teams that have been able to play thus far, and with Navi still leading the way with 160, you know that Not Moist is gunning for them in that second place spot. I mean, you have 5 more games to go. It is inevitable with how frag heavy that squad is.
It was a 26-point difference, now cut down to 20, and they've got 5 more games to do it. And honestly, if they have repeat performance like that, they definitely will. We have to note, of course, that it does come with a huge advantage there, right? The higher seed you are, the better you are in terms of the draft, which will be taking place later on tonight in both the upper and the lowers. As we take a look at the second page, though, Alliance, with that performance, propelled themselves up into 21st place overall. That bubble that we were talking about that knocked them was sitting at, I believe, at 88. And Alliance are now 2 points off.
So close. I mean, even looking at Dreamfire, who also like to have that hot and cold, that hot and cold performance. FURIA having their fans, FURIA, and we get to see all the fans fill up the arena. It's just been getting more stacked by the minute here in Germany, and it's been a fantastic time too. And you know, looking at NORTHEPTION, when I break down the amount of points some of these teams have been able to find themselves on one map versus the other, NORTHEPTION has been able to find way more success on Stormpoint. I mean, especially after that game, right? But it's about whether they can keep that up going into World Edge for the final 3 games. Since we do make that map switch up where we instead start on Stormpoint, this benefits the squads that do readily rely on that momentum to be carried from the map that they're strong on from Stormpoint into a map like World Edge.
Yeah. Notably, NORTHEPTION did have a relatively easy rotate coming in from Stormcatcher to make their way all the way on over to Pylon. It was fairly free for them, but we got to see how many teams moved in, right? So despite priority, you can't really let your guard down. You have to expect a lot of teams at this point to be able to fast rotate, and I think NORTHEPTION are getting a taste of that here. They're really learning that quickly, as it looks like we are getting near to the beginning of the next match. But Alliance here, I love that we were able to see a 15 elimination game out of them. We know that the highs of Alliance are basically peaking at like Mount Everest, right? They have had those monstrous 35, 38-point games in the past, and the fact that they were nearly able to do something similar here on LAN and also with the sub is very impressive.
It is. It also, again, highlights Hockey's ability as an IGL. I cannot stress this enough. I know everyone probably already knows at this point, but he's one of the most consistent IGLs in the world. Top 3 IGL, honestly, in my opinion, in the history of Apex Legends, who continuously proves himself here in an environment where he can adapt with a sub, where he can adapt under pressure. It's just another day at work. When you talk to Hockey's, he's always meaning business when it comes to Apex Legends. Let's get this started, though. Can they keep it going as we go on to match number 2?
Match number 2. NORTHEPTION taking a huge victory there in match number 1. And I have to note, they are or were on the bottom end of the leaderboard. You kind of have to look at that as, oh, for a lot of teams that were in the middle of the pack, that's a lot of points that got away from them for a team that might not even be able to make it into the top. So NORTHEPTION, they're getting a lot of practice in. They're getting wins in. This is going to be huge for them, especially if they can knock the confidence of a lot of our competitors.
It's such a crazy story. One that always makes for legends out here as we tune in to NORTHEPTION, the winners of our previous game. landing, as we've already mentioned, through Stormcatcher, which wasn't a very difficult rotate over to Pylon, but we are getting a very significantly different circle compared to the one that we just saw right now. But a circle we have seen plenty of times. Moving over to the north side by Checkpoint, where there's a lot of space to coexist by the bunkers.
And the other big story, of course, was Alliance in that last match, and Alliance getting priority on a zone. Oh boy, this is definitely a point where they can feast, having the ability to take that northern tower and have really good silence. We'll see if they maybe want to try and prioritize getting things like the triple take or longer range weapons where they can utilize that height advantage across the rest of the map to try and steal away some kill points from our teams. For our teams, though, that we know that like to be center zone really fast, like a team like FURIA, this is one of the hardest rotates for them.
That's very true. A team that always wants to not only rotate very fast on a storm point, a map where they know that they shine the best when they're bunkering down it for end circle, but a team that likes to benefit off of poking from afar when they do find that spot. They do have a pretty big trek, though, and we're already seeing teams make their way into that next circle, specifically Falcons, who've already found some space over by the southwestern buildings that overlooks KCP in their POI by Down Beast. But I also want to highlight how this is going to test Alliance in the way that they're able to be stationary over by their POI of North Pad. They're going to probably be on the high ground looking at all the teams that are already going for that rotate, whether it be Team Falcons or even E-Xolos that rotate from the wall side.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a heavy loop path for FURIA here. They realize we have no priority whatsoever on this zone. Who do we have to their back? I believe it's Gaimin Gladiators coming out of Devastated Coast. But along the way, they will have drop-offs, I believe, going over to Jurassic, where they can pick up a map scan. Oh, I was talking about snipers at North Pad, and I thought it might have been Alliance, but of course, it's the usual suspects.
Yeah, it's Complexity. It's Monsoon, if that wasn't an obvious already decision here, because Complexity are now looking to collapse. E-Xolos, I mean, when you have a flying Newcastle in the air, it's like a flying fridge hurtling in your direction before he meteors onto the ground. And with Alliance having not only the PO advantage, they also have the height advantage looking at all the other teams next to them, but they had also preemptively set up a zip line here from Unlucky so that way they could get onto this high ground, but in the future could also benefit them in repositioning and act as a double-edged sword if a team does see an opportunity to collapse on them.
And we saw a team making their way in, and I believe that was Complexity. After that knock and noticing that the zipline was there, noting that Alliance was going to go ahead and give away that low ground position, Complexity move on in to get further north. Every team knows how far this is going to pull up. That's why you have E-Xolos lasers up here, who were just able to get that res. That's why you have Team Falcons up here on one of the fingers of North Pad, along with Alliance and Complexity.
Is that Complexity over the other side that just burned zero here? They had moved forward too to get deeper into North Pad, and they're not the only ones. STRIDERZ, KCP, you can see FaZe already in this building. Yeah, it is Complexity over by the north side, probably playing off that slow lip on the low ground here. FaZe now looking right down, and they're not the only ones too, with Southside Guild also making an appearance in that fight eventually over to the south.
Oh no, Nags though over peeking. SRZ finds one, but he's stuck outside on the door. EMP will come out, really slowing down this fight. But now you can see the re-engage coming out from STRIDERZ.
Oh, tries to break down the door here, take a different angle. STRIDERZ needing help, they lose out on their shields. And with one knock here, they want to capitalize. They get Cinetic down. They're approaching from the stairwell here, but there's so many other teams looking to see if they can take up this real estate. Here comes Ricky, though, being able to use that Mozambique. He's got the gold shotgun bolt, but they are feeling the pressure. Literally one shot from the other side.
FaZe will end up going down, and it's Complexity here for the third party, getting a knock onto Noxy, and now STRIDERZ took a little bit too long here. Really couldn't have expected the aggression coming out from Complexity, but that's the name of the game for them now.
Yup, and that's why this is the opportunity that they were waiting for, and they're not the only ones. GHS also right below them. Kimchi was split up, and they were able to fully find him here on that low ground, while Complexity still playing off the high ground, off that lip when they wanted to get involved in that fight. Reject WINNITY also slowly starting to approach, with KCP being off the lot over to the left side.
That's unfortunate too. Kimchi, that's the player on the crypto. Could have utilized the drone to get that banner, but now it's gonna have to be Monsoon. if he can't even get in there, but it looks like STRIDERZ will be the team that actually gets the res. That's going to be Noxy coming back on in for them. Back here, though, down on the southwest side, over by Mill, we do have a small engagement. It looks like XNY versus Team Liquid. Neither team might have not been able to get the map scan and are hovering around here trying to figure out where the next zone goes. And I get it, you know, you got Godrock, you got Mill, you got a lot of building to play off of, a lot of position that you can fall back to if you're not feeling safe. And so they can take their time out here, but it's not Moist making their intentions known here on the south side. And the thing about Moist is I love their edge play, and it looks like it's already paid off for them, getting a knock onto Yu Chen.
The 3-2-1, the communication flowing from Not Moist, and the follow-up for Walty to get that knock, although you saw with the Newcastle going outside the building to commit to that res, allowing Not Moist to now wrap up from the other side of Mill, and also, by the way, get that ring console beacon for free, so they'll also have that circle information once they completely oppress X and Y.
Yeah, this is Not Moist. Remember, Genome said on the desk he was able to talk to Draugr, and now that they're in match number 3, now that they're well above triple digits, right, they are completely unchained. And I love Moist when it comes to playing on edge, when they're able to get as aggressive, when they're able to ape every single fight. When it's a clean 3v3, almost no one can take them down in this lobby.
Genuinely scary. Also, very genuinely scary to be 1 health here with just your shields protecting you as NORTHEPTION, but nobody taking shots at them as they've been able to find some safety behind these rocks. After that rotation from height, Mkers were right behind them, though, exiting out from wall side. And before they drop down, you know that NORTHEPTION are right alongside FURIA. They'll have that information thanks to the crypto drone, and we'll have the information on where that circle is going to be pulling, because it is going to probably be between KCP and Falcons if it continuously pulls over to that east side, that west side over to the left.
Everyone knows how hard of a North Pole this ring in particular can be. And so Falcons putting themselves up there, E-Xolos lasers, is a huge indicator for the rest of the lobby as well, right? Sometimes in Apex Legends, you have to play off of that kind of imperfect information. We know which team that is. We know how they play. And if they're up there, that means we need to be up there as well. For Reject, WINNITY down here in the trenches, though, will get EMP'd. Colonel Garcia pops that ultimate Excel to try and get down that pylon. And you know what? They survived the EMP, but will they survive a drop down?
My favorite tag, by the way, Colonel Garcia, and even with that EMP that we saw earlier, destroying some of those Watson fences, but they've already found some space here on that bottom floor before finding on the other side another team here with Reject WINNITY still playing up on the height. It's like 4 different teams that are sharing this building alone, and there's so many different angles from the stairwells.
Ianaga's like, if you just wait 20 more seconds, you're going to get an EMP too. He is close to it, but he might not even have the time to get it off.
Oh, no.
Colonel Garcia's down, Ianaga's down as well, and it is FURIA storming forward.
I'm being that last straggler, though, trying to run here before Madness is the nail in the coffin for this team. FURIA has busted down the door to clean up this floor, and now they're going to be able to get the information with that crypto drone, seeing who is exactly above them, because you also know that Team Liquid is right on the other side.
Team Liquid getting tagged by that EMP. They still have a lot of utility utilized here, as you can see. Nies still has the EMP of his own. They've got the Bangalore ultimate, and Jaguares more than likely has that Ring of Fire, the Motherlode, ready to go down.
Waiting for it to come right back up. They are in that next circle. They're in a great spot, but even if they show their face coming out of those doors, out in the open on the roof, they know that there's a zip line that was put there originally by Alliance from the very beginning. And with that survey scan too from the crypto drone, they'll be able to know where these squads are within the vicinity, where they're going to be moving, as Ein is the last straggler to get out for RC.
Yeah. There is an opportunity possibly to try and get his teammates back, but with those banners in hand, he has been spotted out, and it is difficult to run away when you've got so many drones in the sky keeping eyes on you. For Gaimin Gladiators, of course, coming up all the way from Devastated Coast. They were going to play hard edge now, taking a check stop over here at checkpoint, and we're going to go ahead and listen in with Gaimin Gladiators.
Another hammer here.
Get up. See what's in front.
Pushing the height.
Gold, another gold dress.
Take it.
I have everything.
I have everything too.
I have literally everything.
Taking the height here.
Holy fuck. Is there anyone across?
Looking right now. No.
No one. Let's
What
go
about
there.
if we play there and evac?
Yeah, we can do that.
Like, I think, do we make it to this rock? If
We make
do,
it far. We make it far as fuck from here.
do we try to go for rock on my ping?
Don't know if we reach that far.
Right,
Copy.
right.
Need to rush,
Yeah.
Can you pull him? Can you pull him? Can you pull him?
Yeah,
Pull
go
him,
back,
pull
go
him,
back, building if you can.
Come
Back,
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 back. Yeah, I'm trying to.
This is night car.
I'm running back.
I'm gonna smoke us. Smoking us.
Fuck. If
I'm
he's
going the other way.
turning, I'm turning him.
Block it.
I'm one.
Nice. Shoot.
I'm running.
Hold doorways.
I'm trying
I
to
use
hit
the
one.
top, I use the top.
Okay, coming top.
I'm really weak.
Hey,
Hitting. They're coming up.
Top.
On top.
He's
Come
back.
down.
Come on.
Come down.
Yeah.
Reinforce. Nice.
Reinforce
Shoot. They don't have EMP
There
yet.
is
Yeah, they can drop this one. They can drop this
I
one.
smoked it.
Reinforcing this one.
Nice.
And the front one. Move. Hold this.
Are we top? Going back top.
Go top now. They fuck off.
Hopping. I don't have ultac. No ultac.
They're
They
across.
went back. Why are we getting right at everything today?
Is the bottom bunker free light? Can you
Yeah,
check?
I'm looking.
Zenfrit's closing now, okay?
Walk up if they fucked off. Like, we have to. It's fucking evac out, you fuckers.
We have AWACS as well.
I'm dropping down. Fuck it.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Just let them evac. Are they evacing?
I don't know.
Yeah, there.
no, no.
Come.
We can zip
take it?
back up.
Can you take it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm low on shield.
Zip back up.
No, we cannot. Come back.
Man.
In the bunker. Just heal up, Lubka.
I don't have ult.
Okay. I'm gonna run 8.
They need
Is there
to
anyone
bunker. They are. Come.
Diffuse all
Slide pass.
there? I'm fucked.
I'm on the way.
I won't fight him. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Dead.
What
went.
are we fucking meant to do?
Very unfortunate for Gaimin Gladiators there, who thought they had a free moment to take some time over at checkpoints. You heard the call out at the initial, at the beginning of that listen-in. Hey, there's nobody here. They started creeping forward, making their way over to the west side, but there was a team there, and of course, it was Moist. Great on them, though. Great on Gaimin for being able to scrap throughout that fight, recover, reset, but you can see how that persistence for Moist ended up costing Gaimin that game.
Yeah, and even Moist in this case, because after they took the evac, they were just hoping they could find some space here by these bunkers, because once they landed, everyone from not Moist got absolutely torn apart. The only one alive is Timmy in his drone. Nothing to see here, just being invincible man here behind his own crate, as Guild now fully engaged right in front of him against X and Y. Mkers also getting eliminated here.
And that is basically the dominoes tumbling here, right? Mkers had to hover around at that choke point while they were looking to gatekeep Gaimin Gladiators there, makes them a little bit slow on the rotate, and now Guild, who were trying to take advantage, are finding themselves rotated on. XNY on top of them, Yu Chen nearly getting a knock as Guild loses out on another member. That's Legacy falling. XNY clearing out a lot of this outside, but they've got a long run into the zone.
They do, and they had left Timmy alone too. They had ran right past Timmy to get engaged in that fight to time a third party before showing up late. Now going for the Hail Mary off the evac. By the way, Timmy has gotten the res. He's gotten the Not Moist squad back in this lobby, but they have to start moving with this circle closing in. They're about to be met with KCP, Guild, X and Y from the low ground, even Liquid Alienware that are still in that building.
Yeah, KCP set up that extra strategy for themselves. They had the Trident, they had the zipline, everything to go ahead and back away as they went fishing for some of that KP. But on the other side, X and Y end up losing out on one more. Not Moist will be able to recover and start walking back on in, but they are not safe quite yet. Pioneers are continuing to look to gatekeep here on the southeast side, and they just spotted them out. The boat check connects there for Gent, but he can't hang around for too long, as they don't want to tunnel vision onto this one. Moist finding another knock. It's going to be a trade, though, as Walthy ends up going down on the other side. And now for Moist, they will recover. Guild end up falling, and it's Falcons, by the way, who end up getting that dice roll. The Fingy here on the northwest side of NORTHPAD will go ahead and favor them.
And this is what they were predicting. This is what they were banking on, and they got everything to work with. I'm looking at Zero with that Devo fully stacked out here. The Mozam that we could probably expect there to be the gold shotgun bolt and the hammies on top of it here. The EMP ringing out, but with slower game pace from Alliance on their POI, they still have full blue Evos while the fighting is still going on underneath their feet.
And it is absolute chaos. NORTHEPTION will fall in 10th place overall, but SWQ lost out on Dones, and now here's the third party. It's Team Liquid Alienware looking to clean things up, and they need to do it in time. 19 seconds to go before the zone closes on in, and they do it with only one casualty here. They will get Yanya right back on up, but they instantly need to heal and start moving in. Speaking of teams that are moving in, it looks like E-Xolos LAZERS are looking for a path, but they've got a lot of teams there. KCP taking that energized zip to get across. They take no damage, basically, with that perk. They will be safe. Once again, though, they still have a long way to go. Nades coming down on them, forcing out the wall from Deeds.
I mean, with the ring closing in, though, you got 30 seconds to start getting into the next zone, and now you don't have the Newcastle wall. So much expended for it, you have to give up that space, and now everybody is going to be rotating in your direction.
E-Xolos LAZERS also coming in from the eastern side throughout all of this. It looks like Alienware will ultimately fall. GHS down. We're down to our final 6, and Alliance will end up falling here without much to show for it in 5th place, but the action is not over yet as the Ordnance keeps on coming down.
It's the bloodbath from everyone that has to come out from the middle of NORTHPAD, all into complexity. E-Xolos meet their demise. Olimpo now, and Falcons are coming in for the third party. They're trying to get into an angle. Here comes the Mozam blaring, the Devo, the double whammy as Falcons fully collapse. This is their time to shine. Find the last member of complexity. Now Falcons have made a statement taking game number 2.
Team of Falcons more than warmed up at this point. You can see their macro really paying off for them. They understood we're not going to be able to do much here. They tried to take an early position there in NORTHPAD. You saw the long-range weaponry coming out. Zero picking up the triple take, I believe, which is not a gun we typically see coming out from him, but he knew that in that instance, in the way that we have to play, we're going to need to catch teams on the rotate and also have the range to bully teams away from us that are going to try and take this priority spots. It was a big coin flip, though, about where this zone would pull, but they got the right finger there on NORTHPAD, and they executed perfectly. They had that added benefit of also having complexity there, being that first line of defense, that first team that would run into the crunch of all the teams running in from the eastern side, and they knew. You saw that moment. We have this one. Falcons charge out and finish them all off.
All about the timing and all about making sure you found yourself in that end circle that you called out from the very beginning. Again, very heavily momentum-based team, but also a team that we know the individual talents that make the whole thing up. And the fact that they were able to sit pretty, wait for all the squads to rotate in their direction, they didn't have to deal with the trouble that E-Xolos had to deal with when they were on the other side of the finger of NORTHPAD, where everybody was collapsing in that direction because the circle started to close from that north side first. They were safe, predicting that it was going to continuously pull over to the west side.
And, you know, when we're talking about teams that love to play off a priority, E-Xolos was definitely one of them, right? Coming from the northern side of the map, they tried to make that rotate in, but remember who ended up getting the knock on to one of them? It was Complexity. And that little pit stop that they ended up having to take, not just, you know, reviving him, but they had to drop down a mobile respawn beacon, plug him in, wait for him to get back on in. That delays their rotation just long enough for Falcons to be able to swoop on in from, I believe it's Mill. And so very similar timings in terms of prio for that spot, but because of that one moment, because of the Guardian Angels of Complexity sitting on their shoulders, they were able to attain basically what became God's spot.
and be able to hold it down with 7 KP, getting that dub and absolutely probably propelling themselves in that first place spot, but not by much. Still a very tight-knit lobby here with Complexity right behind them after getting that second place with 4 KP. Spread out though was Liquid, finally able to find some of that kick up here, finding themselves with 8 kills when we know that that middle building in North Pad was contested over and over again.
It was fight after fight after fight for that building. Players and teams getting evicted left and right, but overall now, after 2 matches, it is Team Falcons up on top and Alliance. Like we expected in day number 1, like we expected in our first match, our first set of this event, Team Falcons and Alliance are atop of their group.
And with NORTHEPTION being right behind after taking game number 1, I believe they fell in 10th place in game number 2. But that's what happens with a lot of teams that didn't get ahead on a rotate like that when you see a zone like that. Even FURIA, though, still contesting in that top 5, still keeping it very close on Storm Point. And it's also being able to see what Team Falcons could do after we now have acknowledged that they're one of those spots that are always going for a quick rotate to be settled in a final zone positioning. Can they keep that up now as we have one more game on Storm Point?
Yeah, they were trying to leapfrog from pad to pad, right? They came all the way from the southeast side. We saw GG in a very similar situation, making the longest rotate here on Storm Point, but it was very difficult, very difficult. We do have one more, though, here on Storm Point, and I do like the fact that they were able to get 6 points each, right? Basically averaging 6 points across those 2 sets, and it does seem like they might just be a World's Edge team.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic time thus far. But before we send it over to break, before we go over to game number 3, I'm hearing that Peeps is hanging out with the boys over by B-Stream. Let's check it out.
What up, everybody? I am here with the B-Stream. We got Greek, we got Wig. Greek, talk to me about Mannheim, Germany.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just phenomenal to be here. The surrounding area, I mean, first off, the venue is gorgeous. The surrounding area is pretty cool to walk around. We've been doing a lot of shopping since we've been here. And yeah, just enjoying it, man, overall.
Yeah, it's actually been insane. I didn't know what to expect. I expected like a Bavarian village in the mountains or something. You know, no joke when I heard Mannheim. But Wig, talk to me about the actual land, the venue, the crowd, the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd say it's like one of the best we had so far for a LAN at ALGS. Los Angeles was really good, extremely exciting. But I will say, I think right now, leading up to Sunday, I could sense the energy that this might be louder and bigger than Los Angeles. So if it leads up to that much hype and it gets EXO fans keep doing that, we're going to have a great weekend for sure.
I mean, it's been insane, and you know, this is just the group stages, bro, and we're not even at finals yet. I can't even expect what the hell's going to happen. But who are you rooting for?
My number 1 team I'm rooting for right now, it's got to be Na'Vi. Na'Vi, FURIA, for me, probably top 2 I'm rooting for sure. Not Moist, obviously, with Tim Tam being a part of 100 Thieves. So I got the top 3 I'm all rooting for right now, and they're all looking so pristine.
Solid picks, solid picks. Greek, top teams you're rooting for?
Top teams that I'm rooting for. I'm going to go SSG, I'm going to go FURIA, and I'm going to go Bleed.
All right, another solid choice. Well, guys, you heard it here from the B-Stream, Mannheim, Germany. We'll see you guys here.
There's one, he's still there, left corner, left corner.
On the right. Look right.
Get rushing right. Kill one. I'll see. There's one more there. There's one more there in the corner. Kill him. Nice.
They're jumping on the middle ledge. In front of me.
Yeah, game's about to end. Game's about to end. They're aping. Good damage.
I'm nading it. I'm going.
There's a gen.
Oh, watch out. Okay, that can't
Damage. One guy. Low. I'm on. The red room. What's the one? Dead. Oh my god.
And Zero just starts blasting with the Devo, helping Falcons get the dub here with the rest of the squad. That is what they need to keep this momentum going. Something we've seen them do plenty of times, taking that game 2 as we move on to our last game on Storm Point.
One thing I want to note, the ridiculousness of the situation. He had a fresh Devo in the back pocket. He could have laid waste with it, but no. It was the Mozambiques to finish things off. That's how strong the weapon is right now. And we saw at the beginning of the day, or we heard at the beginning of the day, that it had, over 200%, 300% kill participation with that gun over everything else. It's absolutely absurd. But yeah, congratulations for Team Falcons. Finally waking up here. We saw, of course, at the end of the day yesterday that they were finally finding their footing, right? After a not so stellar first match for them at the beginning of the day. But a lot of our analysts were expecting them to slowly pick things up, and especially coming into the final set to really be able to lay down that Falcons boot.
Always better late than never. I always say, better way to perform on a stacked lobby like this. Legend Select on your screen has now the teams that do want to carry that momentum going into game number 4, into World's Edge. They need to start it off here. Final game on Storm Point for our group stages.
Yeah, 2 matches already down, but it feels like order has been restored in the universe with Alliance and Falcons on top. Of course, we expected Alliance to struggle a bit with the substitution, but it looks like they have been able to work things out extremely well. They have been able to play off of priority. That last pull into North Pad ended up working out for them. They did end up scoring at the very least, but for Falcons, they are current lobby leaders after 2 matches. 29 points for them over here at the Mill. It has been a very good comfort pick for them. They love going here. It is a fantastic spot, especially if you want to try and rotate around the map, put the tridents up and down the coast, or play off of the fairly frequent northern pools that we can get here.
Although maybe not so freaking this time around. Moving over to a very similar spot though, or not too much of a change up, but it's going to be going over to the east side of Storm Point. But following up on your point though, Jamerson, moving out of Mill, you not only have that trident, you have that ring console that you have ready for you. You have going through being the Evil Harvester, a Replicator, a Survey Beacon before you make that quick rotate. And you're going to have to make it quick here because we may have gone over to North Pad in the last game, but now we are moving over to Launchpad for the next.
Hey, yeah, Alex, I'd like to take teams that like priority to zone for 300, and that's going to be FURIA. Yeah, getting the pull down here towards Launchpad and Devastated Coast, but you have to expect with this specific zone that it will continue to pull further south into Devastated. We have seen that fairly frequently, but it is still a toss-up. I don't know if maybe FURIA want to hover around and wait for a better ring scan for themselves to get confirmation, or just go ahead and take that 50-50 and basically commit on to one spot. GoNext trying to make their way past Not Moist. They do not want any of this smoke. They know Moist is here. They know Moist is going to want to fight, and they will try and get over them, and it looks like Moist will go ahead and let them pass.
They are leaving so fast. GoNext do not want the beef. Noting that Not Moist right there, it looks like they are flying right overhead to still get the advantage on their rotate to gatekeep GoNext, because Moist are now getting into position to still be aggressive, but having to be wary not only of GoNext over to their left, but Gaimin Gladiators to their north.
Yeah, I'm not particularly happy about stopping at that building, playing a little bit more to the eastern side. I definitely agree with, and so they will continue to move. GG, though, it looks like GoNext in their fast rotate still left themselves in the sidelines. That was going to be Gaimin, excuse me, who were, of course, here dropping at Devastated Coast on top, on the high ground, and were able to get a knock, but they were not able to get it confirmed. They don't want to give up this position. They don't really have the mobility to get back up here, so they're not going to chase after it.
Exactly. Once you're set up here, you do not want to give up this ground. Even if you find yourself getting some of these knocks, it's about putting in the damage when you already have the loot to work with and being able to boost up your Evo shield, because you're fully banking on the ring pulling over to this left, the south side. But it's even more important to note that this could shift slightly over to the north by the gravity cannon, as we've seen before. So rotate coming in actually from NORTHEPTION's side by the Prowler Den, even right behind Launchpad, is going to be detrimental, because let's say it does pull towards Launchpad, you have a better rotate coming in from the East Coast side versus having to come all the way from the north going into Launchpad and then having to go through the south side if you have to, if it does pull south towards Devastated Coast.
And surprisingly enough, for a team that had pretty good prio to this zone, they're finding a lot of teams that are actually making it way past them here. They might have slowed down to maybe do some PvE along the way, but I don't know if that's what slowed them down in the end. So they will go ahead and continue to play off the coastline here. This is a pretty safe spot if you want to make it to Ring 3. No one's really going to try and challenge you here and really take this position away before that. So that could be what they're banking on, especially with the crypto changes. It allows you to, keep eyes on the other side of these rocks and play it extremely safe. And they've even set up early with that wall, so it does seem like they are going to hunker down here for a while.
It's like the drone for drone, because it was Olympo who were actually on the other side before NORTHEPTION had kind of stopped in their tracks, and you even see with the crypto drone the pings from NORTHEPTION to let them know that they could possibly try to force their way through that choke. But there's also a different rotate that Olympo could take if they don't like that spot. Well, now looking at Liquid holding on to the south side, guess who is right in front of them? It is Team Falcons, who have made their presence known in Echo, because there is a ring console there.
It felt like Jaguars knew that there was someone here. He might have been able to spot them out early on, but Falcons now looking to gatekeep. They do have priorities, but for Falcons, not really in position to try and punish this. Hal was far ahead of the rest of the squad. Zero and Jen Burton were really far behind them, so he needed to buy some time. He really couldn't play too risky. He had to play it safe, and that's allowing Liquid to actually try and maybe wrap around and find an angle on them.
And that was with Liquid getting the survey beacon scan. They had already seen them preemptively when they were trying to inch closer, and also surprising to see E-Xolos being the first squad to get taken out of this lobby. That's something to note here with more of these teams wanting to get as much KP, as much points as possible, as that gap is slowly starting to close for that winner's bracket. As we make that halfway point here, Falcons back away towards the armory, not wanting the overextend. They got what they wanted, which is getting that ring console.
Yeah, we have to remember, for Falcons, it has been Storm Point where they find their most success. 29 points says it all, averaging a little bit over 14 or 14.5 points over the last two maps, and they need to continue that because Wedge is what's coming up next. World's Edge is where they kind of falter in terms of points, If they have a 7 or 8 point game, that's a good one for them on World's Edge.
Finding that even slide here, X and Y, able to shoot down that crypto drone, but also making their rotate no, with Liquid being right below them here, waiting for them and trying to prevent not only X and Y from rotating from that south side from Echo, but also being able to get that ring console that's over to the north of Liquid. More squads who like to take their time. As we know, coming from Cascade is going to be Alliance, and over to the north side by the hilltop, exiting from Command Center, is going to be STRIDERZ. And before they end up approaching from Command Center, it is nice to know that there's also a ring console from Stormcatcher. That's why we see complexity there right now, and seeing where that next circle is going to be pulling directly to the southeast side.
Yeah, every team realized this. That's why we were seeing such a mad scramble from the northern side to get down here to the south. Oh no, Falcons now down to just Jen Burton. We do have one bleeding out, but I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to try and pick him up.
No.
You can see GoNext have full vision over that. O-Slab will try and find an angle now. The drone is there, and Falcons might go down next as Zero ends up getting finished off.
But still, one last member of Falcons. GoNext do not want to push out of this building. With only Gen alive here, he's got to make miracles happen for Falcons. But it's going to be hard when you know so many different cryptos are eyeing you, seeing you from that low ground. But in a circle like this, nobody wants to give up a building that they've been able to take over from the very beginning as X and Y lose out on one.
They finally take this fight up against Team Liquid, but it's going to be Pioneers coming in for the third party. Yu-Chen falls. KCP find one more as Johnny will go down to Onmu, and KCP time the third party extremely efficiently.
Talk about the timing here. KCP being able to profit off of free KP now, and they're going to be able to claim that bottom side of Echo HQ. Also, the ring console that we keep mentioning over to that north side before now approaching up the hill closer to the armory before we saw Falcons completely give up that space, which is what puts Gen in this exact position.
One thing I want to note, I did see the evac tower on the ground there. I wonder if he dropped his to pick up a respawn beacon, but he would have put it down by now. So we'll check in with Falcons in just a moment as we go ahead and take a look at Alliance, I believe, coming in from that northern side. Now it's Complexity that have just made it in. Slow rotating, playing hard edge, looking for the fights right now. You can see that it's not long-range weaponry for them, right? We've been seeing throughout the group stages a lot of charge rifles, a lot of triple takes, a lot of that long-range engage, but it's the nemesis here for Lou. They are looking for these fights on the edges.
I wouldn't put it behind Monsoon, especially. Oh,
Yeah,
you saw that
there
off the
it is,
side?
there it is, yeah.
Off to the right field. The beam of the charge rifle. He does it like frame one, too. Like, you blink and you may even miss it. But it was a nice angle for Monsoon. That's why he's able to get a lot of these cheeky hits with the charge rifle. It's a big staple of his. Just dropping more shield swaps here for Gen. Emergency insurance here in case he needs it, because GoNext have not left them alone. Now, imagine if they were able to find GoNext when they went for that early rotate past Not Moist. A very different look in as we take a look at Lions and jump into a listen-in with Alliance.
Target over there. Forget that. Enemy spotted.
Target over there.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're just not looking at me.
They're trying to break my drone.
I'm taking behind again. Oh.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
They're gonna scan UV as well. I'm scanning UV.
One's
Nobody
close.
behind
They're
us.
completely free. There's only one guy sitting fucking
Wait.
top launch pad.
Is that
Bro,
Wait,
whole server is free.
evac north, evac north, evac north.
north?
Okay.
Yeah, up it. Yeah,
Don't
flying
catch you now.
Red ping, red ping.
Yeah.
Coming.
It's a landing
Yeah,
on
the
next
top
zip line for you.
Picking my zip line up. They're going.
Still, wait.
Might pull back.
Come to you, Akis.
Landing. No, they're landing
Landing,
east, they're landing
landing,
east.
They're flash out 1-1-1!
Yeah,
Literally one path!
I know.
Send it!
And he grappled,
Wait.
Yeah, fight this!
Yeah, I'm coming.
Grappled south.
Yes. Can you pee? Oh my god.
Yes, I'm moving up.
Are they? Probably
In the
got
corner,
now.
Ian penis.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm standing from left. Come left, Andre.
Okay,
Come
coming.
left.
Nading it.
Come Tella.
Are you left?
I'm in 1 second. 3, 2, 1, go.
On me.
Banger.
Crypto fight, dead.
I'm
Dead. One.
Alright, arms up.
I might time it back.
You're good.
I smoked.
Arms up.
Yeah, I'm med killing me. I'm chilling.
I'm watching.
Yeah, let's watch up here.
Okay, listen, there was only one guy hide still. I think it's only one guy.
Okay. I'm just
He's
healing again.
Yeah, I only see the Bangalore. I see Bang.
Zip where?
To height.
To height. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
back
there's only
side.
one guy holding it.
Alright.
Yeah, it's just this Bangalore. I see him running
Okay,
around.
Kuj. Yeah, sip it in the center.
I'm looking. Ready? Go.
Yeah, go. It might try and shoot us, but
Very
it's
long
fine.
though.
It's fine. Just tank it.
Yeah.
Also.
Flash! Let's get first. One.
I didn't see him.
I'm gonna drop. Wait, I'm popping him out. I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah. I'm holding cross.
They probably have Newcastle though. I'm dropping. I'm peeking.
Yeah,
Good job.
Okay, listen, I'm popping outside. We need to play underneath me here. We need to take the space and play underneath.
Okay.
I also have an Oxel. Do you want it?
Okay, now I'm gonna go. I'll get it back. I'm 80%. Okay, take Q, guys. Play bottom and take space. I'm anchoring high ground.
Yeah.
Come Tella.
Dropping.
Dropping here, my side.
They're gonna rest with drone, by the way. They're gonna rest with drone. They're resting right now with drone.
Okay.
Evac.
Can we just play up on them then? Okay.
There's no, there was a smoke below though. We want to gate right side. We want to gate right side.
Right
Lift
side?
the bins quick, you can, by the way.
Okay.
Alliance looking to stay on top of the food chain. I love the comms from taking one fight and bringing the beef to the other teams on height. Off of that zip line, off of this res. Now they're looking from afar. They're looking at the chaos from inside the building of Launchpad, but still holding an aggressive position by the edge of the circle to continue this fight.
And that was just a lot of excellent pivots and decisions coming out from Alliance. But hold on just a moment here. Complexity trying to make their move on in. I believe this was the position that NORTHEPTION were in before. We were saying they're not going to move until around round 3, round 4. Well, they're forcibly taken out by Complexity. They have another target in their sights, though, and it might be FURIA here on the other side of the rock.
Which, by the way, FURIA in a great spot from where this circle is pulling. Complete whiplash to all the IGLs in this lobby. It is pulling completely away from devastating close. It is pulling more so south of those Prowler dens, where FURIA had now completely taken over that side.
And similar to what we had in game number 2 when we were over there at North Pad, right? We had Falcons in God spot and Complexity in the gatekeeping position. We're basically in the same position once again. FURIA in God spot, Complexity looking to play gatekeeper, Alliance roaming on the edge this time, though, is going to be the huge X factor. Alliance in game number 2, because they had priority at North Pad, had to play center zone, but now they are unleashed, they're unchained, and they're dishing out so much damage as Tyler looking to take this fight. It's a 2v1 though, and he'll back away as he just gets cracked, and now Unlucky is here to back him up.
It's okay, Unlucky and Hockey's the insurance policy that Tyler needs, with Hockey staying on height. No worries, in the next 2 seconds, he'll have some help when Unlucky comes right back up with the grapple. Here he comes. Tyler, though, literally low. He comes blasting. Unlucky slides through. The reposition. He needs to go for a shield swap, though. He gets taken out. It's up to Tyler. It's up to Tyler. And he clutches for Alliance. They take out KCP, and he's got the gold knock to get the gold res.
We've had some amazing subs in this tournament already here for the playoffs. We had Nasky and Amphi, of course, filling in for Legends, but here Tyler showing up huge with big shoes to fill. And he is definitely earning his spot right now. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to recover. Unlucky, Hawkins will fall once more. Tyler needs to hold it down once more, but no! It will be Reject WINNITY coming in to finish them off. Alliance down in Teth, but a third party from Falcons and Moist we'll go ahead and finish them off, and it's Falcons falling to the wayside here. A huge scramble from the western side, and we still have 3-4 more teams running in.
But that was Jet surviving to the very end, surviving till 8th place. GoNext now desperate to get out from the edge of the zone. Now moving on to the other side after losing out on Kachira, jumping around like hopping bunnies between GoNext and Not Moist, who are backing away slowly. No team from the north side to contest them here. Oh my goodness, no way. The Watson gen eating that up for free like a buffet now, as O-Slab is playing off the other side of the wall. Kashera trying to provide safety with the knockdown and trying to body block.
There you are, getting a reset here, but you gotta be careful around that window as O-Slab will end up going down though. Moist down to just Timmy here in this 1v1. The Thirst and the armor swap. Timmy loses out on the slight advantage he had in this fight. The Bangalore ultimate going down on top, and then the Moist are out. GoNext survive.
And look at O-Slab's health. Look how low he is, and nobody's looking at him just yet. Minus Monsoon. Can he get into position? He wants to prioritize the rest here instead. Gaimin Gladiators also only down to Lufka. All these squads have been getting torn apart as that circle had closed in.
They are trying to get that res in. They crafted the banner and resed. We'll see if it sticks. FURIA finally basically stepping out from the safe spot of Godrock and pushing forward now. They spot out one, Keon, finishing off GG with the help of STRIDERZ.
Very nice here as on their force of play off the other side of the rock. Look at Monsoon. Monsoon always, and I love how it's always with the charge rifle off from the distance as Complexity finally get taken out because GoNext were able to reset after winning that fight versus Not Moist. Now it's up to FURIA, welcoming GoNext with open arms, split angles to take this game. Vax flies in from the skies on Newcastle, but they lose out on Keon, and they don't even need anything or anyone. FURIA take game number 3.
Priority to zone, priority to win. FURIA were able to spot out at Godspot early on. It might have been a blessing in disguise that Gaimin Gladiators, who had the absolute priority with the zone pulling right on top of their heads, didn't pull further deeper into that eastern side. It was FURIA coming from Launchpad that were able to take that, and that's what we're talking about coming out from them. When they have zone like that, they are able to convert so well, or they have been able to convert so well here in the group stage.
When they're a zone playing team, especially on Storm Point, they slow down their own pace. They have to adapt, and they do just that when the circle prioritizes their position. And I'm even more worried here, not even for FURIA, for their opponents, when we're going to be moving on to World's Edge where they can be unleashed, where they can go crazy and get aggressive as much as they can. After that win, you know the momentum's going to be swaying in.
It's about putting yourself in position to succeed and to accept any luck that comes your way and capitalize off of it. They did that extremely well in our first day. That thermal station pick on World's Edge, getting 2 thermal zones, by the way, is absolutely absurd. But they ended up mastering their own destiny there and getting huge amounts of points, same as they did here on Storm Point, getting that pulled down to Devastated and capitalizing off of it.
Off of the complete pull, right? Nobody was expecting a pull all the way over to the east side. All these IGLs expecting it to be more so by Devastated Coast proper, by those buildings, even sometimes when it shifts over to the south side where GoNext was predicting here too. But no, completely moving over towards FURIA in an amazing position after they cleared their backs from the teams like NORTHEPTION that were stationed up there, over from the north side into that zone, back of Launchpad, which is such a good spot to hold if you're FURIA.
Yeah. So for one thing, I do want to say one final thing. It's been interesting to note the kind of differences here in, you know, our final matches of the day, right? In our set before this one, it was extremely fast-paced, a lot of early fighting, but here we're still seeing disciplined, fundamental play coming out from so many of our squads that are still looking to play center zone instead of everyone just playing hard edge. So the stylistic difference has been amazing, and it honestly, those last 3 games felt like it went by in a blur.
It really did. Honestly, the fastest games that I feel like I was able to cover throughout the course of this tournament, and I know there's a lot of action to break down. We're going to throw it to the desk to break it all down for you.
You know what? There was a lot of action to break down, but not as much as you think. You guys did a great job. Jamerson and Vicky Kitty testing out that duo. Always fun to see the flexibility of our squad up here on the desk, down there in the casting booth as well. You know, one of the things, too, guys, as we come back to the desk, Rain Day, I am your host alongside Gino, and, of course, Graceful and Snipe Down back on the desk for a little halftime recap, is that mention of pace. The difference in some of these lobbies. I'm going to start with you, Eric, as well. Looking at some of these games, how has the pace felt to you? Is this what you expected going into the final series before we've got our winners bracket and our elimination bracket set up?
I mean, yeah, this is pretty much what I expected overall. We talked a little bit about how a lot of these teams are going to be panicking, needing points, and I think one team that's really taking advantage of that is Alliance right now. They've really come out, and you've seen them constantly getting into fights. That first game, I think they had around 15 KP. They were all over the map trying to get as much of that as possible, and then even in that last game, they were picking off teams around them and looking to secure their place. And they're right now, I think they're already qualified. It looks like they're already in the top 20, and they're just going to keep stacking on those points. And, you know, it's exciting for them, and we'll see how far up that leaderboard they can get.
It's a team that needed it, and again, you look at it, it's job's not done. Getting to the winner's bracket, you still need to climb up and claim as many of those points as possible for your draft priority that we'll actually be doing tonight. Just a little teaser as well. Wig will be joining me and Graceful on the desk, and I think Snipe might be there also. Maybe not. I don't know. It might just be us 4. Either way, we'll be having a little POI draft live. As you can see, these match 3 results in front of you. GoNext Esports also Graceful as we take a look at these 19 points and transition to our series so far after 3. GoNext has kind of not been there. They haven't been too present in this tournament, but a good second place for them there to start.
Yeah, I mean, this game was great. You know, total points of 19 is always solid, and it kind of, you know, cushions up the rest of the game, so you have a little bit more leeway in not needing huge games. However, like you said, kind of lackluster overall across the board. But they seem to have been finding their groove. I think that, you know, this is fun because this zone was something nobody predicted, like Vicky said earlier, and they were able to still make good use out of that. So that shows something, and some adaptation.
Yeah, and you know, they're in a position, Genome, where let's look at NORTHEPTION, who won game 1. They have, I think, 21 points or so. They start out this tournament, or at least this series, with 19 points, right? 20th place right now is 88 points after 3 games played for one of our groups who are just sitting by and watching. But that requires at least 70 or so points for them to make up 69 points, I think. That doesn't seem doable, but GoNext, they started with 42 points. Is it possible to have a 50, a 60-point game if they keep this up over the next 3?
Yeah, it is. We've seen it from quite a few teams already in this tournament. 60, 70, even 80 points up to a series we've had. I mean, if you cast your mind back to Los Angeles, we had 120 points in a series from Team Falcons. Now, look, I'm not expecting that of GoNext or really anyone else here after the start we've had. But, yeah, it's absolutely doable. They will need to pop off, though.
And you want, however, that possibility, at least going into the last 3. That's the thing. Snipe, you're fighting for hope. You're fighting to give yourself a chance. These 3 games, a lot of players are going to look at it like, this is the time to get it right. We cannot have any more of these arguments, whether it's a focus thing. Positivity needs to be reigning in, and belief has to be at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about how high the scores were at the top of the leaderboard, but with the cutoff going to be at that like 90-point range, which is really what we're going to be looking at. There is still a lot of room for teams to drop 40 points in the second half and make their way into that. And, you know, you have some of the teams right now that are soaking up a lot of the points. You have Alliance, and now we have FURIA taking the top of that leaderboard. So there is a chance for a lot of these teams at that lower half to make their way in.
Well, you know, when we talk about these stories, the potential, we talk about positivity, some of the things that EMEA represents are these familiar faces that have stuck with the ALGS for years. One of the biggest ones is Alliance. After hoisting their first trophy just a few weeks ago, they look to go back-to-back here at our Split 2 playoffs. Their journey, their fans, their support has meant the difference for Alliance.
Alliance as an org has grown exponentially. We're not the biggest of orgs. We're just normal people. Like, we're a big family at the end of the day, and it's very great.
In Apex, I would say that we have one of the best communities out there.
Det är med fans och allting när vi möts på LAN och det är kramar hej vilt och det är hur skoj som helst.
Like, a lot of people like come to us because they find people to talk to, new friendships, family, and it's just love.
Being a competitor in esports is so much about pressure, performing when you really have to. Sometimes it's easy to consider giving up when you're really close, but you need to just keep pushing. You need people around you that can help you be able to focus all of your attention on the game.
We have a very strong leader in Hakis.
The guy is just 100% competition. He's a great IGL, he is very clear in his communication. He has everything you need in a leader.
We had 2 bad lands, contesting thermal, landing dome. It's just out of our comfort zone, and I mean, we tried it, it didn't work, and now we learn from it.
It's just all about confidence, as I improve the communication as always. We're just going to do our best and make our org still proud.
Without each other, we'd be ions, but together we're alliance, because we're all in this together and we help each other.
If you have all of these people around them with positive energy all the time, it will manifest into something great.
I mean, it means the world to me to have my family there supporting. Like, it makes everything more enjoyable, you know? Like, you get to do the things you love with the people you love.
Vi visste ju ingenting om e-sport.
Fick bara lita på honom. Nu känner vi ju inte Unlucky eller effektzon nära, men alltså, jag vet ju hur trygg John är i sig själv så att...
Just everyone wants to be in this team with each other, and I think that's what you have to become successful.
I think like they're really professional and like disciplined. And I was looking for a team like that like for a long time since I started playing competitive already. They were like a perfect roster in my eyes.
The players need to have a very strong support system behind them, so they are able to do what they can do, which is winning tournaments.
A really big reason of why we can do what we do every day is because of the community and the fans. You know, showing up to support the teams that we're supporting, it just gives me so much energy.
I believe in the team, I believe what we're building, and I just hope that everyone sees it.
That's the trophy they have their eyes on. A fantastic piece. Our content team killing it out there in Alliance. Well, what a story to actually tell. Gino, they've meant so much to our org, to our sport, and to this game. It's just awesome to see that and all the iterations of that squad. You see Yuki walking around. You see Effect, who's not here as well. Alliance still showing up strong every single time.
Yeah, I think they're one of the most beloved teams in the ALGS, right? And not only because they've represented their region so well, EMEA always has some hopes to hang on the back of their jerseys. But I think it's also just because, yeah, like I can't think of, enemies or beefs that Aurora have, right? Because they've just been so solid and consistent and at the top for so long that, like, they don't really need to get into any of that, right?
That's true.
Just congenial gentlemen.
And I think that's what's special about these stories we get to tell at LAN, different than the online qualifiers or the online tournaments that you guys often see. One of the beautiful things, though, if you are a fan of Alliance, if you're a fan of these stories, well, there's a story that is going to be unfolding that we are going to tease you a little bit about right now that you'll make sure you want to be present for on Sunday when we announce it. Take a look.
What a beast! 360 Gaimin shot! There is no way he clutches that out! He beats them both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Where are we going for the Year 4 championship? September 1st, Sunday. You'll find out, so you want to be paying attention to our match point finals as we take a look at the overlay of the POI draft as we switch to World's Edge. Graceful, give us your thoughts. FURIA grabbing Thermal Station. Alliance having to give that one up, but going Skyhook West, they'll be happy about that still.
Thoughts about everything, thoughts about what we just saw, I got goosebumps. And also about the picking, though, seems to be like people are still picking their comfort spots and, they're looking to keep the momentum. The teams that have the momentum looking to keep the momentum. However, since seeing the last couple of matches, we see that the teams, in elimination run and people are playing very cold and scared.
Yeah.
And then it's do or die. Alliance is doing right now. Some teams are dying right now. They need to be picking things up, and I hope that these picks help them that way because they definitely need it.
Yeah, Snipe, feel free to react to any of that. Obviously, if there's something on the draft that's interesting to you. But we just saw those pieces. We got a little teaser for Sunday. What are you excited about?
I mean, I'm going to keep hyping up Complexity. They're once again doing extremely well. They were already qualified, and they're working their way up that leaderboard. Not to mention like FURIA, who's getting another comfort pick with their Thermal Station. That's back-to-back-to-back groups where they've gotten Thermal. So they're getting very hot with that, and they're going to end up at the top of the leaderboard, probably go right back for that when we're going to see the POI draft later. I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
They'll be at Tree, fully south when you look at it. How do you feel about Tree? Gino, I'm going to go to you. What do you feel about Tree as a POI?
Yeah, it's a solid POI. It's definitely not the best, but Complexity also, we were talking about where they've played for the longest time, being a launch site team. So the rotations from that area, extremely similar. Very, swappable, hot swappable POIs, if you will. So I think Complexity can do a good job from the southern side of World's Edge.
If you don't get what you want and you're still saying, I've got something open, it's not my preference, but it's still in the area, do you go for that? Or do you try to flip it up, Graceful, and go for technically the best POI, but it might be a north to south climb most of the time that you're just not as familiar with?
Yeah, a lot of the time you just, like Genome said as well, if you go on the launch side and then now you come over to a Tree, the macro remains the same. You don't have to do that much. It's just a little bit tiny adjustment, and a lot of teams can, make that happen.
Well, obviously great points there. A lot of exciting things that we just discussed, and guess what? Good news is there's more exciting things to discuss. We won't be the ones doing them, though, because our next games, 4, 5, and 6, are coming up. And as we enter World's Edge, we enter the highest stakes so far of the tournament. Who's going to winners, and who will be in the elimination bracket?
Well, let's find out then, everybody. 3 more games left today here in Mannheim to see who goes into that winner's bracket and who goes down to that elimination bracket to fight their way back for a chance to make those match point finals. World's Edge is going to be our playground. That's where we're going to see these fights go down. And Dan, it all comes down to this.
The crowd is hyped, the players are hyped, and we're hyped as well, because this is going to be where you either send yourself into that winner's bracket, or will you be in that dreaded elimination tomorrow, competing to try and get into that grand final. Of course, we saw already some success on Storm Point, but things will change entirely now here on World's Edge. POIs are very different. You saw the draft there. Some teams who struggled earlier in Storm Point will have a better chance here in World's Edge.
We get to talk about those POIs for just a second more, as we do have a quick pause that's going to happen as we wait to get back into this game. But Dan, let's talk POIs, right? Let's look at our map overhead. Let's talk about where some of these teams are going to be landing.
Yeah, the fact that you've got Alliance up at Skyhook West, the fact that they have a POI that strong is going to be great for them. Of course, it hasn't necessarily been as strong as expected, considering previously in pre-patch, it was one of the best POIs, but now a lot of teams are preferring central locations because a lot of zone teams that we're seeing now performing well because this meta almost encourages a very early movement. But Alliance will have very good loot and very good pathing with those Evo shields to try and get into those fights.
Yeah, FaZe need a big game as well. FaZe need a couple of big games, 3 big games even, to be honest with you, with the points that they've kind of struggled to consistently put on the board so far today. So keep your eyes on FaZe. They have to shoot their way up the leaderboards. They're outside of that top 20 at the moment, but with 3 games to go, there still is a big chance for them to find themselves in that winner's side of our bracket that starts tomorrow. Elsewhere, we're going to talk about the top of the leaderboards as well, Dan, because we know that every single placement matters, right? It's not just about getting there, it's also about POI draft moving forward as well.
Yeah, we've got Na'Vi, who currently hold first position, but not competing at the moment. It's not Moist who are chasing them, and they are 11 points behind them at the moment. So there's a real opportunity for Not Moist to take the victory, essentially, here in the overall standings and have that #1 pick in the POI draft, and, of course, 21st as well when they get into that winner's bracket. As I'm slightly intimidated by the stare that was just happening on the camera, by the way. Oh, it just threw me off.
It's all right, recompose. We've got a few seconds. The game's paused.
It's still happening.
Or is this making it worse for you?
It really is. It's just lingering. But they need to do a lot, do FaZe Clan, right? You were talking about it. You're saying there is still an opportunity, but right now they're all the way down in the lower half of the leaderboard with a big job to do. 31st position. And you've got to climb into that top 20. They are in last in the series standings after the first 3. Can they try and do something here on World's Edge? Because we've seen what FaZe can do in regional competition, right?
Yeah,
is that going to change now in international?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and FaZe were certainly a team that even some of the North American powerhouse squads were talking about as a team who plays the game right, who plays in a way that should consistently get them points. By the way, I want to see this dropped. Vaxilon one-handed only. Come on.
Still happening.
It is getting a bit unnerving. Who's going to break first? Dan Gaskin's mental? Or the stare?
It's almost eerie, isn't it? The thing is, the game unpauses, he's still going to be staring. That's a problem. You need to focus on loot instead. There we go. Now we won.
Have we won?
I feel like I've won.
Okay, you won. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Dan was staring back down the camera, by the way, just so everyone knows. He just did not break eye contact at any point, so he's considering that a win, correct?
I will consider that a win. And, you know, we said it. FaZe, they need a win. I think if they can actually get a win here in match 4, then suddenly their chances of getting to the top 20 changes entirely. Their momentum will be behind them. And I think the confidence is what they need. Because after a couple of, like, bum games, struggling in fights a little bit, didn't necessarily have the zones, you start to lose a little bit of faith and maybe start to think towards that elimination bracket. And that's something that's worth talking about as well. Even if you don't get into the top 20, if you can finish 21st, you are going to be picking the best POI when you get into the elimination bracket, right? You're going to have the chance to actually move yourself further into Elim round 2. So there is still so much to play for, even if you are down even further in those leaderboards and maybe out of sight of the top 20.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you make. There's still so much to play for now. It's not just about finding your way into that upper bracket. It's if you find yourself going into elimination, going in there with a little bit of a POI to play from, that you're going to be able to build that confidence back as you go back through the gauntlet of that lower bracket before, hopefully, of course, you'll rejoin in those match point finals. But I'm just looking at the right-hand side. I've got a different screen down here to what everyone else can see. And I've got Keon POV on my screen. He's having a great time. The FURIA vibes have been unmatched, as are the vibes in the building right now, because we're back into the game, everyone.
I much prefer the cheers to the boos after the pause, it has to be said. But now
you were coming on camera.
We can get this one underway. And FURIA, can they find success and start to push towards a first place in this series? At the moment, they are chasing Alliance, and they are heavily being chased by Falcons as well, who are currently in third. But of course, the shift over to World's Edge means we will see a few teams switching composition. Falcons being one of them. They'll be back onto the Fuse instead of the Newcastle, maybe for a little bit more firepower. Zone-wise, as FURIA are about to find out, we are going west, over towards Lava Fissure and the surrounding areas.
Yeah, we'll have to see what teams get there early. Landslide does have a beacon. FaZe do have a beacon as well over at Lava Fissure as well. That's the inside. Oh, look at the observers. Look at that.
Bin POV.
I'm clapping as well. This is groundbreaking observing work.
So FaZe Clan have already moved early. Lava Fissure, of course. But that means there is going to be other teams trying to get there as well.
FaZe have managed to get one knock though. Synetics already managed to pick one up. And maybe that stare has continued. That aggression that he was showing towards you is now turning into FaZe Clan aggression as well. Arctic will get the second, RC down to 1.
Down to 1, but you can see they're reluctant to fully send it at the moment because there's always going to be the defensive capability of a Watson just to try and stun you a little bit, but they've done the damage they needed to. They're just worried about other teams as Arctic goes down, but this is why you have Newcastle.
NORTHEPTION having a little look at this one from a distance, but now they're going to get much, much closer. Tighter. Shot's not quite connected in the way he would have wanted to with that Mozambique. With a purple boat, he can do so much damage here. It looks like inside of the building, FaZe have managed to momentarily stabilize, which is going to make NORTHEPTION think a little bit differently about aggressively pushing in. But scary moments for FaZe, but overall they've ended up where they wanted to, and they've got a couple of KP as well.
NORTHEPTION up to 38th from 40th. Previously to this series, they were right rock bottom, but now in this series, they're 6th place. Like, they are really putting themselves within a shot of getting a little bit further up, if not into the winner's bracket. As we mentioned, a better POI draft when they are in that elimination bracket. It's KCP, another team who currently would be going into that elimination side, and they're still looking to try and find some points here.
Well, there's the map overlay for you. You can see what teams are already in and around where they believe the game is going to be ending. You can see a little bit of a split between Lava Fissure and maybe just to the south side of Countdown, where we do see those zones pull out into the open areas. Liquid Alienware going to be playing the tracks right in the center of the zone as well. The only teams who are understandably not making their way there quickly are the teams who are going to have to work their way all the way across World's Edge here from their POIs towards where that zone is going to be going. It's going to be about collecting Evo for them, making sure that when they arrive, they're ready to fight.
So you can see on the southeast, Falcons, Gaimin, Gladiators, Mkers, they're all going to be arriving very late here, and actually a real opportunity to get Zone 3 info from several different ring consoles on their rotation as well, so they're not going to be too worried about scrapping each other. They shouldn't have to fight for ring consoles either because there's plenty to use. I think Falcons are actually going to use Big Maud to get their information to begin with, and then they'll continue moving forward to the center of the map.
Yeah, Mkers doing something similar here over at Tree. You'd imagine them will just be hovering for a while until that ring console becomes available for that Zone 3 information. Elsewhere, we head over towards Skyhook, and we've got Alliance, who are up on height. And I keep having to say this, even though they are playing with a substitute, and what a substitute it has been in Tyler, who has certainly performed, I would say, above and beyond what would have been asked of him by Alliance fans. It still is an Alliance without Effect, who has been such a big game changer for them in recent times.
Well, Alliance at the moment in the overall standings, they're on 99 points. They are in 18th position, and they could have a few more points here if they push this one correctly.
Alliance, and Unlucky in particular, has been absolutely superb. Every time you jump on his POV throughout any of these games, he is very, very rarely making a wrong decision. So much damage output coming out from him, and so much aggression when the time is right to pull that trigger for them as well. So if he can keep up the pace that he set for himself back at EWC and continuing it here in Mannheim, then Alliance is still going to be in a pretty good spot. First overall in the group at the moment.
They do need to be careful though. Not Moist very close by. They're just lurking in the shadows, waiting for maybe a couple of knocks before they can join things up here at Skyhook. It looks like STRIDERZ are just trying to get out of dodge here. Happy to retreat. And they'll probably end up somewhere in Countdown if they are quick enough. Elsewhere, you can see E-Xolos LAZER Guild on the other side of things as well. They're both hunkered down. They've got castle wall to work with, Watson fences, both just protecting themselves from maybe just the environments here.
Yesterday was the day that was defined by the performance of this team. E-Xolos LAZER, I mean, what is there that we haven't said already to say about their performance yesterday? Absolutely superb. The South American region will be so happy to see these three players performing in the way that they have. And they're looking to continue that today and fight their way into the winners bracket tomorrow for a chance at qualifying for those match point finals. GoNext Esports got a lot of work to do. 5th in this series, but outside of the top 20 when it comes to those overalls.
Yeah, 30th at the moment and still quite a way to go. They're about 24 points off the current cutoff, which is 89. LG currently hold that, by the way, 89 points. Will they feel safe with 89? Maybe not. There's been some consideration that cutoff could be anywhere above 90, could even go up to 100, depending on how the series goes. As, again, Alliance are getting aggressive.
Unlucky's going to get that first knock again, continuing what we were talking about just a few moments ago. The man is just kill hungry at the moment, and he is feasting on everybody that he seems to come across. The initial damage was done by a combination of the EMP, and now you're going to see Unlucky looking for more. He'll swing in, it's another one in combination with Tyler. That's going to be STRIDERZ eliminated as Alliance now having 1-1 fight, turn their attention. Oh my God, Unlucky! Wolfsy thinks twice and he is out of there.
Unlucky just catches Moist at the perfect time. Doesn't allow them to creep up, doesn't allow them to capitalize on the small amount of damage that was done prior. And now Alliance can reset, and they've successfully won that engagement, and it's just more points for them to work with. It does put them over 100 points in the overall, so I think that should be enough realistically, but it's really tough to say with the amount of points that are still available in these 3 games.
I mean, Unlucky's nearly done 800 damage already in this game. And he's just going to add more numbers in a few seconds as well. Now he does cross that threshold of 800. Moist fire back and say, okay, we're not going to let you have the fun that you want to have. And Moist will have to go through Alliance here, so this is a really difficult push. Moist have kind of left themselves in a situation with 45 seconds left until this zone closes, where their rotation is being held out by Alliance. So this fight looks like it kind of has to happen.
So Moist having a look onto this one. They were pegged back earlier, but maybe they could do some damage here. Let's jump into a listening, see how they're doing.
I do. Where are they going? I don't know.
They were going main, but I think.
What, full story?
Yep. No. I hear.
No, they're close. I got a bat.
I'm gonna EP second here. No, here come my drone bucket, play it, bottom floor.
Play bottom floor together. You guys. Yeah, I'm coming. How long to drone?
It's not gonna be a while, like 10 seconds. We have zone closed though. Alright, we're kind of chilling for now.
I'm sitting on door. Can't drop.
Yeah, they're gonna drop 100%. They're grappling back. We're timing them.
What? No, they're playing our roof. Jimmy?
Oh yeah, they're right there. You're right.
They're gonna look to swing. They're on staircase. Nading it. Knock you.
I'm EMPing in a second here.
You have EMP?
Yep, EMPing now.
Okay. On my door. Path one.
Okay, I killed one. I killed 2.
One. Dead. Nice.
I'm getting a goal.
New team, run to me, run. Run to me, run. Go invis if you have to. Path here.
Comms, give me comms.
So it'll be not Moist who managed to eventually get their way through Alliance. The problem is, here comes the third party. It's KCP on the zip who managed to force Timmy away from the fight to try and survive as a solo.
Yeah, the Pioneers are looking to find points now. I think they've recognized what kind of position they are with the overalls, and if they do want to get into the winners bracket, they need big games now. They need to be looking at how other teams have found success. And sometimes that is looking for third parties, looking for that extra KP. And if they can own the northern side, then of course they will have a chance to move into that circle. Now, speaking of the circle, it is going to be heading a little bit further south, down towards Mirage Etoile. So I'm excited to see how teams are going to play around that one.
One thing to note when we talk about Mirage Etoile, we take a look at the replay that happened inside a landslide here as Olimpo were able to take down E-Xolos LAZER, is that the team that's up on the height of Mirage itself is going to be FURIA. So FURIA continuing to make some really good reads on these zones, find some really good power positions as we jump over now live to the point of view of Olimpo, who just took down E-Xolos LAZER. Falcons, speaking of down, Jin Burton is on his back.
And look at the position that Falcons find themselves in. If they can get back up, they're in a really hot spot right now because the zone does traditionally move this way towards these train tracks, towards these carts and rocks that you can play around. But the question is, will they get the opportunity to get Jen back on his feet? That's the real question, because there are several teams that are trying to push up, and there's an EMP that's also going to be popped.
Well, Zero sticking the res. The smoke goes down as well. He is just about in cover here, Jim Burton. You can see the desperation shots coming over the shoulders, but KCP, they're continuing their little run here. It looks like they are kill hungry in this game, and like you say, it might be a case of we have no other choice to try and force our way up these leaderboards. The second time we've seen them in a team fight, the second time we've seen them be successful. Moist have managed to get back up to a 3 though, thanks to the work that comes in from Timmy. Now we turn our attention back once again to Falcons on the train tracks.
Falcons back up to a full 3, and they can have a chance to actually take this fight as well. Zero's taking a lot of damage, but Hal can answer back, and Hal on the fuse is far more comfortable than he is on the Newcastle as well. If he can lay down that initial damage, get maybe a crack or two, he might just be able to send it with the rest of the squad, and there you go, there's your first knock.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Falcons try and clean this up. They did get the finish though. Onto our team, which means that they don't actually have to play this too aggressively. They can wait, they can bait, knowing that it's only a 2 inside of that train track. And when they retreat, now is the time to strike. And Falcons and Zero doesn't like letting kills get away. He has a little swing at that one, but Falcons realize that position is everything. And look at the zone as well. Like you said, pulling straight on top of Falcons.
They'll be dead center. Their main worry is going to be someone coming from above. GHS could potentially have some height over them, but they do have the ability to smoke themselves off and just avoid any gunfire a little bit later. But right now, they've done the job. As you can see in the kill feed, KCP are at it yet again. They're currently in 30th position, by the way. They are really chasing this top 20 now.
Hal looking for the knuckle clusters down to the low ground. Still knows that there's 2 players who are below him. The mother load's going to be sent in as well, but not any information to be gathered from it. They want these final 2 kills. You can tell that they're trying desperately to get them, and Zero firing down alongside Hal. Valto is down to 1 HP. Kings is pretty weak as well. The question is, do they swing on this? Do they want to try and finish this off right here, right now?
They know they don't need to get desperate for it, and that's the thing. They could just wait for them to walk into their path. GoNext and the Limpo eliminated. Guild have just gone down as well. Now 13 teams here, as this zone is starting to force a few fights on the edges. FaZe Clan, Reject WINNITY, Complexity are all next to each other on the northwest.
Well, look at Moist. Look what they've managed to do. From Timmy being on his own after they ran over Alliance to now in one of the better positions here when it comes to the zone. And you can see that on your map overhead in front of you right now. Look to the right-hand side of that circle. Not Moist in a fantastic position to challenge Team Falcons, who control so much of this zone.
But it is just a death zone everywhere else. Speaking of KCP, they've been on a tear at the moment. 3 kills to their name, and they are looking for more. They're looking to try and press their advantage here, but they won't get too aggressive just yet. They need to heal.
Nade's going to go down. EMP's going to follow up as well. And KCP, who we've seen be on a warpath, might be involved in one final battle here. GHS Professional will go down. Onmu will be credited with one of those knocks, but it's Reject WINNITY who are doing the majority of the damage here, as Pioneers will finally fall. Reject WINNITY will pinch in behind and pick up those KP.
You can see Moist had a little look at it as well. Timmy just waltzed on over and said, maybe we can join in, maybe we can do some damage, but they will re-establish their position on the northeast, because you mentioned it, they're in one of the prime positions now, somehow, some way. It's looking like Not Moist and Falcons in 2 of the best positions, but Reject WINNITY can certainly be a thorn in the side from their spot as well. They can do a lot of damage to Not Moist if they spot them. And an EMP might just give them the information they so desperately require.
Well, to the teams who thought it was going to Mirage, we'll see what they have to do. Mkers are taking to the skies, using that evac tower to try and escape. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see GG, Complexity, and FaZe all picking up knocks. 2 of them will be onto the players who took to the skies there from Mkers, and now FURIA decided it's our time to try and take to the sky as well. This time, a little bit of a different route. It's the zip line up to the balloon and then away, and it's beautifully done here.
All of the teams from the west are moving. This is the high ground I was talking about, because now you can jump down.
They can
and
do
this
Falcons.
is where Falcons are. Falcons need to be careful.
Well, Falcons will survive. SWQ have been eliminated in the meantime, as we find ourselves now inside of our top 10. Falcons trying to zero in on FURIA inside of this truck, no pun intended, but now they're going to swing, and now off the back of the damage, can't quite get that first knock, but Zero, he wants more KP, he wants some kills, he wants these knocks.
Doesn't get it, does go down, but I think enough damage that the rest of the team can maybe help out. But are there other
Newcastle?
teams? Newcastle with the gold shield could be very detrimental though.
Crypto should be dealt with, but he gets the armor swap, and even though he does, it's now all up to Hal. It's a 1v1 inside of the truck. The Newcastle is dealt with, and FURIA will be eliminated as the CEO wins his one.
No one else there to take down the Falcons. They will reset. They will be back up to a full 3. Elsewhere, Reject WINNITY and FaZe Clan are peppering each other right now, both trying to stay alive on this northern side.
FaZe right on the edge of zone here. Inside of that truck, you can see RC firing back at them. FaZe have to force their way in, though, and what a game this could be for FaZe. Coming into this second set of 3 games in this series, they were outside of that top 20. And we mentioned how these 3 games could be massive for them and their hopes of going into that winner side. Well, a big performance here in game number 1 here on World's Edge might give them a little bit of hope. But now Gaimin Gladiators might be pinching behind Falcons, and this train track has become all of a sudden prime real estate.
I mean, the likes of FaZe Clan, 22 points off the current cutoff of 89, so that is very achievable. But of course, we don't think that is going to be the cutoff. Several teams could surpass that, and we might be even further towards the 100s. GG now pressuring Falcons a little bit. If they had nades, if they had utility, could do a lot of damage here to Falcons, but it looks like Falcons are able to stabilize quite successfully.
Falcons will be safe just in one of the corners. Complexity now flying in as well. And they're going to be playing a little bit differently down on this low ground. The motherload will go in. And it's going to be GG who are doing a huge amount of damage here. Kimchi will go down for Complexity. Monsoon will answer back onto Blast. It's a 2v2 for now. The zipline juggles, they're not good enough for either side, and Lou now left on his own.
Lou left on his own to try and pull off a madness. FaZe Clan just got eliminated in 7th position as well, and Mkers just got a respawn, by the way, in the late game. We have 3 teams down here on the south. Falcons maybe can pick up some extra KP, and they will do so as Complexity get eliminated.
Might be another one for them here. Zero through the smoke. Can't quite connect with the final shots, but he's going to drop and swing onto this player to try and take Light out and deal with GG. Falcons pick up yet more kills on their way forward in this game.
And there is a very invisible Mkers player down in the middle of the zone right now. It's not Moist, it's Falcons, and it's 2 members of Mkers. Now, Not Moist and Falcons, remember, last time they went up against each other, Not Moist were able to get a huge points advantage on that first day, on Thursday. They had an amazing start to it, but Falcons fought back towards the end of it. What could they do now in a 3v3 v2? Mkers could maybe make the difference here for one of these squads.
Well, if it does come back down to Not Moist and Falcons, could this be a little bit of a teaser for something we might see later on in this tournament? 2 teams who are hotly tipped as potential players and teams to lift that trophy when we get to the end of our match point finals. Even though it's just a small glimpse of the bigger picture, this might be something we'll talk about going forward, but instead it looks like Falcons wanted to try and deal with a duo, and by trying to do so, they've lost Hal.
They have lost Hal, but there is going to be a gold res that you can work with here. Maybe you can get back up and maybe you have a chance, because that final player from Mkers can still influence this one. Not Moist have not pushed up. They are hesitant. They don't really know what they're going up against right now.
Wolsey's having a little bit of a swing through the smoke, though. He's trying to see what he could do. There's the motherload, though, coming in, and everybody from Falcons and Mkers is trapped in and around it. Timmy up on the high ground. He takes a little bit of damage, tries to get a couple of arc stars in to try and flush those players out from cover.
This is messy at the moment. There's an invisible crypto right between all of this, and Mkers just trying to hope that they can get into top 2. You can see ZYKI there right by the rocks underneath Falcons. But right now, they just both have to focus on each other.
Knuckle Costa goes in from Guild. Zone here is controlled by Falcons, but that Mkers player, the last one alive, ZYKI, could cause so many problems to both of these teams. When you look across the ultimates at the moment, you can see the motherload was expended by Moist and Guild a few moments ago as they thought their moment to try and capitalize and collapse on that fight was in front of them. Instead, Falcons, they've managed to stabilize here. ZYKI's still alive, and you get the feeling maybe he'll have something to say about it as Moist takes so much damage.
Timmy trying to EMP. The EMP could be massive. It does a lot of damage that could just force the push here.
Look at ZYKI. ZYKI's still alive, by the way, as Moist and Falcons are forced to fight. It's going to be Timmy who gets the elimination, and now we have a 3v3 for #1 spot in this game. Falcons will get the first knock here. Jen Burn, big damage coming in from him as well. It's only one player to deal with. Jen in a 1v1 and will win it as Falcons will win the first game of World's Edge.
It had to be a bit methodical. You had to worry about that potential rat and what they could do, but the Falcons, they were patient, they waited. And even though you had the crypto on the side of Not Moist, the EMP wasn't enough. But what maybe was enough was the slight distraction by that crypto. You saw Wolsey turn, finished off the rat. And just that little bit of extra damage going elsewhere maybe gave Falcons the upper hand there in that fight. But it was the positioning right from the train tracks. 16 kills for Falcons, as not only did they find the position, but they fought off everyone who arrived later on. And they didn't overcommit to fights. They would sometimes get a kill and they'd say, all right, we've got the confirmation of said kill. Let's not lose our position. Let's instead wait for them to expose themselves and then we'll take them down.
Something that was so impressive about Falcons' performance then, you mentioned that they held off a lot of teams who were trying to take that position away from them on the tracks. Think of the teams that it was. You had FURIA, one of the teams who have put so many points on the board, who have fought so well. Dealt with GG, who fly in. Dealt with Complexity down on that low ground. Dealt with as well. And then when it comes down to that final fight, let me tell you, if we see a 3v3 between Falcons and Not Moist earlier, or later on in this tournament, I should say, Falcons will feel more confident than Not Moist, knowing what they just did in that final moment.
We know that Falcons just ooze confidence once they start to get going. It's a 28-point game, which sends them into the top 3 of the overalls. But with the 19 points from Not Moist, they are currently first in the overalls. They will surpass Na'Vi. So Na'Vi will definitely not be getting first pick in the POI draft of the winners bracket. But Team Falcons have just posed the question to Not Moist of how far can you stay ahead of us here? We are starting to play catch-up.
Yeah, certainly nothing scarier than knowing that Team Falcons are breathing down your neck. Elsewhere, just looking across some of the scores that we did see come in, GG put a good amount of points on the board as well. Complexity flying into that end zone as well. Decent placement for them as well. We'll take a look at the comparison of our final 2 teams. In that fight, though, number 1 and 2, placement points you can see in front of you, respective to their positions that they finished in first and second. But, I mean, you're looking at both the teams, right? 16 kills for Falcons, 21 assists, by the way, is an absolutely ridiculous indication of how well they were shooting together.
60 points overall after 4 games, but just looking across the entirety of this series results, you look at a few teams that are down in that bottom 20, looking to try and push in. Olimpo are starting to catch up a little bit. Pioneers had a far better game there to give themselves a chance. FaZe Clan sadly didn't have that game that they needed, but there are a few teams that are starting to catch up and make the likes of LG very nervous, who currently hold 20th position on 89 points.
Yeah, GoNext is one of those I'm keeping my eye on as well. They got some decent points on the board in the last few moments, so I'm really excited to see how these final couple of games do turn out. We are in the perfect position, right? Just stood here in front of not only the crowd, but right in front of these monitors to watch it happen live. And you'll be joining us just after this break to see what happens next on World's Edge as we head to match number 5.
The official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Now for the best part. I got power. Come get up. And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna do the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power. Ready for this dance? I lead.
Herman Miller, the official chair sponsor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm coming. Nasty head here. They push us. I'm playing this left side of the rock. They're gonna push me. They're gonna push me here. I'm playing behind. Fuse rock. Good damage. One splash. One really splash. Good damage. Really good damage. In. Take the armor. Stop someone. I'll grab it. Get back up. One. Fuse. One. Fuse it. Fuse one. I'm batting. I'm healing. I cracked down. Nice. Let's go. Full health. One. Let's fucking go, boys.
Welcome back, everybody, and you're joining us at the perfect time here at the Split 2 playoffs. Mannheim, Germany. You can see that the night has come upon us, Dan, and that must mean we're into the business end of the day, and that's exactly where we find ourselves. And one team who is certainly looking to pick business up is Team Falcons. A monster win in that game, the first one on World's Edge, putting them in a fantastic position to put the pressure on Moist right at the top of those leaderboards.
There are the leaderboards that you were speaking about. 168 points overall for Not Moist. They will take first place off of Na'Vi, but Team Falcons are hunting them down, only 17 behind. But that magic number we're currently looking at, 20th position, LG, they're on 89, and there are several teams in 2 games that could certainly surpass them. And will LG be looking at the elimination bracket tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a really scary moment. It's the classic, if you're an LG fan, you are preying on downfalls of everybody in this lobby for now, and the teams who are praying that they're going to get points to overtake them are on your screen right now. These 2 pages, kind of very different stories, right? You're looking at the ones on the other side and you're like, everything's looking good, everything's looking rosy, but this is the chasing pack here, Dan.
Yeah, you've got to look at the likes of Guild, the likes of Olimpo, the likes of Pioneers, FaZe Clan. Can you do enough? Or, if you are LG, you are just hoping that Not Moist and Falcons continue to get to those final circles, continue to mop up all of those points, because there is still a chance that LG could qualify on 89 points, may I add, because looking at those leaderboards, there are a couple of teams that could certainly struggle going into these last 2 matches and may not catch them.
Well, let's have a look at what happens then as we head back to World's Edge here. This is what has happened up until this point, and it has been Team Falcons who have started to show the form that we expected to see from them. NORTHEPTION, they were the winners of match number 1, but 2 and 4 belong to Team Falcons. FURIA sandwiched in between them over on Storm Point with their win, but as match number 5 arrives, we only have 2 more opportunities for these teams to put the points they need on the board to decide if it will be winner's bracket or if it will be the long road of the elimination bracket that they have to go through.
And it will be a long road. If you think about it, if you finish in the bottom 10 here in these overall standings, not only do you get a bad POI draft in the first elimination bracket, if you then qualify into the elimination round 2, you've got to imagine people are going to be dropping from the winner's bracket as well, and you could still get a bad POI draft. And we've seen the influence of the draft and some of these POIs, and some of the most loved POIs, the most decorated POIs, have not been as successful in this tournament. We've instead seen a lot of central POIs been the successful ones.
Yeah, it's been the preparation of a lot of coaches and analysts to work out where POIs are going to be bringing success from for this meta, for the change that we've seen in the last few weeks of the new season. And Falcons seem to be finding that element of success here across both maps. We'll have to see if that does continue now, or if someone else is going to put their name in the hat here to surprise us all and take away game number 5.
Because let's talk about Falcons and their POI draft, right? Throughout regular season, throughout Pro League, they were up at Skyhook West. They would pick it every time they had the opportunity to do so. But coming into this tournament, they switched over to Lava Siphon because they said, we are happy to take the 50-50 with anyone who wants to challenge us. No one has been challenging them, by the way, because that would probably be pretty silly to take a 50-50 when you could arguably pick a better POI in a better location. And that has allowed them to pick a better POI on the side of Storm Point. It's a smart strategy. We saw Nasky do it in the European Pro League as well, the EMEA Pro League, excuse me. So a lot of teams starting to realize now that if you really do heavily commit to one of these 50-50s, you can actually get a brilliant POI on the other map.
Well, let's talk zone. Let's talk where we're going. And it looks like we're going out towards Epicenter and Fragment and Overlook. So out in that open ground, maybe into the no-name village, the respawn village, where you can see that survey beacon awaiting someone to hit it a little bit later on. Very, very interesting zone, Dan. Sometimes we see the height of Epicenter being the best place to play for He, so you can shoot down on all those teams a little bit later in the game who start to stack up in and around Fragment.
Yeah, you're going to get a few teams that will just bank on it being the no-name and will play those buildings. You've got, what, 4 buildings to work with there that will probably be filled up very quickly by those with ring consoles in nearby areas. But then, yes, the high ground is going to be very advantageous. Fragment is also a brilliant place to play if you're just trying to get to the late game, if you're just trying to secure some of those points to either stay in that top 20 or try and get into the top 20 as well. And as we get into match 5 and 6, we might see a couple of teams now take a few more risks and say, okay, we could play it safe, we could go in a building, or what if we do go for that high ground that you speak of? What if we do end up with 10+ kills from that position? Because there are a few teams that have to play that way.
As we look forward to what's happening right now, you can see that Overlook does have a ring console as well, and FaZe have got a long way to go to get to this zone. We'll watch them as they hit the balloons for now. Snatic needs to get to balloon first, and will be able to do so, even though KCP were pressuring him. I just want to quickly go back and look at that last game and the kind of the dichotomy of what we saw from our 2 final teams, right? Falcons got into center zone, got into a great position, held it down. Not Moist's story and journey was very, very different. All the way to Skyhook, where they have to go through Alliance, then Timmy has to res both players, then they make a great rotate in towards that end game. It shows that there's different ways to approach these end games and different ways to approach the game overall here on World's Edge.
And another team we will be focusing on throughout this game is Mkers. I didn't mention them previously, but they're currently only 2 points behind LG. They are the biggest of chasers for this top 20 and could be the ones that confirm LG in that elimination bracket. But 2 points are not guaranteed. We have seen them, a few teams in fact, struggle to find 1 point across 2 games previously in ALGS history. So we'll have to see how Mkers play. If they can find any of the same success that they did in day 1 of this tournament, then they should breeze past that total.
Well, Falcons are looking to play through the Geyser tunnel here. Going to be an Evo Harvester for them to pick up on their way through as well, which is going to boost them up a little bit closer to purple as a squad. But no fights taking place as yet. Everybody is playing pretty zone heavy, but looking for where teams are starting to stack up. Like you said, it looks like No Name Village is going to be where the majority of teams are trying to get to early, and then we are seeing that eastern side of Fragment start to fill up as well. We do see that finish in and around the train car on the tracks as well, which is kind of stuck between the 2 of them, as well as those, of course, 3 bins that open and provide a little bit of cover for teams in that endgame. Interesting if anyone does play the height of Epicenter, though, and tries to overlook all of that.
Curious as to where Falcons play from their position as well. They've played it quite a lot from the vault area. They go to the far eastern side of the vault area, so they can escape via the north side, and they can then redeploy if they would like to from that position as well. We've seen it quite often, as now FURIA looking to try and engage here. Not too much damage, nothing to push on, but you certainly let them know you're there.
GHS Professional is the team on the other side of this fight. And it looks like FURIA have decided that maybe they're just chill here for a little bit. They're going to be completely and utterly safe for quite some time. Nobody really needs to be engaging too heavily at this point. FaZe trying to move their way forward still. This time they're going to be held out once again, and it's going to be KCP, the Pioneers, who continue their little battle. And Cinetic, who found out a few moments ago that KCP didn't even want to let him take a balloon, is now finding that he doesn't really want to let him play the game, as now we see out of nowhere, Team Falcons being caught off guard.
They have very much been caught off guard here, but Jem Burton does answer back. There was still a real opportunity Falcons could win this fight.
What is happening over at Geyser? GG are here as well. They're looking to clean up some of this damage. In the kill feed, you can see that the first knock in the FaZe KCP fight has gone over to KCP. Jem Burton's going to get the finish onto one member of Olimpo. And I mean, this is just complete build-up and traffic. All just rubbing shoulders at the moment in and around Geyser. Everybody wants to play for this vault tunnel.
There's a lot of desperate attempts from teams now to try and find points, try and play for some of the better positions, and you mentioned it, try and get into areas where you can actually get information from said survey beacons, or even get closer to a ring console, as there is one in Geyser here. Right on the edge, there's a ring console to work with, but no one been able to hit it because everyone's contesting it at the moment. Falcons are back up to a full 3 though. Olimpo also up to a 2. As GG maybe arrived at the perfect time for Falcons, because it allowed them to reset.
Yeah, just allowed them the attention to be taken off of them for just a few seconds' time. And by doing so, Falcons will breathe a little bit easier and feel a little bit more comfortable about what they have to do next. GG have backed off to the backside of Geyser for now, so not too much distance to have to worry about having to close for either of these teams as they were to fight. GG are going to maybe look to still mirror this rotation from Falcons. This is a kind of interesting mini-game that's going on right now.
Worth noting as well, Gaimin Gladiators only 10 points behind Falcons in the overalls, right? They are still in contention for getting first place in the overalls here and playing for that ideal POI draft, as FaZe Clan will get back up to a full 3 to keep their chances alive of getting into that winner's bracket as well. It has to be a good match 5 here. They can't afford to go into match 6 needing more than 20+ points.
I mean, by the way, I just want to talk about FaZe as well, because FaZe and Pioneers are playing their own game at the moment, and this is the respawns coming in. Who's there to try and calm down as they respawn? It's Pioneers. They want to try and kill them as many times as possible during this game. For now, it looks like FaZe will survive, but KCP are not letting them get away with anything.
I mean, this is smart from Pioneers, right? You kill 2 of them, you watch where they're going to be running back to, and then you try and kill them again. It is more points that are available for you, as NORTHEPTION have just lost 2 in the kill feed. But FaZe are going to have to back off from this once more.
They're sending it on them. I respect this from KCP. FaZe are going to be furious. Absolutely furious. And once again, it's going to be Nags who gets taken down, beaten to death here by Gent. And it's just going to be more points for KCP.
Pioneers push themselves up to 27th now. They are about 20 points shy of the chance to make sure they qualify. Complexity also under a little bit of duress right now.
Good damage coming in from them, and it's going to be 2 players who are left alive on the outside of this building. So Complexity will be pretty safe. They have the Gen in the corner as well. But now they're being approached by a new challenger. Great shots coming in here from Kimchi. Manages to get that knock, but Monsoon has gone down as well. Lou wants to get that knock, get that finish, and now snaps behind the bar and keeps Complexity on their feet.
So Complexity will have Fragment. But elsewhere in Fragment, Mkers are slowly arriving, by the way, and they will be watching this kill feed with keen eyes. Do they get into the top 15? Do they secure 1 more point and get closer to that cutoff of 89? As they are playing the slow game. A team that's not playing the slow game, it's Pioneers who's back on board.
Wouldn't surprise me if this was FaZe for some reason. It is still FaZe, and a little dance coming in from Deeds. FaZe fans look away now.
The big man can move.
Let's reposition there.
Just a note, by the way, that Falcons lost one a few moments ago as well. So Falcons now down to 2 momentarily. Although a lot of their heavy lifting has been done in that previous game. Pioneers still chasing down. I don't even know who this probably FaZe. It is actually the last. By the way, I will say, I'm not a betting man, but if FaZe somehow win this game by killing KCP, it would be remarkable. However, Falcons, they're not going to be winning this one. It won't be back-to-back for them. They will be out as we have 18 squads now remaining.
A few jeers in the crowd, but a few cheers as well, it has to be said. They might be some of the most loved, but also some of the most hated. And it's quite divided here in the audience, but certainly now that opens things up, the likes of Not Moist can really look at that and say, we can surpass them, we can just stay at the top here, and we can really create a gap going into match 6 here.
FaZe still alive, by the way. Pioneers, I can see it happening. Anyway, we'll come back to that if it does happen. Look at where the zone is going. It's going a little bit more north than what everybody thought. You can see all the teams who went over to the no-name village will now have to leave, essentially. We also see a very, very sneaky member hidden in camo, doing a little bit of inspection of the pipes. It is your friendly neighborhood plumber.
We go into drone cam, and what do you see? Anything that you can work with here? And can you get your teammates back up and into the game? By the way, I did say when we were on that map there, Mkers have actually found themselves up in the northern side. I mean, there is a real opportunity. They push themselves into the top 20 in this game, which would confirm LG in the elimination bracket. And I think Mkers will be very nervy because they know what they need to do. All of the players have a screen that before the game shows them the overall standings. They know exactly how much they need going into the next game to get into said top 20. Madness. As FURIA, well, they already know they're going to be in that top 20. For them, it's about trying to get even higher for that draft. They're currently in 5th in the overall.
I mean, look at the damage coming in from Madness. At 2 to 4, every single little bit of distance that he can squeeze out of this scope is being used right now. And when it matters most, he can't quite connect. But Dexter looks like he might be last alive. It was a combination of Alliance and FURIA who did the damage, but Dexter is still alive.
Mkers, who need 2 points. To push themselves into the top 20.
By the way, because you did say 2 points is hard to find.
It can be hard to find sometimes when you know you only need a couple, but that still wouldn't necessarily be enough with a lot of teams still chasing you in that bottom 20. But it could be even harder going into match 6 if Mkers don't rescue something here. But you mentioned it, still one alive.
Look at the position here from Lou, by the way. He's playing up on the balcony, up on the window. Complexity have seen this shift away of the zone. You've got to be careful, though, because one thing is you can look in the windows, but you can also find out very quickly that the team inside can look out. Complexity will survive for now, trying to be aggressive, trying to look for KP by just poking through and seeing if they can get a cheeky, sneaky little knock, but not going to happen there. It's Gaimin Gladiators who are in the building alongside them, and if I'm not mistaken, Kimchi's going to jump into drone cam himself and see if he can create an opening or maybe get a little bit of info of where they want to go next.
Complexity 9th in the overalls right now, but they're only 9 points behind 5th, right? Behind 4th even. That's how close this is between 4th and top 10. And that could be the difference between one of the better POIs. As now FaZe are back in the game. And you maybe have called that one as well, but now it's going to be GoNext taking a fight.
GoNext. Slab is swinging. Slab is knocking bodies down. That's going to be SWQ eliminated. And GoNext Esports have lost Kashira, and the zone might take the rest of them down as well. Shots come in from distance from Kings. That's going to put Slab on his back. Last player going to be eliminated as well, and that is bad news for GoNext Esports. They were one of those teams who were chasing down that top 20 and won't be able to put more points on the board in this game.
Good news for Olimpo, though. They are getting closer and closer to the chasing pack, but now they've just lost one and they might lose more on this way. There is 3 teams on this eastern side all moving at the same time. Not Moist, Guild, even STRIDERZ are here as well, but Not Moist are looking over all of this. There's even Liquid Alienware also joining in on the fun from the southern side.
Jaguars with the Rampage in his hands, gun shield on it as well. STRIDERZ eliminated in the meantime. Another team who are desperate for points at this point in the tournament will find themselves looking to game 6. Liquid Alienware going to be able to get that res inside of the building after the frag grenade did the damage. Back to Fragment though, you can see Complexity still looking for KP. They want to clear down everybody here. Olympio have been eliminated thanks to Walsey and Moist, so they're not going to pick up any points either.
Complexity have to move in a minute, but they can plan, they can assess. They're a little bit worried about these teams that are south of them because there are quite a few of them. Let's work out how Complexity are going to think about planning this one with a listener.
And try to kill this guy on Mark?
Yeah, they're on blues, they're on blues.
Okay, I'm gonna have to smoke that. We're gonna have to go at like 5 seconds and go here, okay? Okay. Smoke here, once here, and then once there, I think.
These guys are smoking into green, I think.
Okay, that's fine.
They're fighting in green or some shit.
We need to pressure this team on Mark, to be honest. Because if this team on, they might pile up on our left, and then if this team walks out, we have to kill them and play forward for kills on low ground here. Okay?
Yeah.
We might be able to just cross too, okay? We're gonna do it at like on zone close, basically.
Okay.
These guys are getting held from
What
here.
about this?
Like,
Where's this team? Where's this team, Ken?
I'm looking right now.
They're not in there, huh?
No, they're there.
Okay, they're there.
One, at least one. Just one. Crypto. I don't know where his teammates are.
These guys are distract. This is an evac right here, man.
Okay, get ready.
The fuck?
Yeah, let's walk forward now. Walk forward now.
Okay.
Crack this guy inside cart behind us.
Play on me, sample me,
yeah,
sample
play
me.
in this cubby. Play in this cubby. Get ready to walk forward.
These guys are evac right here.
There's an armor note on me. Yeah, they're going up there. One died. Look back, look back.
I'm looking back, I'm looking back.
One is killing that crypto. One is killing that crypto. Careful of that.
Got it.
Nice, good kill.
Another one blue.
We're gonna walk
Cross
forward.
down. There's a duo on our right on blue.
Okay, can we... They're
Duo over
on
here.
mark, they're on mark. I'm gonna have to bangle this.
Yeah. On hill, mine.
Yeah, I know. I smoked in the bangle.
I gotta bet. I have to bet.
We have to back up.
Okay, you can try. I'm nading the fuck out of them. They're getting shot, they're sliding down. We need to walk forward on me, guys.
Maybe?
Hurt. I'm trying to dodge this with blue.
Walk forward on me on low ground, please.
Yeah, I'm coming to you. I'm stunned right now.
I'm safe in me.
I'm dead.
I'm just dead. I'm dead.
Fuck.
On your low ground left here.
You probably have to kill this, but I don't know how. They're in, man.
Jack WINNITY are gone. FaZe kind of just gone as well, so we won't see that crazy ending that I was trying to make happen. And instead, KCP will still be in a position to maybe involved in this endgame. Liquid Alienware have gone as well, as Pioneers now take the high ground. And look at that zone. They are in a great spot here.
You know who else got eliminated? Mkers. Still 1 point behind LG, as LG still holding on. And there's still a chance for a tiebreaker there, by the way, but of course, the likes of Pioneers still have the chance to surpass them as well. They're up into the top 9 here, and they have achieved a good amount of kills. And Not Moist start to get aggressive. There is going to be a shield to work against, though.
Newcastle trying to dance, but unfortunately, we've already seen that once from KCP. It usually looks good, but this one, a couple of missteps. Guild will get a knock himself. Complexity were eliminated in the meantime as we find ourselves now inside of that top 10. 9 squads still remaining, and Moist have a chance here to extend that lead at the top if they can convert.
Yeah, they really can just create a gap between themselves
Guild's
and
gone down.
Falcons, but Guild has fallen. Is there a chance that E-Xolos LAZER can actually do something here in a 2 vs 1? Oh, still an opportunity, but no. Not Moist are okay. There is still a single member from Guild that can maybe disrupt things, though. And this is a real chance for Guild to get some points.
I mean, Legacy could also ruin the game here for Moist as well. Elsewhere, inside of the zone, now is the Alliance. Put the castle wall down, draw up those defenses, but Tyler will go down as Tyler will fire back with his Mastiff.
Alliance have 2 left. Hackers will try and get a bat off, as will Unlucky. They need cover, though, but they've been able to find it just through natural resources, and they go for the revive. Will GG allow this? It looks like yes.
Gold Knock is going to be there. Walsey will fire back, and Legacy won't be able to ruin Moist's day because instead Walsey's going to ruin theirs. Alliance will be able to reset here. 7 squads now remaining. And Unlucky, who might be in contention for an MVP conversation after today. He's looking to continue with his form. GG as well, still inside of this final zone. They've got the castle wall down. They've got NORTHEPTION to deal with.
GG have NORTHEPTION on one side, Alliance on the other. They are very much stuck in the middle right now. And Unlucky's just waiting for them to poke out and show anything that he can shoot. Alliance will be fine here, and they don't have to worry, don't have to get too aggressive, but the circle is going to pull to the other side of the lava, so they do need to have a game plan.
KCP still being pressured by GHS down on the low ground. The bandanaed man on your screen right now, Onmu. Trying to control as much space as he can. Deeds might have just got some timing on this fight, though. Doesn't want to overpeak. He's waiting for that shield to go forward, but in the meantime, unfortunately for KCP, Onmu has gone down thanks to a triple take from distance coming in from Tyder.
Pioneers need 13 points to surpass LG in 20th place. I mean, it would be a very Pioneers way to do it, wouldn't it? If you consider how they went from Challengers Circuit to then getting to LAN, and maybe they could get to Winners Bracket in these next 2 games. As now FURIA begin to push, but GHS from behind.
I think Madness was just trying to survive as a solo there, unfortunately for him. The grenade just blew him out of that cover, and Pioneers will be eliminated. And here come Not Moist again. Unlucky, firing blind into these bodies, finding more. Unlucky, just looking to kill everybody in front of him.
Alliance looking to try and send themselves into the top 10 as GG and FURIA eliminated. 4 now remain. Alliance on full reds, and they are seeing red right now as they are happy to push everything and anything.
Alliance the Akimbos. It's not just the Mozambiques. You got the P20s in the hands of Hackett's as well. But GHS, from that low ground, have now managed to climb their way up themselves.
Maybe this could be a game to give GHS a chance to push themselves closer to that top 20 as well. They're certainly in the conversation right now. A win here would be everything going into match number 6. But they still have a lot to do. NORTHEPTION eliminated. Not Moist and Alliance are standing between GHS and a decent amount of points. But again, it is Not Moist in a final circle.
Gil's gonna fly in. He's gonna get that first knock as well. One tap, he goes down. But there go the missiles as well, and Waltzy will fall. And all of a sudden, Not Moist have got to try and stabilize here, trying to wait out that bang ult, but they're not going to be able to get him back up. And it's Alliance who come from the high ground, from the low ground. It doesn't matter what they got to do because everything seems so simple in those final moments for Alliance. Any instructions you put in front of them, they were going to complete. Alliance with a big, big win here in Game 5.
Alliance send themselves up into 12th place. Still with a match to play, still with a chance to fight towards that top 10, if not even further. They could even be looking at the dizzy heights of a top 5 if they find another victory, which again would give them that chance of getting a better POI draft. They're doing it for the fans, they're doing it for effect, and you've got to give a shout to Tyler because he has stepped up for this team when they needed him most.
Boy, has he. Everybody on Alliance is looking good, and the more that these players play together, you only predict that they are going to look stronger and stronger. 11 kills in match number 5 for Alliance. Alongside that first place means a big point total for them. But Not Moist again, you have to say, involved in that end game, and that's going to be good for them when it comes to those leaderboards.
And once more, it's the teams that are already in the winners bracket, guaranteed, that are mopping up these points. LG still 1 point ahead in 20th position over Mkers. Pioneers, 12 points behind LG. They are the 2 teams that are closest to try and overtake LG and get into that winners bracket. There is still a chance that LG could make it.
This is your match 5 results from groups B and C. Alliance on top of the pile when it comes to the placement points, but Not Moist. Even though they didn't win the game, they got 16 kills in that game as a squad, which gives them the biggest point total in the lobby of 25.
Most likely secures Not Moist first in that POI draft in the winners bracket as well, because they've created such a gap now between themselves and Falcons. We would have to see an insane game from Team Falcons and Not Moist to be eliminated right at the very beginning. The 2 points from Falcons definitely hurt them with that chance, but it's all about Alliance. 4k damage, 11 kills, job done for them as they start to chase now the top 10.
Someone stand out to me on those leaderboards, though, is Waltzy. 2.7k damage in comparison. I mean, look at the Alliance numbers. They get the win, of course, but big damage numbers coming in from the Aussie. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting like he does out of game as well. These are the series results. These are how things look after 5 games are played. Team Falcons still in first place with 62 points. Alliance just behind them, but that performance from Not Moist puts them up into 3rd.
So Not Moist up into 3rd in the series, but up into 1st in the overall standings. But there are a few teams still chasing. For GHS Professional, actually a top 3 there puts them at least within a chance in the last game of reaching the top 20, albeit would have to be a victory plus around 12 or 13 kills. Still doable. We've seen it happen for a lot of teams so far this tournament, but just giving yourself a chance is what you need going into match 6. Just having that bit of hope, but of course, pushing themselves further in the overall leaderboards for a better chance at a POI draft if they were to be in the elimination bracket as well.
Well, you say the word hope. There is still hope because there is one more game to come today before we'll find out who is going to be our qualifying teams and who is going to be going into that winner side and who's going to be going into that elimination side. We'll find out who those teams are going to be when match 6 takes place in just a few minutes.
Nuke the helmet. It's a do.
Lost the squad. We just hit the whole lockdown.
Take the helmet. So you
I'm good. I have it.
Okay.
They're fighting each other. Get ready.
Okay.
I'm going
left. It's double bango. I'm peeking right above Teller. You should come left. Yeah. Wait bango.
I got some.
One left. I'm climbing up. What's one? He died. Yeah, 4 left. I'm left. I killed right.
Last one. Left. Someone
left.
left.
I'm coming.
Me. One dead.
I'm coming.
One. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, and you join us with one game remaining in the day. And this game will decide which teams will go into that winner's side of the bracket tomorrow and which teams will start the long road of the elimination bracket run to get back with a chance to get to the match point finals. Alliance, the team in front of you, they managed to close out game number 5. But really, it's the talk of the team that's not playing in this lobby right now, which is the talk of the town. We're talking about LG.
LG at the moment in 20th place on 89 points, but they are followed very closely by Mkers, who are playing 1 point behind them. Now, I mentioned the screens that the players have, that little tablet on their desk will tell them the overall standings. It will tell them how much they have to do to get into that winner's bracket or to get further into their POI draft in the elimination bracket if you can't quite reach that top 20. Mkers know 2 points is all they need, and they should be in the winner's bracket unless Pioneers were to surpass them as well. And then a team like HAL, who's currently on 95 points, they might be sweating as well, because there is a chance that they could also drop down if both Pioneers and Mkers have big games here.
I will also say you should be sweating as well, because you said that thing where it's like, oh, 2 points can be hard to find. We're in game 6, they still...
Well, they got one of them.
You might have an angry mob chasing you out of the building, that's all I'm saying. But it sets us up perfectly, right? You can see what's happened so far to lead us to this match number 6. Alliance with the win in that previous game on World's Edge. Been so impressed with Alliance, by the way. I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it. Playing with, of course, Tyler coming over, filling in for Effect. Falcons with 2 wins in the series. NORTHEPTION gave themselves a chance in match number 1, but have kind of fallen away after that. And FURIA, of course, in the middle there with the final win on Storm Point. But match number 6, I mean, let's talk expectations here. Let's talk teams who are in the chasing pack who have a chance at making that top 20 down, because there is so much pressure on this final game.
Mkers 1 point behind 20th. Pioneers are going to be 12 points behind 20th. Guild are going to be 16 points, behind 20th as well. Those are the 3 teams we'll keep an eye on. Olimpo also within a shout as well. They are in touching distance. So those 4 teams, will have the opportunity to get into the winners bracket if they have a good game. If you're Mkers, you actually need a very average game, but we have already seen it's difficult to get those couple of points that you desperately require.
Well, here we go then, everybody. For the final time today, we are back on World's Edge and back into the action. Alliance the winners in the previous game, but those 4 teams that you mentioned, Dan, are really the ones to keep your eyes on. They are the ones who are looking to qualify, but also we need to keep our eyes on the top of the leaderboards because that POI draft is going to be so important going into that winner's side. If you manage to take first place away, you manage to jump up into second, wherever it's going to be, it means you're going to be able to pick a little bit earlier for your POI.
I mean, there's only 16 points between 3rd and 9th at the moment in the overall standing, so it is going to be shifting a lot with where you pick and what draft position you're going to have in that winner's bracket, depending on what happens in this game. Now, Alliance have done enough to secure themselves in the winner's bracket. We know that, but they're currently in 12th in the overalls. They want to be further up. They want a better pick in that POI draft, and that can very much be achieved with another win.
Well, let's talk about zone. Let's talk about where the game is pretending, or so should I say predicting? It's getting late. To end here. It's going to be going over pretty similar to what we actually saw a little bit earlier. Maybe those tracks that we saw Falcons take the win in game number 4 are going to be hotly contested once more.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be moving very quickly towards the areas like Mirage Etoile, like those train tracks that you speak of. You can even play the Northern Rocks and the truck that is just by them as well. But it depends who has a ring console for the early moving. FURIA down at Thermal Station, they'll have one to work with. You can see it staging. There's one for Reject WINNITY as well, and NORTHEPTION also have one at Mirage Etoile. But of course, I've just mentioned 3 teams that are playing for 3 entirely different things at this point, whether it be a higher place in the POI draft in the winners bracket, in the elimination bracket, or even trying to get closer to actually qualifying into said winners bracket.
Well, Mkers down at launch site, they're the team that are closest to sending LG essentially out of the winner's side of the bracket down to the elimination one. They've got quite the journey to make. They do have ring console though, so they're going to have to keep an eye on where they need to go, but they're going to have to go through Complexity, who are fighting extremely well. By the way, I want to give a shout out to Lou. I think Lou is an absolute superstar and has become better and better as the weeks have gone past and the more time that he's put into the change of input onto controller. I think he's been an absolute animal this split, and he's showing it here as well for Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity in the 8th position right now, but as we mentioned, they could really jump up that leaderboard with a good game here. As we focus a little bit on KCP, they are one of the chasing packs, but it's Team Falcons who are having a little scrap at the moment with E-Xolos LAZER. Now, E-Xolos have not performed as well as they had done in previous games here. They've been a little bit lackluster, and maybe Team Falcons can take advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like Jim Burton's already going to break some shields, and he might be about to break some hearts, because Falcons are collapsing onto them at the moment. Good damage being done. Zero just needs to escape, stay alive, and the help will surely come in. They've done the majority of the heavy lifting here, which is getting that first knock. Now it's just about finishing things off.
Can Falcons catch Not Moist? It would have to be close to a record-breaking game if they were to be completely honest. As E-Xolos LAZER look to try and escape, and maybe they'll get one on the way, but it looks like Hal doesn't want that to happen. He's very much on the hunt right now.
Guitar is swinging on the fuse. Knuckle clusters to go out as well, and Zero certainly doesn't want this player to get away as he's going to evac on him. That's going to be the end of it, even though he makes it look a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. He'll finally hit the shots that matter, and that'll be E-Xolos LAZER eliminated first in our game number 6, and 3 points, maybe on the way to a record-breaking game, as you kind of hinted at, maybe, for Falcons to get them on their journey.
I mean, it does now open things up, as E-Xolos LAZER were in 6th place just before they died there, so teams that are below them, like Complexity, for example, can surpass them quite comfortably if they have a good game here and get themselves a better position in that POI draft. Now, in terms of STRIDERZ and where they want to go from here, they might run into a couple of other teams as we follow Pioneers just circling around, maybe trying to be sharks in the water here to see if they can get some kills.
STRIDERZ is going to be backing off of this fight, it looks like, for now. Although, maybe they're actually going to just be playing Grandmas for a little bit longer and just trying to reposition to get some height over KCP. KCP have seen this now, and they've decided that they don't want none. They're going to be escaping and just scurrying away and continuing on their rotation. We'll take a look in at Falcons again here as they go down to that low ground. But it's the Lions who are fighting right now, and Unlucky is not, for the first time today, not for the first time in this tournament, going to get that opening knock.
And not only an opening knock, but it will be a guaranteed kill and a guaranteed wipe. X and Y will be in the elimination bracket, confirmed. I mean, it was already there. They wouldn't have been able to get enough points for the winners bracket, but they're probably going to be starting from last place, so they will have a tough POI draft in that elimination bracket as well. As for Alliance, though, it's one step closer to getting further to that top 10, if not even further into the top 5.
Well, Falcons have managed to crack into the vault here, and they're going to find a little bit of loot to play with. Gold bag is always nice. Always means as well that Hal's going to be able to carry even more grenades. Not that he needs it, playing Fuse. And already up to 2 purples and a blue are Falcons, but a long way away from the action. The team that's kind of closest to them at the moment, there isn't really many teams closest to them at the moment. Gaimin Gladiators, I'd say, are on the other side of Lava Siphon, which is why they can pretty freely rotate back towards that zone. But down over at Thermal Station, this is the team with probably the most pressure on their shoulders in this lobby. It's Mkers, the team who are so close, but also so far.
Yeah, they only needed 2 points in the previous game, but they were only able to achieve 1. And now they're only 1 point behind LG. They're down at Thermal. They'll be able to rotate comfortably, but I wonder how they try and play this one, right? Do they try and just go for placement points? If you get into the top 10, 0 kills, it's job done. Top 15, you are then tied with LG, but then you go down to tiebreakers. So they'll have to be looking at,
Don't make me do those.
How is the tiebreaker going to be won for them? But they should know exactly what they need. As now Gaimin Gladiators are the closest team to Mkers. As we look back to Alliance, who are now starting to move on in to maybe taking another fight.
I mean, Alliance looks so confident in every single fight at the moment. Unlucky once again gets an opening knock. This time it's going to be thanks to the Nemesis. Tyler's only got the 1 Mozambique. He's showing that you can get it done with just the 1. This is ultimate confidence. Almost disrespect to run around with 1.
I mean, Alliance are just getting more and more confident as they go on. They had a really hot start to this tournament, dropped off a little bit, and it seems they locked in, they focused, and they're finding their footing once more as Guild Esports respawning. Remember, Guild Esports still in that chasing pack as well, still with a chance to get into that winner's bracket, but they still have a lifeline. Not literally, though, don't have the legend.
So for Alliance, it's just patrolling around the north side of this zone for now, trying to clear this side out, looking for the extra KP that they can try and secure. They know they've got 1 member alive from SRZ to try and take care of, and when Unlucky and Tyler have got the sense, it usually means they're going to find you pretty quickly. A little cheeky smile from Unlucky means that he knows that was a nice little bit of a spidey sense coming in there to take down that final player.
Unlucky and Tyler are barking again, and Hack is just letting him off leash at this point. He doesn't care, doesn't need to rein him in right now, because they are having a time in their lives now. Falcons starting to join in with a fight here as well. You can see Motherlode's gone down. They've been able to get knocks with the help of KCP.
I'll get up to purple as well. KCP on the other side of this fight. Falcons trying to pinch these 2 teams at the moment, but KCP have managed to stabilize extremely well, which means they'll be able to hold off Falcons and certainly exchange fire with them. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see Nags has just finished off Legacy from Guild. So more points for FaZe, and even though it's a distant chance for them, they need to get some KP early to give themselves at least a little bit of hope here. But SWQ, just the 1 player alive. Would it be a crypto by any chance? Side of that building? What do you reckon? Where's your odds?
Highly likely. I'll give you your answer. Yes.
Yeah.
As soon as you run past it, you know it's a yes. And maybe trying to stay alive. Elsewhere on the minimap, I am noticing that Mkers are doing very well to stop Gaimin Gladiators from pushing them, by the way. They are desperately just trying to stay alive on the southwest of the map. As there is that crypto that you were talking about. But shh, don't let him know where he is. Certainly nervy times for a lot of teams. Pioneers being one of them. They're now 11 points behind 20th position.
They're going back in for a hunt.
Get your nose to the ground. What does the crypto smell like?
That's a question for everyone at home. I refuse to answer that on broadcast. Well, there's a drone, which means that they're going to get maybe information of where someone is. KCP, I think they're just giving up on this. They're just like, you know what?
I mean, that 1 extra kill could be everything, right, towards the end, but STRIDERZ will be respawning. So it is going to be job done, and they'll be back up on their feet. Elsewhere, Mkers are going to hold on the southwest of the map. The likes of Complexity and Furia are close by to them as GHS Professional get eliminated in 18th, so they will be guaranteed to be in the elimination bracket as well. As Alliance continue on their journey as we check in with Not Moist.
Not Moist, of course, who are looking to hold first place in the overalls, get their first pick when it comes to the POI draft in that winner's side of the bracket. But Waltzy has gone down. The Arc Star from Kishera is good. And now it's up to Timmy and Gil to try and clutch a 2v3 scenario. little bit of blind fire through the smoke, a little bit of damage being done. Timmy's trying to get the drone down to see if he can activate that EMP. And oh my, oh my, oh my! The 2v3. Well, it will happen. A little bit of help coming in from Falcons as well will keep them alive. But it does mean that Not Moist will keep going in this game.
Eliminates GoNext Esports as well, which is another confirmation of them in the elimination bracket. They were currently in 30th position, so kind of in the mid-table in terms of POI draft, but a few teams that could overtake them.
Oh, look at
Guild
Jen.
Esports respawning
Jen
yet
Burton's
again.
gonna run.
KCP are sending it.
Jen Burton, I think, just saw that at the last second. The zip towards the height almost caught him off guard. Jen's going to fly forward, and they are going to take the high ground away from Jen Burton. So Jen Burton realizing that he had to give that up because 3 players were zipping towards them, and now all of a sudden Falcons are a little bit split. Falcons look a little bit discombobulated, as Not Moist will also get the respawn onto Waltzy. So even though they stayed alive, now they can play this game out as a 3.
15 squads remain. That means 1 point gained, by the way, for Mkers, who will be tied with LG right now. Elsewhere, Pioneers looking to try and chase LG down as well. Jen sending it right now. Has the Mastiff to work with.
Jen trying to chase him down. Falcons just down to 1. The wiggle's being given, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The flash damage gives the indication that this game and this series will be done for Team Falcons.
So Mkers find themselves on 89, tied with LG. We'll get confirmation of tiebreakers if it stays like that, but with Pioneers and the way they're going, maybe they can catch them as well. Here is said Mkers. And they've gone deep into the zone here, but they have run into complexity, and now they have to completely U-turn.
I mean, this is scary moments! Scary, scary moments! Especially when you feel those charge rifle shots hitting like that. Dexter has to pop the syringe, and now the zone becomes a problem for them as well. Now the inventory, the meds become a problem for them. And even though they are so close, 1 point away, Dan, that point is evading them. But they have managed to survive by the looks of things.
And the worry is for Mkers is, you know, even if they get that 1 point, right? Even if they get into that top 20, guaranteed, no tiebreakers to worry about, Pioneers are only 6 points behind them. And Pioneers, with the way they've been playing, so successfully pushing as a unit, you'd expect them to get more kills here in this game. And again, that's where Hal might start to worry. 95 points they're on at the moment, and they're probably starting to bite their fingernails a little bit as KCP. It was Falcons who they previously had gone up against, but now it's Not Moist on the other side.
STRIDERZ eliminated. Onu has to drop down for just a second here to pop that battery as he took a little bit of damage on his way up that zip. His 2 teammates from Pioneers have managed to re-establish themselves over a landslide here, up on that high ground. Guild have lost 1 as well, thanks to the damage coming in from the ring, but Moist, look at them just on the outside. Having to walk their way forward in a few seconds, they'll find themselves, but they're going to have to deal with Pioneers up on that high ground. It's a tough rotate for Not Moist.
Oh, for Mkers as well. There's a lot of damage coming in. 20th position at the moment.
Oh, no!
But they could be heading out.
Oh, Zicky's on his own. He tries to go invincible. Oh, Mkers are gone. Mkers are gone. They only needed 1 point. And LG fans will be celebrating like they've never celebrated before.
Well, maybe. I mean, there's still a tiebreaker that could happen. Of course, we'll get confirmation from that if we need it. Now, FaZe Clan, they just got eliminated. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket. But Pioneers, they're still searching for points. They're still on the hunt, but they might be running out of luck as well.
Jen's the last alive. Pioneers eliminated as well. We're down to 10 squads. And like you say, maybe their luck just ran out as they were trying to find those KP. Waltzy looking to add more damage and more kills to his total, but now finds himself as a solo alive here on the Bangalore. 2 teammates are down. It's NORTHEPTION who are holding them out.
So now we have to turn to a couple of other teams to maybe try and break into the top 20. Getting confirmation as well that Mkers, even though they are tied with LG, they will surpass them on tiebreakers. So as it stands, Mkers in 20th place, qualifying for winners bracket. But there is still a chance that they could be caught as well. Guild's still alive. Olimpo's still alive. 2 teams who are chasing that top 20, and Guild have just respawned back to a full 3.
And respawning late in the game sometimes can be a little bit of a blessing with so many teams close to each other. The attention gets taken away. FURIA and Alliance now starting to engage a little bit. Madness inside of the train cart. Outside of it, you can see Keon just playing that angle. Tyler trying to be aggressive, trying to push up, has to use the smoke to retreat, but he's got a little bit of help coming in from teammates to try and keep him alive. Unlucky couldn't hit the shots to keep him from going down, but they should be able to get a res. Liquid Alienware, they've been eliminated, and now Unlucky, he's going to get chased down by all of FURIA here. They were kill hungry. They want to finish off Alliance.
So many of our top teams are feeling themselves in the moment, playing some of their very best Apex. As we say, another team eliminated. SWQ are going down. Not Moist might fall next. They're taking a lot of damage from the ring here.
Whilst he's still on his own, but it is going to be surely the end of his game. He slides towards zone, but he's not going to be able to get into it. Top 6 this time for Not Moist.
And I tell you what, Onset and the entire Apex community, Guild and Olimpo, both still alive. Guild currently 7 points behind Mkers. Olimpo are going to be a little bit further. They're 12 points behind, but again, a win here changes everything. As earlier, Mkers were the ones making LG bite their nails, but now suddenly they have to watch on, holding that position in the winner's bracket. Can they be caught? Guild are on the far northeast here, and actually in a really good position for this late game. For the side of Olimpo, they are on the southeast. Again, they could push into this zone quite late and maybe mop up some kills.
Yeah, Guild are actually wrapping to the north side of the zone at the moment, and they pretty much have control of it. Gaimin Gladiators are going to look to climb up behind NORTHEPTION here, who are a little bit further away from them than they maybe had thought. FURIA still inside of that train cart themselves. But you're looking at where the teams are stacking up here, Dan, and Guild have an opportunity. They have a real chance here, as everyone is essentially approaching from the south side but them.
Is some heavy hitters still in the lobby, though. FURIA and Gaimin Gladiators still alive, and we've seen how successful they can be in some of these final circles, and we're about to find out how this final circle is going to look after round 5 closes right about now. Olimpo have to move from the south side. Gaimin Gladiators and NORTHEPTION are going to be above one another. And then FURIA are on that left-hand side, that west side, holding the truck that we saw Falcons hold earlier with their victory.
GG have managed to get up to that high ground. FURIA trying to hold them off, but Keon has to give up that height. As Blast is having a little poke now, and having given up that height, there might be angles that FURIA have to worry about. Blast gonna live up to his name here, and Lufka's gonna get a knock onto Olimpo down on that low ground, so that makes things very interesting.
Yeah, Olimpo, if they go down here, they'd be guaranteed in the elimination bracket. You see Lufka, Castle Wall comes out, but Guild Esports, they are on the hunt. They are still alive. They're on this northeast side that I was talking about, and they have great positioning here.
Trying to sweep in onto Olimpo as well, down on that low ground. One more player left for them to deal with here by the looks of things. And Olimpo will be eliminated. FURIA also go down. Oh my! NORTHEPTION now, they're wrapping in, down on that low ground to try and deal with the remaining members of Guild. But Alliance, while all of this are going down, will respawn. Guild have been eliminated.
Guild eliminated. That's massive news for Mkers, and may just solidify them in the winner's bracket. Looking at the other teams, they do. But now it's a chance to send yourself further into the winner's bracket for the likes of GG, the likes of Alliance. Get a better POI draft here, but Tyler's just gone down. GG on the hunt.
GG looking to close out and maybe cement their name as one that's talked about. When we get to that winner's bracket tomorrow, more kills coming in for them. 2 members of NORTHEPTION will find themselves on their back. And at this point, it feels like this is a victory lap for GG.
And GG can send themselves up into the top 2. In fact, they already have surpassed Na'Vi. As now GG will go into that POI draft with their second best pick as NORTHEPTION fall. And now it's GG versus the remainder of Alliance.
Alliance, just one alive to find. It's going to be Hackis. But this is just the victory lap for GG, and what a performance it has been from these 3 gentlemen. Blast, we saw the video a little bit earlier, talking about what he's had to overcome. And now he's going to find himself inside of the top 2 when it comes to the end of play.
They don't have an EMP to actually scout out where this crypto is. Hackis,
if this happens, by the way.
Hackis is pandering to the Alliance fans right now as he knows the inevitable that's going to happen here, and you can see it on his face.
That's brilliant.
The drone does not take damage in the zone, may I add. So he can stay in this drone and he can force GG to go on a hunt. It's hide and seek time, but well, what a game it was, and let's talk about it while we have the time. Mkers solidify 20th position, knocking out LG into elimination.
Still can't find him. Blink 182 fans will respect me when I say, where are you? Because they can't find him at this point. What is happening on my screen right now?
And now I envisioned this happening at some point. throughout this tournament. I thought maybe we'd get
laughing.
I think maybe we'd get a couple of cryptos that were going to be left alive. But what a bizarre ending to one of the most exciting matches that we've had so far this tournament. 89 points was the cutoff, and the zone will do the rest of the damage as Gaimin Gladiators solidify their win and solidify themselves in second place in the overall standings. They'll have second pick to their favorite POI in the winners bracket.
Well, a little bit of light entertainment for everybody at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, we now know who is going into our winners bracket tomorrow and who will have to start that long journey. GG though, the story that these three gentlemen have been on has been astronomical. Their rise has been exceptional. And I feel like them winning that game number 6 just reminds us of just how damn good they are.
Alliance secures 7th place in the overall standings. If you look at where they were before this series started and where they are now, that's an incredible success for them. As for LG, who were watching on, nervous, Mkers did just enough to pip that 20th spot from them, and the cutoff being 89 points in the end. Before this series started, there was talk of it maybe even being close to 100, but the points got absorbed by all those teams already in the winners bracket.
One of the most bizarre ways to end the day, but certainly an entertaining one, to say the least. As Alliance and Hackis put on a little bit of a show for us. But I mean, what are your takeaways from today, Dan? Because I feel like there's so much to take away, and I want to talk about the top of the leaderboards, the teams who have been fighting tooth and nail to be first place in those overall standings. The performances from all of them have been just exceptional, right? You're looking at Not Moist, GG, Na'Vi, by the way. Na'Vi, where have you come from? Where have you been? Team Falcons, FURIA, and you can even go Complexity, Alliance, E-Xolos, LAZER. Honestly, so many teams have performed so far that it just rolls into what I said at the start of this tournament, which is this feels like the most unpredictable tournament when it comes to a potential winner that we've ever had.
Na'Vi, for the first time, will be in the winners bracket and competing on Saturday. We have never said that before. Matape is going to be in the winners bracket, and I cannot give them enough credit because they have been through trials and tribulations so many times, but they will not be going through first because Not Moist did surpass them. Gaimin Gladiators did surpass them. They had a far better final series there, but Falcons also a slow start on Thursday, picked it up to the latter end of it and picked it up here on Friday to put themselves in 4th as well.
Yeah, very, very good stuff from all of the teams we've just mentioned. I do want to give that special shout out to GG though, because I feel they're getting better and better and better, really representing the EMEA region in quite a special way at the moment. Of course, there's so much more for these teams to do. This is just the next step, right? This is groups now done. Now we have to go into that bracket play where we start to not only send teams through to our match point finals, but also we start sending teams home down, which I always find is the most difficult part to do in these tournaments.
And of course, we have to give a big shout out to the entire crowd here in Mannheim because you guys have been amazing. They've been cheering on every single member of their team and making sure that they know they are behind them. So thank you so much for everyone who's turned up here on Friday, and we cannot wait to see you Saturday. But of course, we still have a live POI draft to do today, Mark. Something we've not seen before in Apex Legends, and I cannot wait because there's so much to talk about now because Not Moist have secured first place in that draft, but where do they go?
That's very, very true, and no surprise to you probably that I am not involved in that because you can imagine the absolute carnage that would take place if I had any kind of responsibility when it came to the POI draft. But I mean, who's your team that you're looking at today as a takeaway to the special story that you can go home with?
I think that you have to look at Not Moist and their success and how they've been able to dominate, but Alliance, the fact that they came into this tournament without effect, there was that kind of question mark over Tyler. How would he perform? Would he be able to fit in? They have not only been able to fit in and gel and be able to perform well, but they find themselves in 7th place in the overall standings, giving them a real shot in that winners bracket with a decent position in the POI draft. We have to give our hats off to them.
I mean, I'm looking even further down the leaderboards when I'm looking at the winners bracket, what we're going to have as far as teams is concerned in that. You're looking at TSM. You know, TSM make it through to that winner side. It might seem like something you would expect to see, but after the performance of the EWC, it's a confidence boost for them as well. You look at Bleed Esports, what a good set they had a little bit earlier as well. I mean, you can keep going down. C9, Legends Gaming, I mean, turning up on a plane this morning, winning games of Apex, it has had it all so far. We're only day 2. We're halfway through now.
I mean, Nasty and Amphi flying in for 6 games as subs, putting Legends in 15th position going into their final series. Yeah. And then Strafing Flame and Easy Flash coming in to secure a winners bracket. It's been everything on Legends' side. And you've got to look at E-Xolos Gaming as well. I mean, E-Xolos LAZER, excuse me. They had such an excellent Thursday to put themselves in that conversation in the winners bracket. Sure, they went out a little bit dry here in this final series, but they are still up there in the top 10, and that gives them a great opportunity in that winners bracket as well.
It's great. You don't even mention teams like NRG, right? NRG make it through as well. Some big wins from them. Really impressive stuff in those moments. I mean, we could talk genuinely about all of the teams that are in that in those winners bracket for quite some time, but I mean, I'm looking at the top 20. I have to give the biggest shout out, I think, to E-Xolos LAZER. I think that performance from the South America region that we saw yesterday, where they put so many points on the board, and most importantly for me, showed a level of control when they had some good zones to play from that was absolutely exceptional, and I'm very excited to see what they can do as well.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant day so far, but I think it could be even more brilliant if we chat to Peeps. He's got Waltzy. Let's see what he has to say.
What up, everybody? I am here with arguably the MVP of the whole thing. Don't quote me on that. Waltzy, you just told me right now that this was the greatest series you have probably ever played, right? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Usually we're not a groups team, like back with Empty, we usually struggled. But this team is genuinely probably the best fighting team in the game right now, and I just felt like no matter what situation we got put in, we would just smoke anyone that came close to us. So that literally was the entirety of our groups. The motto was, even if the plan's not good, we'll shoot our way out.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it all day long, yesterday as well. But what are some of the things that you learned in Riyadh at EWC that you guys sort of took here and just took it to the next level?
Timmy wanted to play like a lot more aggressive during like EWC, and I wasn't so confident just for the simple fact that it was my first time IGLing, and I was sort of just trying to learn how to IGL, like learn the game and stuff like that. But now that we've had the time to practice, like just fight everything. If there's a 3v3, I'm taking it. Like I don't care who it is, where we are. Like I'm down for it.
That confidence is insane, and I know it scrubs off on your teammates as well. So now they're playing even better. Every one of these series, the lobby's played a little bit different, right? What are your expectations for tomorrow in winners?
I'm honestly not too sure. This lane has been a bit like all over the place in terms of like quality and the teams that we're versing. The expectation for tomorrow is just that we're going to do the same thing, just keep fighting teams. I'm not playing Watson from Echo, that's for sure. I'm playing Fuse, and same thing, if there's a team on Edge, I'm killing them. So the expectation is just that we're fighting everything.
I mean, even with Fuse, a little bit more aggression, you love to see it. Well, guys, that's it right here from, again, arguably the MVP. So make some noise right here for Not Moist. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, Peeps, is our crowd, the loyal viewers here, the loyal ones in attendance. You know, I can't really say the late night crew is loyal because there's a lot of people real early in the morning, but some of them have started to fan out. They're going to catch us on the Twitch stream, earn those Twitch drops as well as they're heading home after a long day. It's exciting to be in this atmosphere, but as we obviously turn to close the day, we have to give a little recap as to all the action that just unfolded, that being Waltzy there from Not Moist, the winners of this final series. Guys, joined by Graceful and Snipe down here. We got a little smaller. We'll be getting a little bigger in just a bit as we invite Wig back onto the desk with us for a POI draft in a second. But overall, a great day of Apex, and Not Moist finishing off. You heard it right there, the confidence. They're willing to go up against anybody.
The coolest thing about Not Moist is that the confidence actually comes from all the other teams as well. You can hear how every team is respecting them. Everybody is picking who's winning this LAN. And I've heard at least 15 different teams say, probably Not Moist. That's for a reason, because they're literally that terrifying and strong. And I feel like, you know, their performance today have definitely shown up.
Certainly a team to mess with. It's hard, though, to pick a favorite, Snipe, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are still going to go with their favorites. They're going to go with the Falcons. And I think FURIA is actually becoming a favorite of this tournament. We got Na'Vi really stepping up. We'll see if they can carry that over. But I think right now, I mean, Walty was right. They do seem like the best fighting team in the game. I think Falcons might have something to say about that since they did win that final 3v3 against them.
That's right.
Outside of landslide. But overall, I mean, Moises, they hit that 200 mark, which he had never seen before besides Falcons at the previous tournament.
That's
so
right.
In terms of skill and output, we have a top 2 clear.
Those two teams also play a way where there's a level of confidence beyond your traditional, let's play the right macro, let's get the right lineup in there. There's almost a confidence beyond it where they go, you know, we might be in a Watson meta, but I don't care. I'm going to play some Fuse because I want to fight. I know our skill, when put to the test against another team's skill, is just better, graceful. And these conversations, I think, that's the key of group stage, where in bracket stage, you can't make many mistakes or any mistakes. Group stage allows you to kind of go through that day one that was a little slow, go through that moment where you played the wrong legend from the wrong POI, and then make adjustments.
Yeah, definitely about making adjustments is that the fact that you have time to feel out the tournament. Because even though we say, you know, LAN is different from Pro League, et cetera, is that every LAN is vastly different because people have been leveling up. People have, you know, meta has changed, legend comps have changed. And when you're, you know, you're actually just trying to fish how well do we do in this pool of group right now. And they've shown across all groups, they're dominating, right? So now leading that forward, they have a huge, you know, buff going into tomorrow.
Well, as we settle in to closing out this evening, let's take a look at our match results so far. Gaimin Gladiators with a nice win. Well, we didn't react to that one. I mean, that was some levity there. I had to give a few laughs. We were having fun with Alliance and Hockey's. Snipe, this is just, you know, we haven't seen this before, but part of the impact of crypto is being able to just stay completely invisible. If you're thinking, why don't they bloodhound scan him or Seer? That's just a counterplay. No, he's cloaked. That doesn't work. So Hockey's pulling off what we've now seen happen twice. I feel like that might not be the last time, to be fair.
No, I mean, we saw Madness with the Madness play out of that game where he ended up in the water, and then we see, you know, Hawkins doing that. I think Crypto is going to be one of those characters that teams are going to be able to rat with. I always think, like, maybe the other perk might be better because, you know, are we really planning on ratting? And this tournament has just really made you see how important that those extra points could actually be.
Well, I saw maybe some confusion in the chat when a player almost died, but in that moment was trying to bring out the drone. It makes sense when you're talking about being able to maybe get in the cloak before they can spot you out or at least finish it off, just to extend it and find a way to be successful by staying out of the fight. You see, obviously, it works for Hockey's. It does work overall in this group, too, as they take the win. Alliance, phenomenal. Not Moist, though, take the overall win. And Team Falcons, they just get beaten by 2. I think when you look at these top 5 teams, Gaimin Gladiators, and then you obviously look at Complexity too, filling that out. Speak a little bit about Complexity. You've heard it again and again that this team has potential. I mean, it's impossible not to pay attention to what they're doing. They're such lovable guys, but they've done really, really well in this group stage to be entering their winners finals in 6th place. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, they've definitely been leveling up across the board. I feel like people had a lot of comments about Complexity from previous tournaments as well. Like, you know, is this a meme team? Are they actually going to make things happen? And they've shown time and time again, we're the real deal. We might be lovable people, but we're also very skilled.
But we're scary in game,
We're
right?
scary as well, you know. And I love that, you know, they have that confidence. I saw Lou in the hotel entrance as well. He was brimming with confidence. Yeah, I'm popping off.
Yeah.
He knows he's good. And that's the most important part. If you have that confidence going in, you can make pop-off games happen. And they're not scared to take fights. Still remember when they wiped, you know, Reject WINNITY, when I actually casted, and they just mopped them. There wasn't even that close. I barely got them. Like, oh, they're about to take a fight. They're dead. Okay. You know.
Great casting, by the way, my friend. I love what you've been doing this week as well. Obviously, we've got our winners here in top 20, so this is it. I mentioned they'd be 6th place. This also determines their place in the draft. So they will be able to choose a priority position to start from, and as you can see, it's going to matter a lot. Teams like SSG, who were ranked higher than Complexity going into group stages, had been receiving the benefits of higher POI positions in drafts. Not anymore, according to this winners finals, and especially when you look at teams like Fnatic, who come in as a high seed from APAC North, now 18th place. That is going to be one of the lowest POI drafts as well, Graceful. That's going to be impactful.
it's going to be really impactful. Like you said, people have been coming in, you know, from their regions, essentially with their seedings, going, hey, we get our spot that we've been practicing. No longer now. A lot of the teams aren't getting their slot. Other teams that we didn't expect at the top, like Na'Vi, my favorite, probably coming in.
Yeah.
You know, they get to, you know, third pick, whatever they want. That will change not only the fact that people are out of their comfort zone. We talked about having comfort POIs. Now they're out of their comfort zone. That also changes, you know, teams might not play the same way from Thermal, from Monument. They might not have the same macro. All of this will be, you know, once again, when we get into the first few games, it'll be about, you know, getting comfortable.
Well, let's take a look at the other side. Teams who aren't comfortable. Snipe, this is where we'll start out tomorrow, our first elimination bracket 1. For those who aren't familiar, these 20 teams will play. The top 10 teams will go into elimination bracket number 2, and the bottom 10 will be saying goodbye. We'll eliminate our first 10 teams before we jump into that winners final. Your thoughts on the teams who are here? LG just didn't make the cut.
Yeah, LG just missed it with the tiebreaker. We saw that happen in this last game, and honestly, just even being in a position to get 20th with 89 points is something that we haven't seen in the past at all. Pioneers really had a chance to show up right there. Guild, as a team that we saw at the last event that really came through, they came through that losers bracket, got first place, and made it to the grand final. So I think that all these teams in the top are setting themselves up to have a nice top 10 position with the picks. Looking at the bottom, it's going to be really tough. You have a team like Liquid Alienware, which, you know, that's a team that we have had a lot of success with in the past. They've kind of slowly had worse placings along as each tournament goes on.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how they play when their backs are against the wall, as well as their drafts are going to be tough. So I'll be seeing them. I think they're going to play a lot more aggressive tomorrow, and they're really going to look for those picks and their kills, which is more comfortable for their play style.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to pay attention to because we're going to be heading into that POI draft shortly as well as Wig gets down here in a minute. But, you know, looking at Liquid Alienware, keeping an eye on SSG, Fnatic, some of these top teams, maybe you're going to have to adjust, play from something uncomfortable. It's not like you can't do it, though. And I think that's where Apex Legends, we sometimes overcomplicate it because these are great players. They can make things happen from any POI. They play this game for years and are here for a reason. But we had a great day today, day 2 of our Split 2 playoffs. Let's take a look at some of the top plays, our Alienware top plays of the day as well. So, ratting and doing what he does best. Look at this. You know, you guys have a chance while you're watching Sweet do what he does, is we mentioned it earlier in broadcast, somehow finds a way to, like Snipe, I think if you said, play so well that if he could just strap his teammates onto him, they'd all win every single game. As a solo player, he's one of the best.
We could have an entire highlight montage throughout the tournaments of what Sweet has done as a solo, and it's he's single-handed. He almost, I mean, if he would have gotten one more placement in this, he would have carried his team all the way into the winners bracket, essentially. So it's always impressive to watch him, and if we could just get like an inner monologue of what goes through his head, I think we'd all be even more impressed than we already are.
I mean, maybe there's a character one day in Apex that just, you know, allows you guys to like group up and one person can control it. You get a speed boost, you get a damage boost or something. I don't know. Of course, that's Sweet in his rap plays. TSM in tip number 2, proving health. It ain't everything in a fight. Akimbos might be more important, or maybe just the ability to navigate through the fire and the flames.
Yeah, I think TSM has been looking solid together because they've been, I think this is one of the only teams that has been properly deathballing. You very rarely see TSM not triple shooting together at the same time, like jumping on their forehead at the same time. And it's definitely been, you know, helping them come up to, I believe, top 10.
I feel like TSM has also been flying incredibly under the radar this tournament. We really haven't talked about them as much. They usually get a lot of screen time, and they had 94 points before they went into that final match. And honestly, they seem like a team that's setting themselves up for a good winners bracket.
This one specifically, please let me. I know Swinny. I'm teamed with Swinny. He comes in here, they're sitting on the electric boxes ratting. I know he is molding right now, but that's just the way of the game.
And that's a Hal ambush, showing you don't have to fight the hard way around. And this is a real big MVP play. Don't worry, that's not in-game, in case you're worried about it. It's just our in-game observers knowing exactly when that loop-in was going to get picked up. I mean, can they tell the future back there, too, plus create some beautiful cinematic plays? I don't know, but either way, we've got some ace plays there from Alienware. So you let us know who is going to win that one. Do our observers win that with the in-cam loot box, in-cam shot? I actually thought that was pretty brilliant as well, and I don't know how they knew which box exactly. You know, these guys, they play Apex, they know what's happening. But the How, which one is it going for you? The How kind of ambush there?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I feel that on my skin.
Sweet.
The candid shots are always great, but I think I go with the TSM. That not only in that one fight, they won like back-to-back fights right in that area. It was very impressive teamwork overall.
I think we have a schedule to show you as well as we head into tomorrow. We're so close to our POI draft, which is coming up right after this, so stay tuned. Wig will be joining us on the desk tomorrow. As I had mentioned earlier, it's elimination round 1. That's at 10 a.m. Then we'll move into our winners bracket finals. That will secure 10 teams into match point finals on Sunday. 10 teams who do not make that top 10 will go into elimination round 2, and they will battle for their lives. We'll eliminate 20 teams right then, and it will be a tough one. Tomorrow, half of this entire group go home. That's unfortunate, guys. And Snipe, you've been in this position. You've been successful as a pro, won championships, won X Games. You've been also in losing positions, especially in Apex. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, and it's always tough to say goodbye after you put so much effort into a tournament like this.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But at the same time, you look at a team like Navi, who's had a lot of troubles and a lot of pain in the past, ending at the bottom of the leaderboards, and now they're here. They work their ass off, and they're all the way back here in the top 5 leading into this, and the most important type of draft that's been possible. I mean, in the past, you had a couple points, whatever it was, but getting the draft in the POIs is way more important than a couple points going into the next round.
All these great awarenesses as we head into our POI draft coming up very, very shortly. Meanwhile, though, as we wait and Wig gets ready to join us en route, we've got a nice tease of some content we've been working hard on behind the scenes for you all to enjoy here at our Split 2 playoffs. And it might star a little someone that you know.
For this episode, we will teach you guys how to correct your communication and protect your reputation so you can play like a pro.
Look, man, the rosters all changed. There's nothing the same anymore, and there's someone behind it.
That's going to be a fun one. We've got a lot of stuff in store. Content team's always amazing, and they put together some incredible footage that, and these scenes, these skits that just, they bring this whole thing to life, and it's a chance to have fun with our pros. And trust me, there's more funny ideas that we don't do than the ones that we do. So there's always in the tank. We're always fighting to have a little bit of hilarity, have a little bit of fun on broadcast.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the content has been leveling up so fast over the past couple of months, and even dating back 2 years. Even I'm literally either goosebumps or I'm just excited, screaming with happiness.
I think the content like this is some of the most fun that I have at tournaments because it's a way to get in. You get to hang out with some people. I did the escape room with a bunch of different IGLs. Like, can we get out?
Yeah.
I've done a therapy session where I had Bravo sitting down with me and coping me through a thing with one of my enemies at that point in time, just having a sit down. And it brings a comedic relief to everybody to let everyone know that, yes, we do take this very seriously, but at the same time, we're all like acquaintances, friends, whatever you want to call it. We're still competing. We all are doing what we love. And it's a lot of like banter in game and out of game. We're all cool.
Yeah, I would say there's like this element of, if you're watching the Olympics, we loved seeing what that was, athletes competing at their highest and best. But there's something about watching from the United States, seeing kind of all of our great basketball players together. There was a way that took it out of the seriousness of the league where they're all competitors to, they're working together, they're having fun. And I think esports particularly is more geared to do that than ever, just because we are always having fun. That is what this is about. That's what gaming is about. So the content obviously leveling up as well. And guess what? We've got Wig's viewers just joining us. Hello, guys. Away from the desk, Rain Day, Graceful, and Snipe Down. You might have seen us before. We know you know us, and we know you. We're so excited. Thanks for watching Wig this entire time. All our B-stream and watch parties, and it's okay. Wig is on the way. We'll take care of you, right, Graceful?
Yeah, definitely.
He'll sing you a lullaby to go to sleep. I mean, it's not time to go to bed. Almost for us.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I get to practice.
He gets to practice.
I was taking a nap in the back already.
Snipe is all ready to go to sleep here. It's late. It's late in Mannheim. And you know what, guys? Has Wig told you his mile time? Because it's a big arena. We've been waiting on him for like 6 minutes. Is he jogging? What's the deal, Snipe? Over under on the pace Wig is walking about. A brisk walk, or is he actually moving his hips here?
He's taking his time, maybe thinking we might forget about him. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure he's got a bunch of people that have been wanting to talk to him all day, so he might be getting stopped on the way down at the same time.
Chat, let us know how the watch party has been. And like Michael Jordan coming into the arena, this guy told you it wasn't past the brisk walk. He couldn't break. He couldn't get the hips moving. He couldn't get the elevation on the steps. That's okay. He's looking good in that Kirby jersey. What's up, man? Welcome to the desk, Mr. Wig. Thank you for joining us here for this special POI draft.
Oh, I'm tired, bro. I just ran so far.
Yeah. I saw that pace, bro. That was not quite a run, but we appreciate you at least.
Really now. Really.
We like the jersey, man. You know, shout outs, bro.
Shout out Kirby.
How was the B stream? You've been streaming all day, last couple of days. How's it been going over there?
It's been good, dude. Everything's been great. Everything's been really smooth. You know, just when games are like this and the content's so easy just to produce, it's been so competitive, and now having the POI draft involved with the group stages, it's a great mix.
Well, you've been doing this for so long. Anyone who doesn't know your stream, we've got B stream watching, mainstream watching as well. You've been covering pretty much every single region of every ALGS scrims happening, and you understand the live draft as well. We've got it here. Why don't you break it down for people who might be wondering how this POI draft works?
Yeah, so pretty much teams get to pick their POIs. They get the landing spots on both World's Edge and Storm Point. It's not going to be a snake draft, which it was maybe supposed to be at some point, but they've now changed it. So teams like Moist, who get first place, they also get first pick and then the 21st pick for their second POI. So that's why it's so important to perform well in these group stages, because now, let's say Moist wants to go Climatizer, they could just pick Climatizer and then be ready for anything to come after that. And then they also have a good pick for their Storm Point, which is super important. Now, one thing here that I think we should note when it comes to POI drafts is we now only have 30 seconds compared to the minute and a half, which a minute and a half is a lot longer time. So teams better crack down and definitely get it going to pick their POIs very quickly.
How's that going to go? I mean, because these teams knew what groups they were coming into before, and now they don't. Like, they're just realizing who qualified, who did what, people jumping in. What do you think is going to be? Is it going to be chaos? I mean, mistakes?
I think for some teams it might be chaos. I think the losers or the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, is going to be definitely facing chaos because whatever they did didn't work.
Right.
So now they have to hit the drawing board again. Teams like Moist, teams like GG, Falcons, what they saw, what they did worked. So they're going to go just with what was comfortable because they don't have to change much up.
That's a great point as well. Grace, you've done this yourself. What is your takeaway on being in this position? Let's say you're in the winner's position, or even if you're in the loser's position, does your mentality change quite a bit?
Oh, definitely. When you're in the winner's position, it's a lot easier because you have prio. When you're in the loser's position, you also are positive about it, simply due to the fact that you are the heavy hitters are no longer in the lobby. You might look at yourself and go, I'm the heavy hitter in this lobby.
I'm the
one
hitter.
They should be scared of. And now you start picking the POIs you want and you start dominating.
You're trapped in here with me now is basically what they can say.
Yes.
Tonight, 30 seconds, it's huge. I mean, it's like 100% less time, essentially, 200% less time that they're used to having. So what kind of mistake is possible to make here? You know, I feel like teams come in with a game plan, but at a certain point, it's live wire here at LAN. You just can't have a game plan for everything at every moment.
Yeah, I think the 30 seconds is actually going to be way more important than people think. I think when you have a minute and a half, you can focus on what teams are around you. Do you want to be near these teams? And right now, it's, you know, the first couple picks are going to be the picks that these teams want. Once you get towards the middle, I think these teams are going to be taking a lot more comfort picks just due to the fact that they can't focus so much on, oh, well, this team does this rotation, this rotation, this rotation. It's going to be more, we're comfortable here, we are down on time, and let's just pick something that we know we're good with.
All right, so I'm not sure if we're starting our World's Edge or Storm Point. We'll find that information out in a second, but I want to go through your guys' top picks. If we're going top three, where you want to go, do you have a set three? Do you have a set, if I'm getting this, if I'm given this, I'm taking it. I think we can almost leave Skyhook out of it because that's so obvious. So let's, you know, move down to some of those ones that might not be as obvious and say, this is what I'm looking for if it's open. And also, if there's a caveat of no, Rain, it doesn't matter. I need to play my specific game. I don't care if this great POI is open. Let me know. Nice week. You got any thoughts on that?
I would love to see teams that didn't perform well in the group stages just take stronger POIs, right? I think that's something that teams don't do when they don't do well previously, then go into the next set. They just go with the comfort pick that didn't work well for them, but their loot is just really tough. So it's nicer to see those teams just get stronger POIs for sure.
And just kind of a correction on my statement. We don't start with any. It's World's Edge or it's Storm Point. I almost forgot. You just go through any map that you want. Your first pick can apply to either of the maps. And first pick already in Pylon for LG. Your reaction to that, Graceful?
I think it's very traditional pick for LG. They want to play for fast rotating and playing zone. And when we talked about, you know, which picks you want. You know, I think they just, as long as they fit to their playstyle, which is playing heavy towards zone or heavy towards edge, I think you will do fine.
Cito came up real easy as well. The mill, no problem. Knocked him, killed, already locked in. Dreamfire, though, taking some time. This is the first one we've seen take a little second wig.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dreamfire didn't probably perform to the expectations they wanted to. You know, I think DF. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, what is this? What is going on? Are they not there?
Did it time out?
They're out.
Well, they don't get to pick now, right? Until
I went back
they
up.
come back. Okay, it's back up now.
Okay.
I'm surprised Mill went third. Usually when you go to Stormpoint, that's usually the first pick you see.
Has to hit the team's playstyle as well, I believe.
Command Center fourth is definitely interesting for me.
Really?
That means they're definitely prioritizing rotates and trying to avoid all the chaos on the edge, for sure.
Yep.
This is definitely going to be, as you mentioned, a more chaotic lobby, right? So this is elimination bracket. We'll do our winners finals in just a moment, but Zoo Station going up for Olympo. We've got Fox as well. They won one of those earlier games. Nuez Fox. And they're still in that picking phase. So what you guys just saw there, Wig, so if they miss one, they're going to go down to the next one. They'll essentially get one less pick, and it'll go back to them for another chance.
Yeah, so basically I think until they answer, they just don't get to pick.
They just don't get to pick.
Come back, I think they can immediately pick. Yeah, I've
Keep
seen it a couple
getting-
times in the online ones for sure.
That is very, very sleek. All right, I like this. All working out well. FaZe, Snipe, going Harvester. That's a solid pick no matter what. Gets you center of the map, and you got options.
Yeah, so it seems like all the Stormpoint... I thought we were just picking straight up Stormpoint at first is what it looked like. But we're heading over to some World's Edge POIs. I mean, you would have thought Skyhook West would have been taken, but it got picked 5th. And is that... I'm realizing how poor of eyesight I truly have with like my astigmatism.
Snipe can't see, okay, by the way.
You're kind of reading that to me.
And we got you on camera leaning in as well. Can we get a close-up of Snipe leaning,
like, oh boy,
leaning in and barely being able to see? We might need binoculars over here.
There we go.
Finnel, go ahead and grab the wall as well. As we are 11 picks in, halfway through. Man, this does blow by.
Yeah, it definitely goes by fast because some of them still have the same, you know, comfort picks, and that's why it's just blasting through. I like EXO. We played Jurassic, he practiced Jurassic, they're picking Jurassic, they're sticking to their plan because I believe his mindset going into this is this might not have worked in the previous lobbies, this will work here because we are the juggernauts.
And go ahead.
I'm kind of on the opposite vibe of that, to be honest.
Really?
I think EXOClan like super underperformed from my expectations.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of sad they didn't take a stronger POI to go into the elimination bracket. I do think they're one of the more experienced teams in this lobby.
Yep.
And I feel like with better loot, they can make a lot more work in this elimination bracket versus, you know, being against other top 20 teams.
And is that because they know, I mean, if we're getting in their head, is it because they know they underperformed, that they're going back to maybe comfort and what's practiced versus taking maybe the best opportunity to leverage skill?
Totally, because I think one of the main concerns that a lot of people don't talk about that teams do have, let's say they do pick a strong POI like Siphon, right?
Right.
And then they perform bad, it's like, oh my God, we should have went to what we'd known. Why did we go do this? And then that's always in the back of your head when you're choosing comps, when you're choosing guns, whatever it may be. And that's, Designful always says it, you gotta be comfortable being uncomfortable. Yeah. That's one of the main things that's very true, that stays true to this for sure.
Snipe, I know you can't see anything, but what's your reaction on this so far?
I've been trying to read them as much as I can, and I think the number one thing I've noticed is we talked about teams trying to like maybe go for the best POIs, but I see a lot of comfort picks on this list already.
Yeah.
There's a couple, like even the wall going that early is surprising to me because that POI has been generally, after the changes in the maps, it's been lower tier, and I think that just might be a comfort pick. Looking at some of these other ones as well, I mean, you know, I'm trying to read what I'm seeing here, and I can't, so I'm going to just pass it back to you. I can't read anything.
So you mean not looking at these other ones?
I saw the wall.
You cannot see them. I got it. Okay, well, it's maybe a short segment of talking for you, buddy. We're going to help you out.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, that's good.
Clearly, man. Now what do you think of it?
I can't believe Thermal Station went 15th.
Yeah.
15th for Thermal Station is insane to me. I mean, that's great for Liquid. They're an edge team as well, and I talked about them. They're going to loot up. They're going to come in with strong armors, and getting that late when you performed under your own standards is very impressive.
Well, interesting enough, that Thermal Station pick was passed up. I don't know if they took the time, and again, I don't know if this is a strategy. These teams have done this all up into split 2, and the fact that they're able to, you know, look at the rest of the lobby, take a little bit of time, is that an advantage? That's the question I almost look at. Like, you know, is it better to pass up 30 seconds and just get a little more info, like who's going to be landing here? If someone picks that, then maybe we'll go this place. But all right, it's cool now, Thermal. I feel like that might be something that people consider. I don't know, Grace. So what, again, bring me into the mind, bring us all into the mind of a pro, what your main concerns are here, especially as you get later into these picks.
Yeah, due to the fact that this is also very different from how we normally do Pro League, I think that people are just sticking with what's safe. No risks taken so far. People are just sticking to, you know, either center or edge, nothing else besides that. I think that, though, the biggest mesh we have here that happened in a few group stages as well is that teams, you know, if you come into the same group, like we like to say, there's a group of death and there's maybe a weaker group. Some groups tend to have the same playstyles, and this group specifically, they're all bottom 20 currently, and they are, you know, a lot of these teams actually have the same playstyle. So honestly, I don't even think picks are going to do that much. Like you said, it's going to be chaotic regardless, and I'm just happy to see, you know, I prefer consistency.
Yeah.
Stick to what you practice. You can't be learning something for 4 months and then just throw that in the bin because of 1-2 bad days, in my opinion.
I think you might be onto something, Ray, with the whole taking extra time after the 30 seconds. It looks like some people might have rushed these picks. The fact that I'm seeing Wall, Jurassic, and Stormcatcher all taken, and then you go to the bottom of the right side and you see Checkpoint, Down Beast, and Launchpad, which I would consider all better POIs than the top 3 that were taken. I feel like, and the same with Liquid, they waited about another 2 minutes before they made their first pick, and they got Thermal Station. So you might be onto something with that strat, and we might see that in the next round too.
It's an interesting one. I want to start giving these teams grades because now we've got 6 teams so far. Make it 7 who have finished their picks completely. Wig.
I mean, for LG is exactly what I wanted EXO to do. Now, LG, I think, see themselves as the outlier in this lobby. They're definitely not, to me, an elimination bracket team, and they're definitely a top 20 squad in the world. I think they see themselves as one of the stronger teams in this lobby. Obviously, now how confident Sweet Dreams is, and same with Funk and Sykes. And they pick 2 POIs they don't normally play from, but are power POIs with good loot and easy rotations. I think LG is recognizing, like, hey, we can go for these stronger POIs and make a really big impact in this lobby for sure.
Yeah, and they need something to get off the gate early. That's another thing with LG. They've kind of had these slow starts. They're known for the slow starts, the 5th, the 6th game bombs to get them back into contention. But that 1 point's got to hurt, or those 2 points that's got to hurt that puts them out of winners. So they're trying to make a splash here as well. Let's move on down. Noctum have been playing well. Guild, Dreamfire, KCP, all got picks locked in. Snipe, I'll give it to you. You know, I think you can see now, right?
I can read this a
little
bit.
What? Give us a grade here as well. Who do you got? Who do you think overperformed?
Honestly, I think Noctum could have had a little better of a World's Edge pick, but I think Overlook is fine. That balloon that you get over there is one of the best rotations that you can have in the game. So if that's their comfort, which you know that might be, then I think that's a good pick for them. I think Guild with the mill and with Climatizer is arguably right up there with LG in terms of how good of picks that they got. I mean, you can't ask for much better POIs than that.
Yeah.
I give it an A.
Give it an A. All right.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I think that what we see as well is outside of comfort picks, people are actually picking for current active zones. This is one thing I am very, very positive for because I've been saying this for years. Sometimes if the zone is 32 out of 36 in one Pro League season in, you know, Mod and Lava Siphon, you should probably pick a POI in that direction. Now you have Godspot and Prio every game. And I think it's working out for, like you said, with the with Cito having a lot of zones that they are prior to, and also Overlook because we've seen a ton of zones around Clima and Epi, and that alone can help them guarantee consistent points that pull them into the next round.
What are we not seeing, Wig? What are the conversations that we aren't seeing that players are having on, I might go here, don't go there? What is the mind games that are so well known in terms of drafting or finding spots? Do they exist still? And if so, what's going on?
So the conversations that we don't really hear are basically maybe comp issues as well, right? Like teams not vibing out with the comp that they had, they might just switch up the POI and then change comps as well to match it. For example, here is going to be T-Log going to Thermal. I personally did not like their performance today with Newcastle. I'm not a huge fan of them playing Newcastle or Crypto. And with their performance being lackluster, again, a team that I think is a top 20 squad, they choose Thermal Station, which makes me think they're not running that comp tomorrow. That makes me excited, and that makes me think that they're not afraid to make a change to stand out in this lobby. Those are the conversations we don't hear. The comps and the POI draft having to mesh together.
It's been a very, very weird start for them.
Very.
I would say. What I mean, is it just the Newcastle? Is it an energy thing? You know, we go 3 weeks ago to EWC, and they're placing like 3rd place. An incredible performance. I mean, What factors have to be playing into it? Is it just the comp, or is there something more?
Well, there's many things that the comp is a big factor. It's the biggest factor in all of Apex, right?
Sure.
If you just don't have a Newcastle player or you don't have a Newcastle player, there's no reason to run meta all the time.
Yeah.
You can switch off. But again, it's another conversation that's not really being heard around the world or in competitive Apex, where it's scary to go off meta and then do bad because everyone's like, hey, why didn't you play meta, you idiot? You should have played it. But in reality, you don't always have to do that. Performance is not based off character selection every time, but is a major impact for some squads like Team Liquid who don't have a Newcastle player or a good crypto player either.
Great point.
I think, though, in general, we've seen some success that are outliers. Aurora coming in with Lifeline as well. And now we even saw Rev today. You know, that I'm happy with that. Yeah, just stay out of my rank games. But you can be here, but you stay out of my rank.
I've had its one moment.
Well, so just to confirm, here are our World's Edge drafts. You saw it live. Pioneers with Skyhook West, FaZe Clan on Harvester, FA Kids get Stacks, NORTHEPTION on Monument, all the way down to the line. We talked about Thermal Station for Liquid, LG grabbing Siphon West, Dreamfire and Lava Fisher. A lot of big choices here. EXO Clan as well for Countdown. Any that we hate, guys? Any that we love?
Am I seeing this correct that
I don't know actually
Mirage and staging are not taken as yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So
at this
Dreamfire
point,
has Lava
nobody
Fisher
knows.
and Mirage, which is really strong for that side of the map because as soon as someone takes Mirage, it makes that whole side of the map very congested. And it looks like they're going to have really solid rotations. They have that balloon. They have two balloons, either the one in Lava Fisher or the one right outside of staging. So that's going to be very strong for them. And the thing that blows my mind the most is for the first time, we have a dome pick. I don't think we've seen that once in any of the other groups, and that side of the map is incredibly congested in the bottom right. So I think that might have been some rush picks, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds.
STRIDERZ going for dome. Yeah, that is a crazy spot, especially looking at how congested it is to your east, to your west, going up north, trying to travel through Geyser or make it over the way into Monument. That is going to be a tough one for sure for STRIDERZ. But if it pulls south, things could be a little bit different, and that's what they're hoping for.
And you can also see here how many teams picked World's Edge after their Storm Point POI. So a lot of teams prioritizing Storm Point before their World's Edge gameplay, which it depends.
Yeah.
It's all team-based. There really is no reason to prioritize unless someone took your POI from another map first.
I honestly feel like that's very different for the IGL, too, because I remember talking to RKN, and I forget which one he said, but he's like, I'm terrible on this map, so I pick great on this other map, and I kind of just accept that I'm going to be bad on this map. It was that or it was vice versa, but one way was I'm just going to like play into my strengths.
Yeah.
Or some people look to just counter their weaknesses and go, let's try to make sure we don't have any duds, and we'll pick something great on our worst map, so I don't have that problem that I would totally have if I had to play from my worst map on a terrible POI.
Exactly. I'm one of them as well.
Is that what you do?
Yes, I always
so
do this
defensive, we call that, like a
yes,
defensive
I like to
conservative
play, I think it's a lot easier to get points on Storm Point comparatively to World's Edge, because Storm Point, regardless of where you are, you can guarantee points, in my opinion. I don't think there's a single game where you should go mine like a donut. World's Edge, however, there's a big chance for donuts because of the macro is so much more tighter. There's more chokes that are putting you together. Whereas like on Storm, but you can scout 5 miles ahead and be like, ooh, we have other options. In World's Edge, you're kind of locked in once you get, tunnel.
Yeah.
You're in the tunnel and then, you walked in, saw a team, backed off, somebody's behind you already. Like that doesn't happen on Storm nearly as much.
We had that happen a lot.
We saw that happen a lot.
Yeah, I think you were casting around
and I even casted.
I'm not sure who was Gaimin, Gladiators.
I was like, they're just clearing
maybe,
their back, pushing in the tunnel, and it's done.
All right, well, here's Storm Point coming up at you. POI Draft Part 1 done. That's elimination bracket. Actually, excuse me. We're not ready for that for the winners yet, but let's look at the elimination brackets choices for Storm Point. That is coming up on your screen in just a moment. And what that means is, again, another question. Guys, does anybody get a great grade? Are you worried about what went down with a certain team? And what does this map tell you now that we know where all the teams will be playing from? I'll start with you, Snipe.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Trident pick, which I think that we haven't seen yet either. And I actually felt like that was a very strong POI. And I kind of wanted to ask Graceful before we switched over how he feels, because I think World's Edge is more important in terms of picking early because of the lack of being able to pick up good rotations and getting a good spot. Where Storm Point, I loved actually the Trident POI. I thought it was very strong. It kind of messed with Northpad very big because you could get the car. I think Cliffside, I've seen people in Pro League had success from Cliffside. So it was interesting to see that, and I'm going to be really honestly rooting for that Trident pick. I think that's an extremely underrated spot.
I completely agree with you, and that's why I pick World's Edge first, because of Storm Pit. Like, we don't even see areas on this map. Like, Cliffside isn't picked right now. Shout out, John. Also, Bean isn't picked right now, and we've seen people pick both Beans and Cliffside and other, like, Cliffside and EMEA especially, and also Cascade Balls. We call that Lift now, I believe. There's like several POIs that aren't picked that people have had success from that are actually not like, they're not actually named POIs, but there's good enough loot to where you can make things happen, which is crazy.
So let's focus on GoNext, because they're in Cascade Falls. What's the story with them? Wig, you've obviously, if you've been disappointed in EXO, I mean, I would say it translates a little bit to GoNext as well, because relatively similar experience in Kashira and K-Swinny, especially at LAN, and expectations right around the same. What's your thought been on them, and now that they've got Cascade Falls going into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, GoNext almost wins LAN versus, you know, former TSM or whatever it was, with Crypto off meta, right?
Fight away, yeah.
One of the most consistent crypto players to ever exist. Now comes into a crypto meta and is actually underperforming for sure in his expectations. Cascade Falls, though, is a great POI for them because they could rotate quick and avoid all of the other clutter before they even get to zone, which is exactly what I think Kashira is struggling with right now.
Right.
Is he's not used to getting EMP'd. He's the one used to EMP.
Doing the EMP.
Exactly. So having a bunch of other people getting the same recon and knowledge as he is, it's becoming a problem on their rotates. Their macro isn't good. Even their micro wasn't great today. So I like the Cascade pick a lot, but one thing I want to point out here too is teams like Liquid, right, who's picking Barometer, they can choose World's Edge first every time because they literally have said multiple times, if you come here, we will fight you. And no one wants to fight Liquid. So they can focus on picking World's Edge every single time, no matter where they are in the draft, because Barometer's free no matter what.
That is the mind game right there, and that's kind of the challenge that you almost have to call their bluff, but in a certain situation like this, it's risky calling the bluff. But this is where you might get someone doing it, because if you're in 40th or you're in 20th in this position, you might say, I've got only up to go from here, so I'm going to take a risk. I have to take a risk.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a good POI anyway. Now, the winner's bracket is underway, so let's send you over to those picks, because it's happening right now live. This is going on. These players from Moist just came off of a tremendous win, a second place in the group stage that they just finished off, and a first place overall. They're going with Cenote Cave. What was that wow?
That shocks me. The Cenote Cave shocks me, and they did pick that in one of the groups before, so I mean that seems like a comfort pick, and for that to be the first pick is pretty wild to me.
It opens up a lot. I mean, Cenote Cave, obviously, and we might be redoing that in a second, so we'll bring that back up on your screen when it's ready to go. But you see Skyhook West going up. I mean, that's the perfect example. You open that up, great POI, usually prioritized because Cenote is taken by Moist.
So this is something that maybe not everybody knows, but Moist and GG both prioritize Climatizer pretty much every single time. So this might be a little bit of mind games here. So Moist doesn't choose Climatizer first pick because they don't know if GG wants to get it, right? Okay, then what if they pick first Climatizer and then GG chooses to contest? They choose Cenote Cave instead, and then GG doesn't pick Climatizer, which is interesting to me because Moist said, if you go Climatizer, I'm going to fight you. So does this mean now that GG has backed out fully of their comfort pick and also a very good pick for them on World's Edge? Because now Moist might just choose it for the next pick for sure.
That is some good drama.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Okay, second round of picks. You've already got me ready to go for that one. Cedo Station for Na'Vi. The Mill for Falcons. That's where they traditionally land. They love that spot. They're going to prioritize it every time. Thermal Station for Furia. Echo HQ for Complexity and Alliance. Going Stacks, Graceful.
Stacks, I think Alliance is a little bit sad about because I'm sure they would have preferred Thermal Station in general. They've had Stacks as well, and they had a little bit of lackluster performance around it. I was happy to see them pull it off again, you know, and come back up out on top, but wondering if Stacks, in a stack lobby like this, is good enough for them to make it happen again.
I think that's really going to come down to if one of these teams ends up picking one of the surrounding POIs. If you have Dome, it's fine, but if you end up pinched between both Dome and Mod, it's going to be a problem for them. And we were talking about how Furia took that for them. Furia has now had Thermal Station in every single round so far throughout this tournament.
Yeah. I feel like Lightning Rod, you know, I want to get your thoughts on it because I feel like Lightning Rod is kind of a go big or go home kind of POI personally. It's obviously at the top of the map. It's great if you win, and if it pulls north, it's really a long rotation if it pulls south. Obviously, we've seen TSM land there, that earlier iteration with Hal on them so often that we know that it can be a successful spot to be for sure, especially if you have those active zones. But Grace, speaking of the active zones, have we seen a lot that are near?
We have not seen a lot of zones there right now. Launchpad, Pylon, Devastated Coast, Echo. Like, we have seen so many zones southeast, and even if it is north pad, down beast, mill. Lightning Rod isn't as strong in this patch. Next patch, who knows?
Very interesting. If you missed this part about active zones, we talked a little bit about it with Graceful. Always good to note that some of these zones, they're a lot of potential to happen, but in certain patches, there's a little bit more frequency on certain types of zones that have that potential. It's still random. It's still got that RNG, but not every single space is going to be played the same way. And nice, as we take a little pause here, reactions after 12, because you had that great conversation about maybe the mind games going on with Moist and GG. Anything else that you saw?
Yeah, so I actually love Snipe's point about picking stacks here, and the main reason I do is because I feel the same way about Survey Camp. I'm a Survey Camp certified hater. I've been literally POI draft certified. Since POI draft became a thing, I've hated Survey Camp. All the pros call me stupid, which is valid, but the main reason I don't like it is because if you pick it early and then someone lands Epi and then a team lands Sky East, you lose the tunnel, then you lose the Epicenter loot. The thing with stacks and Alliance picking it early is they might lose the big mod loot and potentially the dome loot now. So stacks is a risky pick early, even though the POI is good. The rotations are harder out now too. Thing with Survey, very similar, right? If you land Survey early or pick Survey early, you don't know if someone's going to choose Epi or Sky East. If they choose both, teams land there, now your game is completely different. So it's funny to see now no one choosing Survey Camp. It was like I was almost kind of right a little bit. It's crazy how it worked.
I think the best example to go off of that is when LG picked Survey in the very first group. Epi got taken, and then there was a contest at Climatizer, and then there were 2 north zones, so they were stuck there with, even if they had information, with white armors, teams are going to be rotating from Skyhook all the way into them, and it was one of those situations where you take the risk and the gamble, and I remember you talking about this on stream when you were doing the drafts during Pro League, and you were roasting the Survey pick. Every single time the teams got lucky enough that no one conned Epi, but we've seen that now a couple different times, almost I think every time in the groups besides maybe once or twice, but yeah, that's a great point. I think that's going to be even more important with only 30 seconds in this draft.
It's kind of like going into your comfort pick conversation, though, because at a certain point, those are all just potentials. I mean, they may not happen, and no one may land near you, and so you might be good. So you've got to just trust, like, this is what I'm going for, or I'm doing something else because of the potential risk of that. But ultimately, you still got to trust yourself no matter what. It's kind of like what we were saying with the team compositions.
Totally. And it's so funny because when Survey and Epi are open for the squad, it's a dominant POI choice. It's truly just so good because you get the double beacons over in Epicenter. You get even one potentially over in Survey. So you have a chance at double beacon there. It's a really good POI, but again, you're taking a risk now. And teams are starting to opt out of Geyser and starting to opt in Epicenter just a little bit more for the beacon hits, etc., and the crafter and just easier rotations to topside zones and Climatizer or Skyhook that are a little bit easier. So now Epicenter is being chosen more, makes it a little more risky pick.
Am I blanking that E-Xolos landed Geyser one of these games? I'm not sure. I think a team that did. There was a really good performing Geyser team.
Yes, they definitely did.
They
I remember
did.
Tiff talking about
and so I was thinking about that Geyser pick. I feel like that's Geyser. It's like such a memorable, notable place, but it also is kind of like this isolated place. It's like its own little ecosystem. It's even got its own geyser in there. It's a different temperature, right? So at the end of the day, I don't know what to think about that point so far. Graceful, are you okay landing geyser? Or are you going to avoid that at pretty much all costs?
I've actually said geyser is okay. Like
Snipe said no.
No. I landed there all through Pro League.
But you have to remember
not one zone ending.
We came before drafts, right? And at that point, I thought it was okay because no contest is better than contest 1,000,000%.
Agreed.
There's no doubt that you're going to drop donuts. Even if you win 50%, 70% of your cons, dropping donuts is never acceptable. So at that point, Geyser was okay. Now, however, only depending on active zones personally. I would not pick that at any point unless the zones is strictly mod stacks dome.
You need to have a sit down with Nasky and Zach Mazer to talk about that point because I think somehow, even though this POI draft is there, they're still contesting in the veins, in the blood of some of our pros that we love so much. I think this one, too, as it finishes off on the first round, we start to see the dynamics here. A lot of those things climatize the conversation. I see you guys kind of waiting with bated breath, in terms of the choices here. Moist have an option. And so do GG, kind of typically fighting for it, and they go Climatizer East.
And I think GG's going to back out now for sure. I don't think they fight this. I'll be very surprised. The fight's not going to happen regardless. It's just going to be split loot, then run away. But I don't think GG does it.
Playing so well, too. Why risk that? Why give that up? And Barometer South is where they go.
I feel like Climatizer has been one of the most contested POIs. We saw Falcons and SSG contesting at EWC for it, and there's been a lot of like, you know, who's going to back out and who's going to like, you know, shake from that whole situation. So I don't think anyone is going to want to contest Moist with how hot they are this whole tournament. True. So
I mean, what's the difference for those who are kind of unfamiliar as well? Why Skyhook West and East often is okay to split and be fine? It's just the sheer size? I mean, it may not be okay to split, but it often gets split because someone goes, I'll at least take Skyhook East instead of something bad.
Yeah, well, Aurora, my bad. Would you want to speak?
No, go for it.
Pretty much the main reason that Skyhook East was played was Lifeline was meta for a little bit, and teams were able to operate with really bad loot out of Skyhook East and still get good loot before the end game. Teams like Aurora were consistently playing Sky East, but Sky East is pretty bad because you have to go over to Sky West to get the console beacon.
Right.
And if Sky West is taking their times doing trials, they're not going anywhere for a long period of time. And we saw Matafe and them rotate through Sky Tunnel and into the landslide area and just get pinched 30 times. So the only rotation out of Sky East truly is through that tunnel side to go to your grandma's house. But it's tough, man. I really don't like Skyhook East either. I'm not going to lie. I'm a hater of a lot of people.
I used to like Sky East a lot less than I do now, only because I kind of landed there in a set of scrims. You get both the beacons inside of Sky East. True. You run right up to the tunnel. You get the beacon at that house on the hill. Then you can have the beacons inside Survey. You have beacons there's so much with the crypto play, especially if that's your choice. If you're not playing crypto, I think Sky East goes towards the bottom of the leaderboards. But with crypto specifically, with the new Evo system and with support bins, etc., there's a lot more ways to level up than there have been in the past.
And there's a good opportunity for you to play crypto in this meta, that is for sure. As our picks continue, Complexity grab Tree, Stacks, Alliance will be grabbing Trident as well as they prioritize that. 27th, Overlook for E-Xolos, LAZER, playing off Zeus and Overlook. And then, going down to TSM, it's Lava Fisher. You guys had a reaction to that.
The Sky East
pick I'm the most badass side. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it.
I don't know.
They don't play crypto.
No, okay.
They play Newcastle, and I.
Oh right, yeah.
I don't like that.
I don't know.
There is a lot left too on that map.
Agreed. There's actually a good amount of picks I don't like here at all. When I can ramble on for hours, but
I feel like they might have avoided Alliance in the bottom right because Bleed has been historically known, dropped especially, to take those sides of the map, and to see him up in the top left, and they've been dominant this tournament. Honestly, they've impressed a lot of people. I think that's going to be a tough one.
Is that a big deal, Graceful, as well? I mean, you're Mr. Eliminate RNG, so you want to not be splitting with anybody if you can. But if you're talking about, I don't want to fight against the side of the map that Moist and Alliance and so far E-Xolos LAZERS, who are having a really good set, are playing off of. Is that a consideration? Does that change your pick completely?
Yes, 100%. Wow. And that's what I'm saying. Groups and changes matter so much. And it's not necessarily because, like, I don't think, well, I hope that no team is scared of going into a pick, getting a fight. Like, oh, I'm scared of taking a fight with Alliance or Moist. That should never be the case. The biggest thing is that how does it impact our macro? That's
right.
Like, it's always our gameplay. You don't plan around what other, like, oh, they're doing this and that. It's just like, will this
they're there, so then they do this, and that will affect us
exactly.
this way.
You think you are the main character, and then you just figure it out.
We're learning here. Look, this is not an easy thing. This is one of those things that is, you've got to be watching a lot of Apex in the right places to know all these details, even at a cursory level, but to know the innate ongoings behind the scenes of the impact, the decision making, the aspects that aren't on the screen from the POI picks and things that you're considering. It's not easy. Most people don't know this. So this is why we wanted to do this live for you guys. Bring Wig down here as well. It's a fact that we get to kind of let you jump into Apex a little bit of a level deeper before we start heading into deeper in the competition. Obviously, we send teams home tomorrow. It doesn't get any more stressful or serious than that. These are the moments that could make or break them. And that's kind of the scary part too, I think, Snipe, heading into this. That decision, you guys are like, man, Bleed, I don't like that Sky East. They could wake up after 3 games of Sky East going, man, why did we pick Sky East? We had a chance and we blew it.
I think the 30 seconds is good. People are going to go back after this and be like, man, we really botched a couple of our picks. I'm looking at this and to see, and I want some opinions on this because I'm not sure about it, but is Countdown that bad that it should go that? I mean, it went later than a bunch of these. It went later than, what are we looking at here? Sky East, it went later than a couple of these, but it went later than Landslide.
I feel
is it
like
that bad?
Lava Fisher is probably worse in my opinion, for sure. Because you're just generally stuck on macro from that area, depending on what teams are around you, once again. Unless you have teams like Na'Vi specifically from Landslide, which is good, they're not stopping you because they want to get straight into it. So Lava Fisher in this specific group is okay. But in general, depending on what group you have, if there's a team that's slow, like that side is definitely a lot rougher. So I would take Lava Fisher beneath Countdown personally, because, you know, when you come to the Countdown choke to the east, you have so many options. You're never stuck, right? But from Lava Fisher, it's honestly RNG if you get stuck in staging, if you get stuck in Sky, if you get stuck in Countdown, Landslide Tunnel, who knows at this point?
I can't believe Launch Site went that late as
well. Yeah, I absolutely am dumbfounded by Fnatic's picks right now. They prioritize World's Edge over Stormpoint when they're a way better Stormpoint team than World's Edge. And when you prioritize World's Edge over your Stormpoint, when you're better on Stormpoint, you better choose a good World's Edge POI, and they choose Launch Site, which I don't think is that good at all for rotations, especially with how the zones have been pulling pretty much all over the place. And then they go to Northpad. Well, Northpad's not good by itself, but Northpad's really not good when Alliance is going to be a Trident. So now you have no car, you're stuck in Northpad, team's going to be down beast. Yeah, I can't believe that just happened. I'm like distraught a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic have not been, I mean, they're in the winners finals, so you can't say they're doing anything bad. But in terms of in the winners finals, 18th, that's about as low as you can get almost in terms of the draft. So maybe the pressure, maybe the time. We don't know what was going on with those pauses, but let's take a look back to recap what has just occurred. We've got our World's Edge picks overall. Gaimin, Gladiators, Skyhook West. I just want anybody who might have a point on this, and if you don't, that's okay. Big thoughts, big winners, big losers. We already know Fnatic kind of surprised you there, Wig.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of big winners, I think, funny enough. I think a lot of teams went their comfort picks, but their comfort picks are just super solid with their character meta combination. I love GG taking Sky West. I love FURIA taking Thermal. NRG getting their hometown a Monument. Climatizer East for Moist. Landslide Na'Vi went from a full edge team to now a full rotational team and trying to get the zone quickly. It's worked out. Falcons get Siphon, Complexity Tree. Like, we can go on and on. I think there's a lot of really good drafts here and a couple of not so great ones overall.
Where does the not so great one stand out for you? Obviously, we talked about Fnatic, but anybody else put in that category?
SSG is interesting for me going down. I don't really like the POI at all. I think it's an interesting pick. I actually want to ask Phony as to why he did that instead of other POIs that were available. VK Gaming going Epicenter is pretty rough. E36 is there at Survey Camp, and then now E36 is screwed over because Bleeds at Sky East, and then now they have an Epicenter team. So there you go.
That's that conversation we were having. They had to take a choice. They had to make a risk. It didn't end up paying off, though, and that is unfortunate for that team. E36 is going to be looking to figure things out as well. But let's take a look now at their Stormpoint drafts as well, because this is where we get to see the full picture of it. Graceful, give us a rundown. Obviously, some great picks, some also not so great picks.
Yeah, I think that for me, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised for teams, for NRG getting Coastal that late. I'm not going to lie. I'm not saying Coastal is great by any means, but I'm saying, once again, playing through active zones, I think that's a solid pick in the current stage of the game. I would though like to say that a lot of these teams get to play their, like the biggest thing about these heavy hitters is that they get to play their plan that has worked in all of these series, which should be terrifying for the teams that are later on the scene that they don't get to play their game plan and they just have to adapt and survive against these heavy hitters.
And they get to play their game plan. They get to go into winners. Hopefully, if it does carry through on the points for the top 10 picks, getting the top 10 best results, which it doesn't always. And actually, there's always a few outliers out there. We'll carry that over into our finals, our match point finals, where it will be seeded. We don't have any starting points for match point finals. We do, however, have this pick structure for our first through 10 and obviously 20 heading into that. So that is a major deal, and this just sets it up because winners is just one group away from putting yourself into the position for match point finals on Sunday. Wig, thanks for joining us, man.
No problem, man.
The crew, thanks for bringing them over. I mean, you've got a lot of work to do tomorrow as well, as do we all, but thanks for ending the day with us, man. It's always been great, and good luck on the stream tomorrow, man.
Thank you guys so much. I love you all. I appreciate y'all. Dude, you guys are goated.
We love you too, man.
Love you so much, Wig.
Wonderful day. It's been a long one. You've been here since the beginning, but you've seen all the Apex, and it's been a good day.
Yeah, I got thrown into the gauntlet here, and I just have so much more respect for the people that put all the time into this. You guys have been here, and it's a long day, and it just, it takes it out of you, but you've been nonstop on your stream, and you guys have been up here, and I just appreciate the opportunity. So
All right, Graceful, I would give you something to say, but the cleaners are going to kick us out, so I unfortunately have to end the show. Thank you guys so much for watching. Graceful will be on the desk a little bit later. My name's been Rain Day. It's so fun to see you all watching. And guess what? Tomorrow, it is match day 3. Will the winners be moving on into our match point finals? Who will they be? We don't know, but the action begins at 10 a.m., so don't miss a beat. Remember, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you all for match day 3.
Before NORTHEPTION are your first game winners.
My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke.
FURIA, take game number 3.
Jen in a 1v1 and we'll win it. As Falcons will win the first game on World's Edge.
Fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
Oh, Mkers
nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
I got power. I got power. First blood. It's my turn this time. Don't take this personally. I got power. Remarkable. I got power. I got power.
All right, heads up. Yeah, I got you.
Don't beat yourself up.